The classmate who is adored by everyone smiles teasingly only at me. Volume 3 by Takafumi Mizuguchi, translated by Hiroith. Audiobook and text editing by Masquerade. Prologue. At the high school attended by Akino's Soma, there is an unofficial tradition known as escape, dasso. The origin of this tradition dates back decades to a student whose love for eating surpassed all else. Back then, convenience stores went widespread, and since his parents both worked and couldn't prepare a lunch for him, he had no choice but to rely on the school cafeteria and the school store. However, the cafeteria's ramen and the school store's sandwiches were unimaginably terrible, plunging him into deep despair. With no other options, he had to endure bland ramen and dry sandwiches day after day. How much suffering this start caused him is unknown to us now. The only thing passed down among the students is the fact that, at one point, he snapped due to the awful taste. Unable to bear the terrible lunches any longer, he broke free from the teacher's restraint and dashed out of the school. He then rushed into a nearby diner and indulged in a delicious meal to his heart's content. His act was a clear violation of school rules. However, the teachers fully understood the dreadful taste of the cafeteria and school store offerings. Therefore, they showed leniency, and he was absolved of any wrongdoing. Following this incident, a peculiar dynamic formed at the school. Students secretly left during lunch break to eat and teachers turned a blind eye. It's surprising that such a tradition has persisted into the Reiwa era. Perhaps it's not the times but the school itself that is indulgent. Regardless, thanks to this great senpai, the lunch options have increased, and even though his name and face are unknown, gratitude is surely due. Soma, too, cherished this tradition and was one of the students who escaped once a week. It's been a while since I've had stand and eat soba. Satisfied with his tempura soba and inari sushi, Soma patted his stomach and muttered to himself. Then, a brown-haired female student walking beside him turned to him with a cheerful smile. Today's lunch was so much fun. I've thought this before, but is it really appropriate to describe a meal as fun or not fun? Well, it was my first time eating while standing, so I was really excited. Right. You said something similar when we first escaped to the judon place. The one who had suggested trying the stand and eat soba was his classmate, Satumi Chicka, and it was Soma's role to go along with her whims. Soma and Chicka had formed a strange cooperative relationship. Soma had a dream of becoming a patissier. Until September, he had been self-studying and practicing, but he felt he had reached a plateau. That's when he discovered that his classmate, Satumi Chicka, had a keen sense of taste and a wealth of knowledge about Western confectionery. He thought that if she could taste the sweets he made, as well as those from famous shops, he could gain valuable feedback. That's why he asked her to become his exclusive taster. In contrast, Chicka, nicknamed Angel of Peace in a way uncharacteristic for a high schooler, was a beloved and cherished figure. People doted on her so much that she ended up lacking many experiences, which became a significant complex for her. Fearing she wouldn't grow into a proper adult, she resolved to gain various experiences. However, due to her lack of experience, she felt hesitation and fear even when attempting the smallest challenges. So, she asked Soma to be there to watch over her when she tried something new. Today's lunch break was part of that series of challenges, as Chicka had asked him to accompany her to a stand and eat soba shop she had never visited before. Come to think of it, we did go to the judon place, didn't we? Soma, it's amazing that you remember such a trivial conversation from nearly 2 months ago. As Chicka widened her eyes while walking, Soma shrugged lightly. I tend to forget important things and remember trivial ones. That's why I also remember that you can't swim, Chicka. I would have preferred you forgot that. Chicka glared at him with a sullen look, but she quickly returned to a smile, seemingly in high spirits from her new experience with stand and eat soba. You look like you're really having fun. I really am. At Soma's words, the brown-haired girl nodded vigorously. It's so much fun to be able to do various things with you, Soma-san. It feels like my world is expanding. You're exaggerating. The things she wanted to try were often trivial, buying clothes on her own or jumping into shops she had never entered before. But even such things were fresh and enjoyable for her, who had no experience with them. As someone who had taken on the role of watching over her, it was gratifying for Soma to see her grow. Soma also felt that his understanding of Western confectionery had deepened thanks to Chicka's taste tasting. In that sense, he was tremendously grateful to her. Do you also find it fun to be with me, Soma-san? However, he couldn't simply nod in agreement to this question. I think it's fulfilling. What's with that non-committal answer? Chicka seemed dissatisfied with his evasive response, puffing up her cheeks and stepping in front of him as if to block his way. I asked if you find it fun to be with me. The correct answer would probably be to say it's fun, as Chicka was clearly seeking that response. But he felt a strong resistance to nodding. While avoiding her pouting gaze, well, it's moderately and reasonably fun. What kind of vague answer is that? You sound like a politician avoiding the issue. Then let's just say it's moderately fun. Say something like my world has become rosy. Or my life has started to shine brightly. That sounds like a pitch from a sketchy seminar. As they arrived at the high school, Soma managed to fend off Chicka's persistent questioning. After making sure the coast was clear, they hopped over the back gate painted in light blue. Math for the 5th period. Huh? What a pain. Muttering to himself, he headed back to classroom 1-4. Soma-san. Chicka, who had not yet climbed over the gate, called out to him, "Don't tell me you want help getting over." "That's right. Please help me. I told you to learn how to get over it yourself. How am I supposed to learn that in just a month or so? I'm a delicate maiden, you know." "What's with that silence?" "No, it's nothing. Delicate maidens don't tease people, send outrageous photos, or tackle someone down." He swallowed the words that almost slipped out and leaned forward with his upper body over the gate, hooking his foot on the latch of the gate. "Come on, the bell's going to ring soon." "Hurry up," he said while extending his hand to her. Instead of taking his hand, she retracted hers and, with a cute cry of "I," clung to Soma's neck. Whoa, heavy. Using all the muscles in his neck, back, and abdomen, he managed to keep his balance as he nearly toppled over. "This way is easier to lift. If you use your hand, you might dislocate something." She came up with a plausible excuse, but her voice was clearly amused. It was obvious she was having fun. Furthermore, she whispered a sweet voice in his ear. "Right now, I'm feeling Soma-san with my entire body." "Are you feeling me with your entire body too, Soma-san?" "You." Feeling his face heat up from her enchantingly seductive whisper, Soma finally aware of the reason he couldn't agree when she asked if he enjoyed being with her. Was it fun being with her? The reason Soma couldn't simply nod and say yes was right here. The usual Chicka was treated like a beloved mascot, pampered and adored by everyone. However, in front of Soma alone, she showed a completely different side. She teased, mocked, and was mischievous, all in an attempt to make him embarrassed. According to her, his embarrassed face was extremely cute, and she wanted to see it a lot. For Chicka, who is often forced into a passive role in daily life, Soma is the perfect counterpart with whom she can freely express her more sadistic nature. Despite his repeated pleas for her to stop, she shows no sign of doing so. If anything, it feels like she's escalating. "Come on, hurry up or we'll be late for the 5th period. Please pull yourself together." "Go, go, Soma-san." The faint breeze from her lips tickles his earlobe, just that it was enough to make his body temperature rise sharply. How much has he been teased in this not-so-long period of less than 2 months? He thinks he should have gotten used to it by now, but he hasn't at all. No, it's not a matter of getting used to it or not. The Michiku is bewitchingly beautiful. That charm completely captivates him. That's why, no matter how many times she teases him, he still gets excited, and he can't find it in himself to get angry or push her away. Even though he wishes she would stop, part of him also wants to see more of this Michika. "Damn it, fine. I'll pull you up." Half in desperation, he blurted out those words and hugged Chicka tightly with both arms. Then, using all the muscles in his body, he lifted her up. After dragging her into the high school grounds, he confirmed that her feet had touched the ground and released his arms. "Thank you for your hard work." Surprisingly, Chicka also let go of Soma's neck in response. Then, she stared intently at Soma's face from up close. "Yes, The embarrassed Soma-san today is cute as well. What kind of confirmation is that? Besides, you're the only one who says that. No one, not even his parents, has ever told him his blushing face was cute. As he spoke with flushed cheeks, Chicka chuckled at him. I'm sorry for being mean, but I just can't help wanting to see Soma-san blush regularly. What kind of addiction is that? It's too much of a nuisance. That might be true, but lately, I've been thinking that I want to see Soma-san's blushing face even at school. Hey, you were the one who started saying not to tell anyone at school. That's true, but when Chicka and Soma formed their cooperative relationship, it was Chicka who asked to keep it a secret from friends, as she was sure they would meddle. But Miki-chan, the one I wanted to hide it from the most, ended up finding out. Lately, that girl has been enjoying our situation in a weird way. Their classmate, Saito Miki, Chika's best friend and chief pamperer, had seen the interactions between Soma and Chicka and started saying incomprehensible things like how it's really nice and like something out of a 2D romance. Recently, she's been content just watching. She wouldn't interfere with what Chicka wants to do. As he thought about their tall classmate, Chicka, as if to interrupt his thoughts, threw her arms wide again and hugged him. Just as the heat in his face was starting to subside, he could feel his body temperature rising all over again. If we did this in front of everyone, Soma-san would surely blush even more than now. I really want to see that. You really have a nice personality, don't you? He felt her body warmth and thought deeply. It was exasperating, but even that expression seemed to amuse Chicka. Soma-san, I only do this kind of thing with you, you know. Whether that was something to be happy about or sad about, Soma couldn't quite tell. Chapter 1, November Sun. Halloween had ended, and a few days had passed since the start of November. Autumn was deepening little by little, and the time of sunset was getting earlier day by day. By around 4:30, as indicated by the clock hands, the sky would lose its orange hue, and the curtain of night would begin to spread slowly. The corridors after school in late autumn, devoid of people, felt chillingly cold and somewhat lonely to walk through alone, naturally quickening one's pace. The classroom is still lit up. After finishing his errands, Soma burst into classroom 1-4 to find the lights still blazing brightly. Ah, it's Ecchi Nose. As he entered, one of the girls from a group munching on snacks like squirrels called out to him. Turning to face her, she waved a hand holding a cookie in greeting. "What, Yui, you're still at school? We just love school so much." "Big liars," he replied with a wry smile to her brazen statement. "You're just using it as a hangout spot that doesn't cost any money." "Well, I guess that's one of the reasons." The girl in the disheveled uniform, Wakui, shrugged lightly, readily admitting to Soma's point. "Ecchi Nose, it's rare for you to be staying at school this late, isn't it? Is it?" he asked back while sorting through his textbooks to decide which to take home and which to leave for studying at school, only to be met with a look from Wakui as if to say, "What's this guy talking about?" "Lately, as soon as the bell rings for the end of the 6th period, you bolt out of here. Is there a snack time sale at the nearby supermarket or something?" "If there was, I definitely want you to tell me about it," he said seriously, which only made her laugh. "Ecchi Nose, you're so consistent." "Well, it's very much Ecchi Nose like though. Are you making fun of me?" Deciding to leave all but his English textbooks at school, he grabbed his bag, which now contained only 2 books. "I'm not making fun at all. I actually think you're pretty amazing." Ecchi Nose, that sounds so insincere. "No, seriously, I mean it." Wakui's desperate denial caused the other girls in the circle to start giggling for some reason, and then they beckoned him over. "Come join us, Ecchi Nose. Let's hang out at school for a change." "No, I'm good." Given his role involving taste-testing snacks, Soma did interact with girls more than other boys. However, that didn't mean he was comfortable enough, or had the nerve, to just join a group of girls for no reason. As he hesitated, the girls shook a box of snacks at him. "We've got lots of new snacks that just came out this month." "Well, since you insist, maybe just for a bit." Lured by the snacks, he found himself drifting into the circle of girls. "Ecchi Nose, take a seat here." One of the girls brought over a chair and placed it next to Wakui. Next to me? If you don't like it, I can move. No, I didn't say I didn't like it. Go ahead, sit down. As he was about to sit next to the somewhat nervous Wakyui, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Feeling his gaze, Wakyui looked up while clutching a cookie. No, I just thought your hair was golden, but it's gotten quite dark. Oh, my hair? Understanding the meaning behind his gaze, Wakyui frowned slightly. Her short hair had been dyed a beautiful gold from root to tip last month, but now, looking at it again, the top of her head had turned quite dark. Wakyui, looking bored, pinched a strand of her hair and said, I've been broke lately. I haven't been able to go to the hair salon at all. Is coloring expensive? It depends on the salon. If you want to save money, you could dye it yourself, but it never turns out even. And I don't like that. Fashion is tough, huh? Soma, who had never dyed his hair, didn't quite grasp the concept, but he understood that it involved various hardships. Of course it's incredibly tough. That's why I'm jealous of Chicka. Her brown hair is natural, right? Huh, really? That's news to me. Chicka's name came up unexpectedly, and he felt a jolt of surprise. While hiding his discomposure, he nodded along. So just wait a bit longer. I'll make sure it doesn't look bad by next week. Wakyui said that, apparently not satisfied with her current hair. However, Soma didn't think her hair looked bad at all. I think it's fine as it is. Ah, really? His casual comment surprised Wakyui, and she stopped fiddling with her hair. Ecchi knows. You like this kind of thing? You don't think it's sloppy? No, I think it's fine. I see, so you think it's fine. Maybe I don't need to rush to re-dye it then. As Soma nodded firmly, Wakyui blushed and smiled happily. Your current hair, Wakyui, looks tasty like a pudding. There's no need to rush to re-dye it. Pudding? Wakyui froze. The term pudding head is colloquially used to describe hair that has been colored but where the roots have grown out, making the top of the head black. Indeed, her hair now resembled a pudding generously topped with caramel sauce. I think the ratio of pudding to caramel sauce is just perfect. Looking at Wakyui's hair while tilting his head in contemplation, he couldn't help but think like that. See caramel sauce. Wakyui, having her hair compared to a dessert, was at a loss for words. That's right. Can I take a picture of your head? I want to use it as a reference when I make pudding next time. Like hell I'd let you. You idiot. Soma, who had taken out his smartphone, gets a solid jab to his side. Hey, isn't a sudden punch to the stomach a bit much? It's only natural for someone who looks at a person's head and says it looks tasty. Ecchi knows. Do you have sugar instead of brains in your head? No, seriously, your head looks just like pudding. Wakyui. Look in the mirror yourself. Still saying that? You jerk. Take this, and this. She kept trying to deliver body blows, which Soma desperately guarded against. Come on, just let me take the picture. In exchange, I'll let you eat the pudding I make. Wait, you'll let me eat pudding made by you? Ecchi knows. The flurry of fists comes to an abrupt halt. Well, if that's the case, maybe it's okay. Then she hurriedly began to tidy her hair with her fingers. Really? I appreciate it. Just stay still there, then. Don't take a weird picture, okay? Don't worry. I won't take your face. That's actually really annoying in its own way. As Wakyui blushed but agreed to have her photo taken, Soma snapped away, and the other girls in the circle laughed uproariously, finding the whole scene extremely funny. Section. So, what was Ecchi knows doing at school until this late? After the photo session, Wakyui asked while nibbling on a matcha-flavored cookie. Soma reached for a cookie as well and answered. Just stopped by the career guidance office. The career guidance office? Wakyui raised her voice in surprise, her eyes widening. Wait a minute, we're only first years, right? And you're already thinking about your career path. You thought I wasn't thinking about it? Ah, right, it's Ecchi knows after all. It was well known that Soma aspires to be a patissier. Even so, isn't the career guidance office a bit too early? Well, I guess so. Honestly, I thought the same until recently. Soma shrugged lightly, agreeing with his classmate's opinion. But last month, I got a lecture from some people. They said I need to update my dreams to a career path. There are people who say that to a first year? That's harsh. but it was a good opportunity to start thinking more seriously about my career. The advice given by Chicka's parents had struck him as forcefully as a hammer blow. Realizing that he couldn't become a great patissier just by diligently honing his confectionery skills, Soma recently spent more time researching than making sweets. He was looking into which confectionery schools would be the best if he decided to go to one and what procedures and preparations were necessary if he decided to study abroad. He was still feeling his way through, without a clear direction, but he felt more certain that he was steadily moving toward the future he wanted than when he was just making sweets blindly. Wakyui looked at him intently after hearing the explanation. "What? Are you thinking I'm too eager or just a sweets idiot?" Soma chuckled self-deprecatingly, but Wakyui suddenly stood up and loudly denied it. "I would never think like that, huh? Ecchi knows, I really think it's amazing that you're so straightforward and dedicated to your future. How incredible it is to keep working hard without caring about what others say." And just as she said that in one breath, she realized that all eyes in the room were on her. Her face turned beet red in an instant. Wakyui sat back down in silence, and an awkward stillness filled the air. Thank you. It really means a lot to me to hear you say that." "Yeah." Wakyui nodded, making her small frame even smaller. "Lucky you, Ecchi knows. You've got someone who supports you. Treasure that, okay?" Another girl teased while grinning the whole time. "Yeah, well, I guess so." Wakyui usually hung out with the lively girls group and wasn't particularly close to Soma. They had only interacted during orientation at the beginning of the term when they were in the same group touring the school. Since then, their interactions were limited to brief exchanges when sharing sweets. But knowing she supported him felt genuinely nice. This might be the first time someone other than Chicka had shown such support for Soma's goals. As he gazed at her profile, contemplating this, Wakyui's face turned red again. "What are you looking at me like that for?" she muttered in a voice that was almost a whisper. Usually, it was Chicka who would tease him about his blushing face, so observing someone else blush this deeply was a rare occurrence for him. It was a fresh feeling, however, that didn't mean that a sadistic pleasure like Chicka's surged within him. Only a simple thought came to mind: "You kind of look like a strawberry parfait topped with pudding. Do you want to get punched again?" Wakyui clenched her fist, and the surrounding girls burst into laughter. "Ecchi knows. Don't tease her too much. She acts all cool usually, but she's actually really shy and blushes easily. Isn't she cute?" "Oh, is that so?" Soma's image of Wakyui had always been that of a flashy, cool girl. The shy aspect was a surprising side to her. Upon closer inspection, Wakyui, who had retracted her fist, sulked like a child. "What? If you want to laugh, go ahead." "I'm not going to laugh. Actually, someone recently told me that my blushing is cute, which makes no sense to me, and they've been teasing me about it non-stop. So I totally get how you feels, Wakyui. It's not like you can control your face turning red, right? It can't be helped." It's been a month and a half since Soma and Chicka formed their cooperative relationship, but she continues to tease Soma without getting tired of it. "Ecchi knows. You get red in the face too?" "Huh, I see." Hearing Soma's words, Wakyui smiled a bit happily and then added, "I'd like to see you being embarrassed sometime too, Ecchi knows." "Hey, stop it. It's no joke having two hidden sadists in the same classroom." The mere thought of being targeted by Chicka and Wakyui, both eager to embarrass him, sent shivers down his spine. Soma shuddered, and Wakyui narrowed her eyes. "Two? You mean?" Ecchi knows. It's impossible for the masochistic Wakyui to turn sadist. "Let's just eat some snacks instead." The petite girl started to say something, but the girl sitting opposite her interrupted with a laugh, pointing at the pile of sweets on the desk. "By the way, that was the main purpose." "Oh, is this matcha-flavored chocolate the new release?" Ecchi knows. Most guys would be thrilled to be surrounded by girls. "And you're here for the snacks?" "If I had ulterior motives, you'd look at me like I'm trash." Ignoring the girl's exasperated expressions, Soma picked up a dice-shaped vivid green chocolate and tossed it into his mouth. "Yeah, it's matcha." That was the only impression Soma could muster. The flavor of matcha spread softly in his mouth, but he couldn't tell at all what was different from the existing matcha-flavored chocolates. He asked the surrounding girls for their opinions. What do you guys think of this chocolate? It's yummy, very matcha-like. Their overly simplistic responses came back. What do you think, Wakui? Well, I think it's good enough to not just be a limited time offer, but to be sold all year round. Such an opinion was the best one could expect in this situation. Unfortunately, neither Soma nor Wakui could come up with anything more insightful. Chicka would surely have given a more detailed and accurate review. He couldn't help but think like that. What's wrong? Wakui peered curiously at Soma's face, who had paused while reaching for a second piece of chocolate. I was just thinking about the recipe for this chocolate. He lied on the spot. Ecchi knows. You really think about sweets all the time, huh? It's what I like doing. Thanks to me, you guys have been eating quite a lot of sweets too, right? Well, that's true. Wakui nodded, and the girl sitting opposite her clapped her hands as if she had an idea. Speaking of which, Wakui, didn't you say you got a coupon for a dessert buffet? What happened to that? Dessert buffet? For someone aspiring to be a patissier, that was a very enticing term. Oh, that. Wakui pulled out 2 tickets from her wallet and fluttered them. These are for the hotel on the main street, right? It was a coupon for a dessert buffet at a hotel restaurant that Soma knew, available only on weekends. My parents got them, and I took them. I'm jealous. I've heard the cakes at that hotel are really good. Though, I haven't tried them myself. Strictly speaking, he should have eaten them at a wedding he attended as a child, but for some reason, he couldn't remember the taste of the cakes. Perhaps it was because he hadn't yet decided to become a patissier at that time. So Ecchi knows. You're interested? The girls smirked upon hearing this, but Soma, who was staring intently at the coupon, didn't notice their reaction. Then why don't you go with Wakui? Can I really use those coupon with Wakui? What? Soma's voice of surprise was drowned out by an even louder exclamation from Wakui. Wait a minute, don't just blurt out crazy ideas like that. Why do I have to go to the buffet with Ecchi knows? Are you crazy? Or come on. It's a shame to waste such a good coupon. And you said you wanted to use it. Nen, or Saori could come with me instead. We're on a diet, remember? They said while munching on snacks. You guys. Watching the girls exchange, Soma couldn't help but think that. Surprisingly, Wakui seemed to be the one often teased within the group. As someone who gets teased by Chicka daily, Soma couldn't help but feel sympathy. If egged on by her giggling friends, Wakui turned to him with a flushed face. If you want to go, shall we go together? But don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I want to go with you, Ecchi knows. It's just a waste not to use the coupon. Wow, such a tsundere line. To say something so cliché in this day and age, Wakui is amazing. Shut up. While Wakui and the other girls were noisily chatting, Soma kept his gaze fixed on the coupon. The opportunity to eat as much as he wanted at the hotel's dessert buffet for free was an incredible boon for an aspiring patissier. Just eating would be a learning experience. Although the idea of going with a girl he wasn't particularly close to was a bit nerve-wracking, Wakui was a nice person, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Are you okay with me as your companion, Wakui? If I wasn't, I'd tear up the coupon. If Wakui doesn't mind, there's no reason for Soma to refuse. With that thought, he reached for the coupon ticket. But his hand stopped when he saw the characters printed on the bottom right of the coupon ticket. The coupon's expiration date was this coming Saturday. Realizing this, Soma had no choice but to slowly lower his extended hand. Sorry, I'd really like to go, but I have a prior engagement this Saturday. It's an appointment I can't cancel. He apologized deeply with a bow, and Wakui's face turned pale. I see. That's too bad. Bad timing. Really sorry about that. It's not something you need to worry about, Ecchi knows. It's just an extra coupon I had. Still, I feel bad about it since you invited me. To make up for it, I'll bring you a cake next time. A cake made by Ecchi knows? That's not a bad idea. Since it's in place of the hotel's dessert buffet, make sure it's a whole one. And don't forget the pudding for the photo fee from earlier. Got it. I'll make something amazing for both. Yay. I get to have 2 of Yakino's sweets, Wakyui said with a smile, but the smile looked terribly sad. On the following Saturday, having turned down the invitation to the dessert buffet, Soma found himself in a swimsuit, looking up at the sun through a large window fitted into the ceiling. I never imagined I'd be swimming in November. The brilliance of the late autumn sun was feeble, lacking the intense sting that the midsummer sun possessed. Soma was at an indoor leisure pool located on the outskirts of the city. Despite being completely off-season, there was a decent number of customers who were playing in the water with joy. Though small in scale, this indoor pool was reasonably popular because it was equipped with a water slide, a lazy river, a warm pool, and a jacuzzi. The reason Soma had to come here, even at the cost of turning down Wakyui's invitation, was naturally because Chicka had said she wanted to come. Last month, he had teased her about not being able to swim, and it seemed that had been quite a blow to her pride. Despite it being out of season, she insisted on practicing swimming. To be honest, Soma wasn't really looking forward to going to the pool. I'm not good enough at swimming to teach anyone. When asked to teach swimming at the pool, he grimaced and showed reluctance. Could it be that you, Soma-san, can't swim either? I can swim, however, with the caveat of just barely. So you teased me about being a poor swimmer when you're not good at it yourself. Chicka looked up at him with puffed cheeks and an accusing gaze. I didn't mean to make fun of you, but my heart was deeply wounded by your words, Soma-san. To heal this emotional wound, I believe Soma-san has an obligation to teach me how to swim. By such a wildly illogical rationale, he ended up agreeing to go to the pool. Well, the butterfly stroke might be impossible, but he could probably manage to teach the crawl. However, there was another reason Soma was reluctant to go to the pool. Standing idly by the poolside, he glanced briefly toward the women's changing room. A pool is, of course, a place where you wear swimsuits. No one jumps into the water in their uniform. If they did, they'd be scolded by the pool lifeguards. In other words, Chicka would be in a swimsuit. Could he really keep his composure upon seeing Chicka in a swimsuit? Wearing camo gray surf shorts, Soma waited for Chicka to change, posing this question to himself. Having been hugged by her countless times, he knew well that her figure was quite something. If she were to appear in a swimsuit, it would be an incredible sight, one that many boys in the class would pay a good deal to see. It would be a lie for Soma to say he didn't want to see it. He wanted to see it. He wanted to take a look. Will it be a paro? A bikini? A one-piece? Surely not a school swimsuit. No. That might be something too, he muttered to himself with such anticipation, but at the same time, he had no confidence that he could remain calm upon seeing her in a swimsuit. If his face turned red, Chicka would surely tease him gleefully. Frankly, that would be humiliating. He wanted to see Chicka in a swimsuit, but at the same time, he didn't. It was this dilemma that made him not want to come to the pool with her, but here he was. He couldn't very well say, I don't want to go because your swimsuit might embarrass me. That would only ensure he'd be teased from the get-go. In other words, as soon as Chicka said she wanted to go to the pool, Soma was cornered. While waiting near the changing room for Chicka to appear, he sighed deeply. I wish she'd come out in one of those bulky diving suits they wear for deep-sea diving. Of course, if she did wear such a thing, he'd probably be incredibly disappointed. Truly, it was a no-win situation. Or maybe, this is just how all guys are. Sorry to keep you waiting. It took me a while to change. After about 10 minutes of fidgeting, Chicka's voice finally came from the direction of the changing room. Here it comes. She had finally arrived. Before turning to where the voice came from, Soma straightened his back and tapped his heart lightly. Stay calm, Ecchi knows Soma. You've seen her in outrageous outfits many times before. Get used to it already. After reassuring himself, he slowly turned around. Hey, I haven't been waiting that long. He intended to say don't worry about it, but those words dissipated the moment he saw Chicka. With her brown hair tied up with a hair tie, Chicka's outfit was none of the swimsuits he had imagined. Strictly speaking, he couldn't tell what kind of swimsuit she was wearing. She was completely covered in an oversized white t-shirt. The changing room was so crowded, It took me by surprise. I didn't realize so many people wanted to play in the pool even in November. Is something wrong? Chicka tilted her head as she noticed Soma standing still, staring at her. No. It's just your outfit, Chicka. Eh? Oh, this? As Soma pointed with a puzzled expression, Chicka bit her lower lip slightly in frustration and pinched the hem of her t-shirt. I bought a swimsuit for today, but it turned out a little different from what I had in mind. I felt embarrassed, so I ended up wearing a layer over it. Online shopping is convenient and not scary, but you can't try things on, so this happens. Soma became curious about what kind of swimsuit she was embarrassed about. However, the fabric of the t-shirt was thick, and it was impossible to tell what the swimsuit looked like underneath. I see. I don't have to see Chicka in her swimsuit. As his mind and heart grasped this fact, he felt a sudden release of tension from his body. Dragging his suddenly heavy feet, he headed towards the pool. Well then, shall we start practicing swimming? Soma-san, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Really? Seriously? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. He was relieved that there was no chance of getting teased for blushing. It was a relief that Chicka was wearing a t-shirt. Yes, it was a very good thing. Yet, he had to admit, a part of him felt incredibly disappointed. Regaining his composure, Soma moved to a quieter corner of the pool to avoid disturbing other swimmers. So, how much can you not swim? While doing warm-up exercises by the poolside, I asked. I'm not proud of it, but I can't swim at all. Chicka responded decisively as she rotated her arms. I have no experience playing in the water before, so I never had the chance to learn how to swim. You've never played in the water? Does that mean you've never been to a public pool or gone to the beach? Chicka nodded yes to Soma's question. That's why coming to this kind of leisure pool is a first for me, and just being here is making me excited and nervous. That's quite rare. In the city where the two lived, there were public pools and, though a bit far, beaches. It was quite unusual for someone who had lived here all their life to have never used either. When I was in elementary school, I used to go to the public pool all the time during summer. Well, the purpose wasn't so much to swim as it was to enjoy the snacks on the way back. The reason lies with my parents. Chicka began to explain, her face clouding over. As you know, Soma-san, my parents are quite elderly. They were already around 40 when I was born. In case of a water accident, they didn't have the physical strength or confidence to deal with it. I see. If a child drowns, parents will desperately try to save them. However, not all parents have the strength or are good swimmers. There are tragic accidents reported every year where parents try to save their children but both end up not making it. Chicka's parents, feeling their strength wane with age, feared they would end up in such a situation. Since I didn't have the chance to be around water when I was young, I somehow developed a fear of it. I've never worn a swimsuit except for school swimming lessons. This seems to be a serious case of someone who can't swim, and yet, you decided you want to learn to swim? Isn't it better to be able to swim than not? Well, that's certainly true. Knowing how to swim is never a disadvantage. On the other hand, it's not something that one absolutely must be able to do. And I also hate that I'm always being teased by Soma-san. Sorry about that. I didn't think you'd take it so seriously. As Soma bowed his head, Chicka chuckled softly, then continued. Well, Soma-san is just one reason. The other reason is probably a bigger motivation. What's that? If I can swim, I can help my father or mother if they're about to drown. Then, we could go to the beach as a family. I see. The thought was wonderful. All right. I get it. I'll help you learn to swim until you can do it. Feeling motivated to teach, Soma jumped into the chlorinated water with a splash. Come on in, Chicka encouraged. Chicka tied the hem of her t-shirt tightly before cautiously entering the 1-meter-deep pool. Ugh, I feel so light and uncomfortable. That's because of the buoyancy of the water. I understand that, but she raised a voice close to tears, looking around like a lost puppy separated from its mother dog. Her complexion also seemed a bit pale. Her fear and discomfort with water appeared deeper than Soma had imagined. If she couldn't alleviate this first, learning to swim would remain a distant dream. The pool isn't that deep, right? You can touch the bottom, so it's okay. He spoke in a calm tone, trying to reassure her. That may be true, but look over there. Elementary school kids are playing. This pool is safe even for them. But those kids can swim. I can't. This is no good. Words alone won't reassure her. Should we rent a float? It's better than nothing. But I still can't feel safe. Plus, it's a bit embarrassing for a high school student to use a float. You're being picky. A bit exasperated by the lame excuse, he wondered what to do next. Words and tools seemed incapable of removing Chicka's anxiety. So what then? After a moment of thought, he spoke up. Hey, Chicka. Do you trust me? Somewhat. Somewhat, huh? Soma was a bit shocked, and the girl puffed up her cheeks in anger. I haven't forgotten how I was tricked into running last month. You said just a little, but it was 10 kilometers. I didn't trick you. Besides, we only ran half of what was planned. It seemed this girl tended to hold grudges, whether about swimming or running. Well, if it's not zero trust, I guess that's good enough. When Soma extended his right hand, Chicka looked at it with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with your right hand? While we're at the pool, hold on to my hand the whole time. If you slip or start to drown, I'll pull you up and save you right away. This way you'll feel safe, right? If neither words nor tools could reassure her, this was the only option left. I see. Hearing the explanation, Chicka nodded in agreement. That makes sense. If I keep holding your hand, I can feel safe knowing you'll be there to help if anything happens. But are you sure about this, Soma-san? Isn't it embarrassing? Well, it is embarrassing. Walking around the pool holding hands the whole time would make them look like a stupid couple. If he saw a man and woman doing that, he'd surely think, go explode. But today's goal was to give Chicka a special swimming lesson. If holding hands can alleviate your fear even a little, then my embarrassment is a trivial matter. We shouldn't get our priorities wrong. With that firm declaration, Chicka showed a gentle smile. Soma-san, you always have this way about you. When you decide something is the most important, you don't look away and go straight for it. Or should I say, you're earnest. I'm just not good at doing many things at once. If you were capable of multitasking, it would have been better. But Soma lacked such dexterity. Fully aware of this, he had decided to focus on one thing at a time. I really like that about you, Soma-san. Thanks. Feeling embarrassed, he responded gruffly, and Chicka squeezed his hand tightly. At this moment, I'm your number one priority. Let's just start practicing. Okay. And so, Chicka's special swimming training began. Despite the grandiose term special training, the training was not intended to be like that of a swimming school. First and foremost, it was essential to overcome Chicka's aversion to water. There was no way she could learn to swim while still being afraid of water. So, he started by getting her used to the water. If you're afraid of water, why don't we start by splashing water on your face? I'll splash it, and you can get used to it little by little. As he splashed water with his free hand, Chicka pondered. That's a good idea, but it's frustrating to have water splashed on me one-sidedly. Can I splash back? You want to make it a contest? Fine, but I won't hold back. Bring it on. Here I go. Splash, splash. Hey, don't dodge and splash at the same time. What do you think this water splashing is for? Well, it's to get Soma-san soaking wet. Please don't forget the purpose from the very start. After a good amount of splashing and getting used to having a wet face, they moved on to the second phase. Next, let's try diving underwater. Make sure to keep your eyes open. Isn't that too difficult? It's a bit scary to do it alone. Then, let's make it another contest. I'll dive too, and we'll see who can stay under longer. That alone doesn't motivate me enough. How about the winner gets to give one command? Fine, but what kind of command are you planning to give? I want to ride on Soma-san like a human surfboard. Why do you come up with such sadistic ideas so easily? After the diving contest, which he was determined not to lose, they decided to practice floating in the water. Floating? That sounds really scary. Soma-san, could you hold me tightly? If I hold you, you won't feel the floatant feeling properly. I don't mind. Please just do it. I want to get a feel for floating first. It kind of feels like we're getting a baby used to the bath. A baby? I want to do that to you, Soma-san. No, I can swim and float, so there's no need. While they were practicing swimming, a group of high school boys watched them with envious expressions, but the two of them focused earnestly on their practice. Thanks to that, Chicka gradually became accustomed to the water and seemed to gain confidence. Hey, Soma-san. I think I might be able to swim now. I want to try swimming. You're getting confident too quickly after just a few hours of practice. If it were that easy, all the swimming schools in the world would go out of business. However, he could understand her point. It would be strange to come to practice swimming and not swim at all, and it would be hard to maintain motivation. Then, how about we practice flutter kicking? I'll hold your hands, and you try to float and kick your legs like earlier. Oh, that sounds good. It really feels like swimming practice. Chicka, eager to try, gripped Soma's hands tightly, relaxed her body, and floated face down on the water. It's really amazing, he muttered, looking at the curve emerging from the water. Did you say something? No, it's nothing. Her t-shirt clung to her body because of the water, highlighting the line from her back to her bottom. He was always reminded of it when she hugged him or wore revealing clothes. Her bottom and chest were very full. Chicka is the type of girl who looks thin in clothes. Probably. No other boys knew about her incredible figure except for him. All right, try moving your legs alternately and slowly. He forced his gaze away from the temptation and fixed it on her face, focusing on teaching her to swim. Don't tense up weirdly. You'll sink. Okay. She started to flutter her legs as prompted but soon began to grimace as if struggling. This is kind of hard. I don't understand how to apply strength. If I don't use strength, I can't kick, but if I do, I sink. True to her words, Chicka's buttocks kept sinking and rising. You're tensing up in the wrong places. Relax, don't bend your knees, and move your whole leg with the feeling of pushing the water back. If I use my whole leg, won't that make me tense up? I don't understand your explanation, Soma-san. Make it easier to understand please. Even if you say that. Soma was by no means a strong swimmer, so he didn't have the knowledge to explain it in a simple way. As he tried to remember how he felt when swimming, he attempted to describe it. It's kind of like, imagine you're a firm piece of konnyaku and move your body with that in mind. Konnyaku. I don't get it at all. Besides, as someone aspiring to be a patissier, shouldn't you be saying something like jelly or pudding? Give me a break. To me, it feels more like konnyaku than jelly. Soma's advice was of no help, so Chicka had no choice but to keep trying and struggling with the flutter kick on her own. How long had they practiced the flutter kick? She had quickly given up when it came to running, but perhaps because she had suggested it herself, she persevered quite a bit. Hey, how about we take a little break? Noticing that her leg movements were slowing down, Soma suggested they rest. That sounds good. Let's do that. Perhaps having reached her limit, Chicka obediently stopped kicking and plopped down by the poolside. Getting the hang of swimming is tough, isn't it? She muttered in frustration, out of breath. I think you're doing well. Besides, swimming is like riding a bicycle. Once you get the hang of it, you can do it smoothly. I hope that's the case. Swimming becomes really fun once you can do it. For example, if you can't swim when you go to the sea, you can only splash around in the waves, but if you can swim, you can go for long swims or free dive. I've never done it, but catching fish seems like it would be super exciting. Oh, catching fish and having a barbecue on the spot sounds wild and fun. Trying to cheer up the tired Chicka, Soma mentioned some fun activities at the sea, which seemed to catch her interest. Chicka smiled while splashing the pool water with her feet. That's right. Once I learn to swim, why don't we go to the sea together next summer? I want to try what you just mentioned, Soma-san. If you can swim by then, I'll do my best. All right, I'm feeling motivated again. Let's resume practice. Chicka, having regained her energy, slowly stood up. Hey, don't stand up so suddenly. Since Soma was in the pool, his hand, which had been connected to hers the whole time, was pulled upward. Soma-san, you're so earnest. You could just let go of my hand. We promised to keep holding hands. While standing on tiptoes, Chicka happily tightened her grip on their joined hands. I really like that about you, Soma-san. Don't say it twice. He nearly let his heart skip a beat again. Though he tried to appear calm, Chicka seemed to see right through Soma's heart and smiled playfully. "And that makes me want to play a prank on you, Soma-san." "Huh?" As Soma looked up in bewilderment, Chicka dived toward him with a cute cry, not toward the water, but toward Soma. Reacting instinctively, Soma used his free arm and body to catch the girl who had jumped at him. However, he couldn't completely stop her momentum, and they both ended up being pushed underwater with a splash. For a moment, his vision was filled with white bubbles, and he was quickly pulled back up to the surface by Chicka's innocent laughter. "I've always wanted to push you down, Soma-san. But it would be dangerous to do it on land, wouldn't it?" "It's dangerous in the water too." He spat out water angrily, but Chicka remained smiling like a mischievous child. "It's okay. That's why we're holding hands." Saying that, Chicka pulled Soma's hand toward her chest. "Hey, look. This way. I can pull you close at any time." Both of them were wet, with Soma in his bare upper body and Chicka in just her swimsuit and t-shirt. The water made their bodies stick even closer together, and he could clearly feel her warmth and the beating of her heart. Chicka, with her wet hair dripping, smiled seductively. It was a cliché, but she was beautiful enough to be mistaken for a mermaid princess. Soma-san's face is turning red. "Shut up. Don't say it out loud. It's natural to feel embarrassed when we're this close in these clothes." Being stared at from such a close distance, he had no choice but to brazen it out. This was the closest they had ever been. It would be strange not to blush. "I see." Then, as if she had come to a great realization, Chicka let go of the hand they had been holding all day. "Hey, what are you?" Confused, Soma watched as she reached for the t-shirt she was wearing and, with a swift movement, threw it off. "Since you blushed at that, this outfit will make you blush even more." What? Soma was at a loss for words, not because of her absurd logic but because of her bold swimsuit. Chicka's swimsuit was several times more daring than Soma had imagined. It was a pure white swimsuit that suited her fair skin well, and he later learned that it was called a halter neck style. Her bust and hips were barely covered, and her shoulders and back were boldly exposed. From the front, it looked like a risky bikini, but it wasn't. The bare minimum of fabric was consolidated at the back, fastened with large golden straps. If one part breaks, won't the whole thing come off and leave her completely naked? As he watched Chicka spin around to show off, he thought to himself what a high-risk swimsuit it was. It was clear why Chicka had been shy and wore a t-shirt. The swimsuit covered only the bare essentials and revealed an overwhelming amount of skin. "This is almost like being naked." As he screamed internally, Chicka smiled sweetly as if reading his mind. "I thought you'd be even more embarrassed if I switched to a swimsuit, and I was right. I thought I had gone too bold and failed, but since I got to see Soma-san's most embarrassed face ever, this purchase was the right choice." "What's going on inside your head?" In regards to wanting to see Soma's embarrassed side, Chicka unwaveringly did not mind making sacrifices or enduring hardships. "And then, you see," Chicka said, her arms spread wide with a mischievous and gleeful smile on her face, "if I, dressed like this, were to hug you, I wonder what would happen to you, Soma-san. Would you break through your limits and become even more embarrassed? Or would you show me a different side of yourself?" Just imagining it sends shivers down my spine. Being able to come up with that kind of idea so quickly is amazing in a way. Not that I respect it though. Come on, just let yourself be hugged. I refuse. With that full force rejection, Soma fled from the spot. Being embraced by Chicka in that state would shatter his reason. In a public place, that would be far too problematic. Don't run away. You said you'd hold hands with me forever. Breaking promises isn't good. Naturally, Chicka chased after him, splashing water with every step. "Shut up. I'm not helping someone who goes all out just to embarrass people. Isn't it good to give your all in everything you do? Don't give your all in making people suffer." Weaving through the crowd of people enjoying the water, their game of cat and mouse continued. "You said you were bad with water. I overcame it just now, all to see Soma-san's most embarrassed face. What was all that special training for then?" While fleeing, they passed a group of high school boys who looked on with envy. They clicked their tongues overtly, but Soma, desperate to escape, didn't hear a thing. Section. I'm tired. Soma slumped into the back seat of the bus, looking up at the ceiling and muttering to himself. We're completely worn out. Huh? Whose fault is that? He glared sideways at Chicka, who had taken a seat next to him. In the end, they had continued their chase until the park's closing time. It was now completely dusk. Playing tag in the water wasn't such a good idea. His muscles were sore from lactic acid, and he felt the unique fatigue that comes after swimming. Moving even a single finger felt like a huge effort. If he let his guard down even a bit, he'd fall asleep right away. As the bus started moving, he slapped his cheeks to ward off sleepiness when something gently landed on his shoulder. Turning to the side, he saw Chicka resting her head on his shoulder, eyes closed. Hey, wake up. I won't be responsible if you miss your stop. I'm so sleepy. When he knocked on Chicka's head, she rubbed it against his shoulder like a cat even more. Just so you know, more than half of this exhaustion is your fault. Chasing after Soma-san was so much fun. Don't find enjoyment in such things, he muttered under his breath. This sadist. You're heavy and in the way. If you really must sleep, go over there. Come on. Soma-san, be my pillow. Don't use your classmate as a pillow. He pushed her head in the opposite direction as she tried to lean on him. The bus, carrying a sleepy Soma and a nodding off Chicka, slowly made its way through the traffic-jammed roads and arrived at the bus stop nearest to the Satumi residence after about 30 minutes. We're here. Get off. Okay. Chicka, shaken awake, rubbed her sleepy eyes and stood up, heading towards the bus exit. Her steps were unsteady, resembling the staggering walk of a drunk, even though she hadn't had any alcohol. Can't be helped. I'll walk you home. It would be too much of a nightmare if she had an accident on her way home alone. With a heavy body, he stood up and followed after Chicka. Come on, hurry up and get off. The driver is waiting. I feel so sluggish. Me too. He pushed her back gently, apologizing to the driver as they got off the bus. Stepping off the bus, the cold evening breeze did nothing to stop Chicka's head from continuing to bobble like a balloon. Hey, are you okay? No good. That's why you should give me a piggyback ride. She reached out her hands like a zombie, weakly begging for a piggyback ride. I refuse. I'm just as exhausted. Soma felt like he could use a piggyback ride himself. Soma-san, stingy. You always brag about exercising and being fit. I'm not bragging. Then at least pull me along. This time, she extended just one hand. It seemed she wanted him to take her hand and pull her along. He hesitated for a moment but then realized that they had been holding hands all day, so it was too late to be concerned about it now. Watch out for cars. He took her hand and walked towards the Satumi residence, mindful of the headlights of passing cars. It's really autumn, huh? It's quite cold. Yeah, it's easy to catch a cold if you're not careful. Just as the drowsy Chicka said, the late autumn evening was dim, and the wind was cold enough to make one shiver. However, Chicka's hand, warm in his grasp like a hand warmer, helped fend off the cold. Look, we've arrived. As they reached the familiar Satumi residence, he let go of her hand with a bit of reluctance. Thank you for today. It was a lot of fun. We've got to keep up the swimming practice. We're going to the beach next summer, right? Yes, I'll work hard with that goal in mind. Then, let's meet again the day after tomorrow at school. After bowing her head slightly in farewell, Chicka reached for the gate but then paused and brought her face close to Soma, sniffing. Soma-san, you smell like chlorine. Of course I do. I've been in the pool. Since it was an indoor pool, the chlorine smell was particularly strong. After getting out of the pool, Soma had quickly rinsed off with a shower. But that wasn't enough to completely remove the chlorine smell. Chicka, you must be the same, though. No. I properly washed myself with shampoo and body soap. Soma sniffed, but instead of chlorine, he could smell the pleasant scent of soap coming from her. That's typical of a girl, he thought. I'll take another bath when I get home, so this is fine. In that case, why don't you come and take a bath at my place, huh? Caught off guard by the unexpected offer, Soma was left dumbfounded. Soma-san, you must be tired, right? As a thank you for joining me in swimming practice, I'll wash your hair for you. No, there's no need for that. I'm tired. but I can take a bath by myself. Besides, you must be tired too, right? I've regained my energy since getting home, so please don't hesitate. This is the least I can do to show my gratitude." Whether she had truly regained her energy or not, the strength with which she pulled his arm was considerable. "What's the real reason? I want to try it." "I thought so." "What's wrong with that? It's just washing hair." "Please think of it as helping me practice for being a beautician. You've never once said you wanted to be a beautician." "If I wash Soma-san's hair, I might start to think so." Does this girl have a special organ that converts curiosity and sadism into energy? She was completely exhausted on the bus, but now she seemed lively again. "You're going to do it properly, right?" "Seriously? No pranks?" "Of course, I wouldn't do anything like that." "Really?" Chicka nodded vigorously, though Soma found her completely untrustworthy. However, he no longer had the energy or willpower to keep doubting. He let himself be pulled along to the Satumi household. "Mom, I'm home." "Is the bath free right now? Welcome back." "Oh, Soma-kun is with you." "The bath is available. But what are you planning?" "I'm going to wash his hair as a thank you for helping me with swimming practice today." "Oh, that's quite nice of you. Make sure to wash it thoroughly and carefully then." "Okay." Chika's mother didn't try to stop her. With a smile that seemed to enjoy the situation, she pointed to the changing room. "Good grief." Soma sighed as he was ushered into the changing room, where he put on the surf shorts he had been wearing just an hour before and tightly wrapped a bath towel around himself. Appearing in front of a girl with just a towel felt like insufficient armor. "I'm ready." He entered the bathroom, sat down on a white bath chair, and then gave Chicka, who had been waiting outside the changing room, permission to enter. "Excuse me then." He was a bit worried she might come in wearing a swimsuit, but when Chicka opened the door, she was dressed in a perfectly normal t-shirt and sweatpants. "Good. You're dressed normally. Don't say rude things." "I've never worn anything strange." "Are you talking in your sleep?" He had seen her in various outrageous outfits both last month and this month. Each one was etched clearly in Soma's memory. "I think there's an appropriate outfit for every occasion. I thought this was the right thing to wear for washing a puppy, so I changed into it." "Who's a puppy here?" "Here comes the water." To silence him, she began to pour warm water over his head with the shower. "Now, I'll start washing." She lathered up the shampoo in her palms and began to wash his hair rhythmically. "I see, washing someone else's head feels like this." As she moved her hands diligently, Chicka muttered to herself, "Is it interesting to wash someone else's head?" "Well, it's intriguing and refreshing." While letting himself be washed, Soma asked, and Chicka nodded, "I've always been the one getting washed, so it's really nice to be in the opposite role." "Hold on a minute. Don't tell me you still get your hair washed by your parents?" "Of course not. I wash it myself now, no matter what." She denied it, but her voice lacked conviction. "Until when did they wash it for you?" "You until September. That was just recently." "But I couldn't help it. My mom really loves washing my hair, and I couldn't say no." "I've never seen a high school student who still gets their head washed by their parents. Don't talk about me like I'm some rare animal." "You're definitely a rare animal." The lively banter continued as the hair washing went on. "I'm going to rinse out the shampoo foam, so please close your eyes." He closed his eyes tightly as instructed, and warm water poured over his head, washing away the bubbly foam. "Do you feel better?" "Yeah, thanks." The once coarse hair had returned to its usual texture. As he thanked her, Chicka seemed to come up with a mischievous idea, leaning close to his ear with a playful smile. "Since we're at it, shall I wash your body as well?" My body?" He couldn't help but imagine the scene of Chicka's foam-covered hands caressing his body. "No, no, no. That's absolutely out of the question." Soma vehemently shook his head in refusal, but Chicka, picking up a bottle of body soap, said, "Is that so? I would think it's quite normal to wash not just the head but the whole body if you're washing a puppy." After spending such intense months together, he knew her mind all too well. She was teasing him, but at the same time, she was more than half serious. If Soma nodded now, she would really wash his body. "I am not a puppy." "Is that so?" "That's a shame." While blushing, he somehow managed to squeeze out the words, and Chicka gently placed the body soap bottle back in its place before attempting to leave the bathroom. However, she paused for a moment. Through the steam, the girl seemed to be wearing a gentle smile. Soma-san, thank you so much for always going along with what I want to do. Today, I even got to try 2 things I wanted. She must be talking about practicing swimming and washing someone's hair. There's no need to thank me. I've had you taste test a lot, and it's also been a huge help. We have a cooperative relationship, don't we? Yes, it's wonderful that we can help each other out for our mutual benefit. I really like our relationship with Soma-san as it is now. I truly hope we can stay together forever. So, please continue to work with me in the future. Sure. As Soma nodded, a droplet fell with a blip onto the tiled floor. Oh, right. I've put a bath towel in the basket in the washroom, so please use it when you get out of the bath. Chicka returned to her usual cheerful tone and, this time for sure, left the bathroom. Stay together forever, huh? That was probably impossible. 2 years later, when they graduated from high school, the paths of Soma, who aspired to be a patissier, and Chicka, who did not, would undoubtedly diverge. It would be impossible to see each other every day as they did now. No, perhaps even 5 months later, when they advanced to the 2nd year and the classes were divided, they might become distant then. There were countless other triggers that could break their current relationship. I'm tired, he muttered to himself, acknowledging something he had long been aware of and abandoning any further thought. After quickly washing up, he dried off with a bath towel in the dressing room, got dressed, and stepped into the hallway, where Chicka's father, with a stern expression, was waiting. Good evening. Thank you for letting me use the bathroom. Come with me. He hastily bowed and greeted him, but Chicka's father ignored it and led him to a room beside the stairs. It was a Japanese-style room with tatami mats and nothing else but shoji windows and what appeared to be sliding doors for a closet. It was extremely simple, likely a guest room. As Soma looked around the room he had entered for the first time, Chicka's father pointed to the sliding doors and said, "There are futons for guests in the closet. You must be tired from being led around by my daughter, and it's dark outside already. It wouldn't be good if you went home groggy and got into an accident, so stay the night." Is that really okay? He was so tired he could collapse right there, so the offer was incredibly welcome, but he had never expected Chicka's father to say such a thing. It's fine. Besides, there will likely be more opportunities like this in the future, so consider this your room. Our house rarely has visitors, so feel free to use it as you like. He was taken aback by the unexpected offer. I thought you didn't like me. Of course I don't like you. There's no father who would like a boy getting close to his precious only daughter. Chicka's father stated this firmly but then furrowed his brow in a complex expression. On the other hand, as a young man aspiring to be a patissier, I have high hopes for you. I definitely want you to do your best. Moreover, it's a fact that my daughter is more lively and seems to be growing when she's with you. It's something that neither my wife nor I, nor her friends from before, could achieve. For that, I am also very grateful. He was surprised by these words. He had never imagined receiving such words from this man, but being somewhat appreciated and thanked by someone he thought disliked him wasn't a bad feeling. I've also been greatly helped by Chicka. Thanks to her, I've been able to study and have good experiences. So, I hope we can continue to support each other in the future. It's good for the two of you to support each other like that. I'm counting on you to look after my daughter. Likewise, please take care of me. As Chicka's father bowed deeply, Soma returned the bow. It's like a groom and the bride's father at a wedding, isn't it? As the two men bowed to each other, Chicka's mother, who had come down the hallway, said this cheerfully. A wedding? The surprised voices of the men overlapped perfectly. Mom, that's a huge misunderstanding. I have no such intention, but you two reminded me of you and my father, Yoshiaki. It reminded me of the past. Back then, you and my father kept your heads down so long that the priest and I ended up exchanging awkward glances. A wedding, huh? That's a memory from a long time ago. But I still clearly remember your appearance in your wedding dress, Chizuru-senpai. You are truly beautiful. Oh, That's nice to hear. You looked quite good in your tuxedo too. It was just a shame you were too nervous. I never thought I'd actually see someone's right hand and right foot move at the same time. Well, at that moment, I was just overwhelmed by the fact that such a wonderful person was becoming my wife. In the hallway, the Satumi couple nostalgically reminisced and started to sweet-talk each other. I'm extremely tired, so I'll go ahead and rest. Good night. Completely left out of the conversation, Soma bowed and closed the door. My room, a room of his own had been made in his classmate's house. It was a bizarre situation, something that normally wouldn't happen, but there was a part of him that thought it was fine. Together forever. The words Chicka had said earlier came back to him. At least while they were in high school, it seemed he would have many opportunities to be with her. With a wry smile, Soma collapsed onto the futon he had pulled out of the closet section. I wonder what Soma-san will do for dinner? Thinking this, Chicka quietly peeked into the guest room and saw him fast asleep, face down on the futon. It seemed he had run out of energy while laying out the futon, as the blanket wasn't even on him. You'll catch a cold like that. Carefully, she pulled a blanket from the closet and gently draped it over him. You're so cute, she thought fondly as she watched his sleeping face. Soma always seemed somewhat cheeky when he was awake, but with his mask removed in sleep, he showed a charming, childlike innocence. She felt like she could watch him for hours. She wanted to record this adorable sleeping face. Last time it was a photo, so this time she wanted to make a video. Driven by that desire, she briefly poised her smartphone, but then she lowered it again. It would be a shame to wake him. Maybe I should wait until morning. It would be bad to disturb his sleep with a flash of light. After making sure not to make any noise, she quietly left the guest room. Oh right, breakfast. She clapped her hands as she reached the hallway. Chicka had tried her hand at making bento and dinner before, but she had never prepared breakfast. This was a perfect opportunity to make breakfast for Soma for the first time. Should I go with rice or maybe bread? Being with Soma always inspired her to try new things. Despite being exhausted from the swimming practice at the pool, the idea of researching breakfast ideas made her feel energized. Mom, about tomorrow's breakfast, could you let me make it? Chicka burst into the kitchen to make this request to her mother. Chapter 2, Autumn Festival and Baby Castella. 2 days after going to the pool with Chicka, on Monday, Soma's entire body was sore from muscle pain. He thought he would be okay since he occasionally went running, but it seemed that playing tag in the pool had put more strain on him than he had imagined. Since waking up at the Satumi household yesterday morning, every movement sent a sharp pain through his body. He had thought it would get better after a day, but the muscle soreness had not subsided even by Monday. He was truly grateful there was no physical education class today. As he lay face down on his desk, he thought deeply about it. I wonder how Chiku is doing. In terms of the amount of exercise the day before yesterday, she, who had practiced swimming, had definitely done more, and she normally exercised less than him. Logically, Chicka should be suffering from worse muscle pain than Soma. While leaning on his desk, he glanced over at her seat, and there she was, the angel of peace, being doted on by the girls of the class, led by Saito Miki as usual. Chicka, you always smell so nice. Let me have a little sniff of Chicka. Miki-chan, don't say it like you're sniffing a cat please. Ah, this is so calming. It's really nice. Everyone should try it. Eek. She seemed the same as usual. Either she wasn't suffering from muscle pain, or she was pretending not to be in pain. If it was the latter, she was quite the actress. While pointlessly pondering whether Chicka had muscle pain or not, he watched the girls until the warning bell rang. The homeroom teacher arrived, took attendance, and relayed a few announcements. After that, Miki, who had been happily burying her face in Chicka's hair until moments ago, suddenly put on a serious face and stepped up to the podium that the teacher had vacated. Everyone, please listen. As you all know, the cultural festival is scheduled for later this month. Yet, our class still hasn't decided on what to present. Frankly, this is a serious problem. We must finalize our presentation today, no matter what. If we can't come to an agreement during this time, be prepared to stay after school to finish this. Typically, Such matters would be managed by the class president or the cultural festival committee, but in Class 1-4, it was often Mickey who took charge. One reason was that she was the student council vice president and well-versed in school events, but more than that, it was her proactive nature that played a larger role. While this might seem like she was taking over the duties of the class president and committee members, they seemed happy to let her lead without complaints, and the entire class accepted her leadership as if it were completely natural. "Does anyone have any suggestions for our presentation?" The tall girl slowly looked around the classroom. A heavy silence dominated the class. This was something that should have been decided last month. Since it hadn't been settled and November had already begun, it wasn't going to be easy. "We should do something that really stands out. Then, suggest something specific that stands out." This was the reason nothing had been decided. Everyone said they wanted to do something unusual rather than a typical presentation. But when asked for specifics, no ideas came forth. In front of her silent classmates, Mickey sighed in exasperation, hands on her hips. "Well then, I guess I'll have to force some opinions out of you." "Really? Don't make me do something like we're in elementary school." "Let's see, then." Ecchi nose caught off guard. He was surprised to be called on. "Why do I have to be the lead-off batter?" "Because the look on your face said you didn't care, and it annoyed me." That was actually spot on. Honestly, he had no interest at all. He wasn't the type to get passionate about school events. He'd rather be looking at Western confectionery recipes by himself. "Let's see." Realizing that remaining silent wasn't an option, he pondered vaguely. "How about making a donation box and placing it in front of our two great leaders, the Omnipotent and the Angel of Peace? Wouldn't the coins come clinking in?" It was an idea he had blurted out without much thought, but it elicited impressed oohs from his classmates. Even Mickey, the person in question, didn't seem entirely displeased as she wrote "donation box" on the blackboard in large letters. The only one to object to Soma's proposal was one of the two great leaders, the Angel of Peace. "What kind of ridiculous idea is that? It's just Mickey-chan and me doing all the work, and all we'd be doing is standing there. No, no, no. I absolutely refuse." She stood up with a clatter of her chair, angrily opposing the idea. "Really? I think it's unique and could be fun." "It's not fun at all. If we painted Chicka gold like a Buddha statue and burned incense, it would definitely be fun. We might even receive offerings if it goes well." "I absolutely refuse." "Instead of that, why don't you bake cakes and open a cafe? That would be more typical of our class." "A cafe? That's too ordinary." "If it's about originality, then I definitely win." "Then, how about a cafe where Soma-san performs tricks? We could show off tricks like run around, and jumping through hoops of fire. I'd be working too hard." "Also, you'd be the only one happy with that kind of show." As Soma and Chicka engaged in their verbal duel, the classroom began to buzz. They seemed to be talking really friendly with each other. Have these two always been like this? And with Soma-san and Chicka, they had inadvertently gotten into their usual banter. Chicka, realizing this, sheepishly stuck out her tongue. May I have a moment?" Mickey, standing at the podium, offered a lifeline to the two of them. "Unfortunately, Chicka, another class has already applied to run a cafe. According to the rules of the cultural festival, it's prohibited for the same grade to have competing presentations. If you wanted to do a cafe, you should have applied earlier." That rule was probably to prevent feelings of superiority and inferiority within the same grade. If one side was bustling and the other side was deserted, the losing side would feel quite miserable. "Is that so? Then, how about crepes?" "That's what Class 7 is planning to do." Chicka, who had her cafe proposal rejected, suggested an alternative, but it was immediately rejected. It seemed that Chicka, who wanted to make Soma work by doing something sweet-related, crossed her arms and began to think while standing. "Then, how about this? Remember the rolled ice cream that was popular when we were kids? If we roll the ice cream and shape it like roses, it'll look good, and it's nostalgic, so I think it will be popular." "Surely no other class is doing that, right?" "Indeed. No other class has applied for that, but if you're going to make roll ice cream, we'll need a cold plate to freeze it, right? Can't we just rent one from somewhere? Chicka, just so you know, each class only has a budget of 20,000 yen. We're a public school, not a private one, so they don't give us that much money. I don't know if there's a place that rents out cold plates for roll ice cream, but do you think you can cover the rental fee for the plate, the cost of the ice cream ingredients, the containers for the ice cream, and the decorations for the classroom with just 20,000 yen? Whatever we make, it's either going to have to involve borrowing the home economics kitchen or bringing a hot plate or portable stove from home. After Mickey's dismissal, Chicka slumped back into her chair, disappointed. Maybe making a donation box is the best idea after all. I absolutely refuse. Let me think. Chicka vehemently shook her head to reject Soma's suggestion, groaning as she tried to come up with a better idea. Then, a student timidly raised a hand. Wakyui-san, please go ahead. Encouraged by Mickey, a petite girl with pudding-like hair began to speak. What about baby castella? Baby castella? You mean, the ones that are often sold at festival stalls? Mickey made a circular gesture with her finger. That's right. The typical offerings at cultural festivals include things like yakisoba and okonomiyaki, which use a griddle. Foods that use a hot plate. So, I thought, why not sweets made on a hot plate? We could bake baby castella on a hot plate, decorate it in a festive style, and maybe we could even serve customers while wearing yukatas. Wouldn't that be fun? Mickey pondered over Wakyui's suggestion. That might be a good idea. As Wakyui-san said, yakisoba and okonomiyaki are already taken because they're classics, but baby castella hasn't been claimed yet. It's very cultural festival-like, and it differentiates us from the others. After nodding at the decent idea, Mickey turned to Chicka. What do you think, Chicka? It's much better than a donation box. It's sweets, after all. Anyone else? If you have a different idea, please speak up now. Honestly, we're really cutting it close. Mickey looked around the classroom again, but everyone seemed to agree with Chicka, and no one raised any objections or alternative proposals. Then, it's decided that our class will run a baby castella shop. Let's see. The roles will roughly be divided into those who bake the baby castella and those who serve. Anyone who wants to bake, please recommend yourself to Ecchi. Those who want to serve, come to me. As Mickey said this, Wakyui raised her hand again. My family has a hot plate for making takoyaki. I've never made baby castella, but I've made takoyaki many times, so can I join the baking team? Then, Wakyui-san, how about you take charge of the baking team with Ecchi? Is that okay? Yeah, I brought up the idea after all. Wakyui nodded happily. Make sure to confirm with me too. Soma muttered as he watched the exchange between Mickey and Wakyui. It seemed he was naturally expected to take charge of baking the baby castella. Well, I'll do it. It was just like him. Once he smelled sweet, he'd want to make it even if he was told not to. Baby castella is a sweet made by pouring castella batter into a takoyaki pan and baking it into round shapes. They are also known as suzuyaki and are a staple at festival food stalls. However, Soma had never made baby castella before. This was because there was no takoyaki maker at the Ecchi household. Section. Wakyui, can I talk to you for a moment? After school, he called out to the pudding-haired girl who was about to leave. Hi Ecchi. What's up? Surprised by the unexpected call, she stopped in her tracks, the keychains and kin badges attached to her school bag clinking noisily. About the hot plate, could you bring it the day before the festival? I've never made baby castella before, and I'd be too nervous to do it for the first time during the festival, so I want to practice. Oh, that's what you need. Sure. That's fine. Then, how about all of us on the baking team practice making them together the day before? Sounds good. We should probably do that. As Soma nodded in agreement with Wakyui's suggestion, she hugged her bag tightly and smiled happily. Ecchi, let's do our best together at the cultural festival. You bet. As he watched Wakyui leave in high spirits, Shohei, who had overheard their conversation, approached. Soma, it's surprising that there's a sweet you haven't made before. There are plenty of sweets I haven't made. There are countless types of sweets in the world. To be honest, I haven't made castella either, not just baby castella. That's even more surprising. Castella is such a famous and classic sweet. That's because it's a type of Japanese confectionery, wagashi, not a Western sweet. Castella is a baked sweet that originated from the Nanban trade and was adapted by Edo period craftsmen using ingredients available in Japan to suit Japanese tastes. Although its roots are foreign, it is considered a true wagashi. For Soma, who aspires to be a patissier, it lies outside his area of focus. So, I'm actually having a bit of trouble. What kind of trouble? I want to taste commercially available baby castella before I actually make it, but I can't find any. Do you know any shops that sell baby castella, Shohei? You mean like an actual baby castella shop? I've never heard of such a thing. Figures. Ever since the decision was made to feature baby castella at the cultural festival, Soma had been searching on his smartphone during class, but he hadn't found a single store. There are food trucks that sell them, but their locations are inconveniently far away. They seem to open mostly at events or in supermarket parking lots. But Soma couldn't find any locations that were convenient for him. If it's a fixed store, I'd have to go all the way to Tokyo. I recognize your passion for sweets, Soma, but going to Tokyo just for baby castella seems a bit much. How about settling for castella? That's a last resort, but castella and baby castella are different sweets. Castella typically has sugar crystals at the bottom, while baby castella does not use them. More importantly, their shapes and the way they're baked are completely different. As Soma hummed in thought in front of Shohei, two girls returned to the classroom, chatting happily. Chicka, Saito, perfect timing. He beckoned Chicka and her friend, who had just finished cleaning, and asked them the same question. A baby castella shop? I've never heard of it. I don't know. I'm not interested, so I wouldn't know. Both girls shook their heads in unison. You guys don't know either? He was somewhat disappointed, especially since he had thought Chicka might know. Could it be that a takoyaki shop might offer them as a side menu item? It's possible, but I couldn't find any online. I see. Chicka's brow furrowed in sympathy with Soma's troubled expression. Isn't baby castella not that difficult to make? Maybe you don't need to go so far to research it. Mickey wasn't wrong to encourage him. After all, it's just an event for the cultural festival. There's no need to go all out. He understood that, but Soma still wanted to give it his all. It was just his nature. Should I compromise with a castella shop in the city, chase down a food truck, or maybe even make a trip to Tokyo? Each option has its pros and cons. As Soma pondered while fiddling with his smartphone, Chicka, who overheard the word Tokyo, began to jump up and down with sparkling eyes. Tokyo sounds great. I want to go too. I want to buy a Tokyo exclusive plush toy. Then Mickey also got excited and chimed in. A trip to Tokyo, just the two of you? What kind of manga-like event is that? I really want to see it. Can I come along too? Don't worry. I'll walk at a distance and make sure I never enter your field of vision. No. I'm not going. Even I wouldn't go to Tokyo just for baby castella. And don't just assume you can tag along. That's out of line in many ways. Trying to calm down the two excited girls was futile. They were not settling down at all. Come on. Let's go together. I'll introduce you to a cake shop owned by my father's acquaintance. That's right. Ecchi knows. You should definitely go. Cornered by the two girls who were getting carried away, Soma became flustered. Calm down, both of you. To go to Tokyo, we'd have to take the bullet train. I can't afford that kind of money. I was only joking about going to Tokyo. I never seriously considered it. Is that all the passion you have for sweets, Soma-san? Show some guts and courage. Besides, if we use the night bus instead of the bullet train, we can get there cheaply. Night bus? I've never been on one, so I want to try it. Shall we look it up right away? I said I'm not going. No matter what, I'm not going to Tokyo. As the two girls continued to push enthusiastically, Shohei, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. Soma, should I help you out now? Please. Desperate for help, his best friend deliberately cleared his throat to draw attention. Hey, I hate to break up the excitement, but we don't have to go to a specialty store. Why not just go to a festival? It's autumn now, and they're happening everywhere. A festival? At a festival, you'd find plenty of stalls selling baby castella. Baby castella is a staple food at festival stalls. Right, a festival. I hadn't thought of that. Because he had only been searching on his smartphone, he completely forgot about festival stalls, which obviously wouldn't show up in an online search. Relieved from the prospect of going to Tokyo, he started to feel a bit embarrassed. We're not going to Tokyo? I wanted to go with you, Soma-san. That's too bad. I wanted to track Chicka and Ecchi Nose's journey. Chicka let out a disappointed voice, and Mickey, looking frustrated, bit her nail and put away her smartphone. Shohei soothed the girls with a gentle smile. Tokyo is nice, but festivals are good too. Well, that's true, but there's the Ebisu festival coming up this weekend. How about the four of us here go together? He suggested this with a smile. In the city where Soma and his friends lived, a large autumn festival was held every November. Known as the Ebisu Festival, its origins were a festival to pray for a good harvest and prosperity in business to Ebisu, one of the 7 gods of fortune. However, today, such purposes are almost a mere formality, and the event has become simply walking down the main pedestrian street, teasing the stalls, heading to the Ebisu shrine, throwing in some money, and returning. Perhaps in the depths of the Ebisu shrine, a serious and sacred ceremony is being performed, but Soma didn't know, nor was he interested. For him, the festival was all about enjoying the atmosphere and browsing the stalls. It's been 2 years since I last went because I was studying for exams last year. It feels a bit nostalgic. It was past 6 o'clock, and the day had completely turned to night. In place of the sun, the lanterns lined up on both sides of the pedestrian street were lit up in red. The lights from the various stalls were also shining brightly, and it might even be brighter than during the day. The endless festival music flowing from the old speakers tied to the telephone poles, combined with the bright and festive atmosphere, filled the air as Soma waited with Shohei at the starting point of the pedestrian street for Chicka and Mickey to arrive. I made sure to go last year too. While watching the people walking towards the shrine, his best friend said with a bit of pride. Shohei, do you like festivals? Well, I like them quite a bit. Is that why you suggested we all go to the festival? When he had proposed such an idea during the baby castella conversation, it was honestly surprising. Normally, he would have said something like, why don't you and Satumi-san go together? Suggesting that the 4 of them, including Mickey and him, should go together was something he had never imagined. As he stared at him intently, Shohei showed a slightly troubled face and scratched his neck. Well, yes and no, I guess. He spoke as if he had something stuck in his teeth. What's that supposed to mean? I don't get it. Well, actually, just as he was about to say something, they were interrupted. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chicka arrived, waving her hand energetically. There are so many people. It's so lively and bustling. It's really exciting. Huh? Where's Saito? Mickey, who was supposed to come with her, was nowhere to be seen. Mickey-chan will be a little late. You managed to come here all by yourself. Everything okay? Chicka was a beauty the 10 out of 10 people would call beautiful. Walking alone in the festive mood, it wouldn't be strange if some unscrupulous folks tried to hit on her. Don't worry. When I showed them this, everyone quietly walked away. Chicka proudly showed a yellow egg-shaped object. You brought that nostalgic thing, huh? It was a personal alarm that she used to carry around every day when she was in elementary school. I managed to come to the meeting place while defending myself. That's great. Well done. Good. Very good. Soma then pats the head of his classmate, who puffs out her chest with pride. Are you making fun of me by any chance? Not at all. I think it's amazing that you managed to come here all by yourself in such a crowded place and even fended off any advances. I'm just surprised because you used a method I, as a high school student, would never have thought of. Yeah, that's some incredible creativity. I still feel like you're kind of making fun of me. As Soma continues to pat the sulking Chicka's head, Shohei, who seems to have made up his mind about something, steps in between us. Hey, I have a favor to ask you too. A favor? What might that be? Soma and Chicka both turn their attention to him. Could you guys create a situation where Saito-san and I can be alone together? I see, So that's why you suggested we all go to the festival. What do you mean by that? Soma catches on immediately, but Chicka, still not understanding, tilts her head with a question mark floating above it, leaving her aside for the moment. Got it. I'll keep it in mind, but you know that Saito is always glued to this girl. I can't promise that I'll be able to get you two alone. I know. I'm not asking you to force anything. I don't want to push it too far and end up really bummed out. Chicka, still not grasping the conversation, continued to alternate her gaze between the two boys. Hey, Chicka. While this is going on, Miki arrives. Saito-san, you're here. Shohei is the first to approach her. Soma started to follow but was stopped by Chicka grabbing his arm. What was that request from Kikuchi-san earlier? You really don't get it? I wouldn't be asking if I did. He paused for a moment, considering what to do. Chicka was too close to Miki, but Shohei's request required her cooperation. Don't tell Saito, okay? To Miki-chan? Yes, I understand. Make sure you keep it absolutely secret. If you break this promise, I'll give you a serious lecture for 3 hours. I'm not the kind of person who breaks promises lightly. After emphasizing this strongly, he explained why Shohei had made such a request. Shohei likes Saito. So, he wants to create an opportunity to be alone with her and close the distance between them. Exclamation mark. Chika's beautiful eyes widen in shock. This does it mean in a romantic sense? That's right. That's such a thing. As Soma nodded, her surprise grew, and her mouth opened and closed in shock. You look like a goldfish. Seeing a stall with goldfish scooping nearby, he couldn't help but make that comparison. Actually, Soma had faintly suspected that Shohei might have feelings for Miki. It started last month when Miki, who didn't know the address to Soma's house, asked Shohei to show her the way to the Echino's residence. As Miki said at the time, there was no need to go as far as giving directions. A simple screenshot of the map with a mark on it would have sufficed. Yet, Shohei chose the more troublesome method of guiding her himself. One might think that Shohei wanted to play with Soma or was after the sweets Soma was making. But that day Shohei didn't play a single fighting game with Soma, nor did he touch the souffle Soma made. If that's the case, there must be another reason. Could it have been? Looking back, he seemed to be having a great time playing fighting games with Miki. Well, shall we go then? With that, the now 4 friends began to slowly walk through the crowded pedestrian paradise. Soma, I know we're here for baby Castella, but it's okay to look at other stalls too, right? Of course. I want to have fun too. I'm pretty good at the ball scooping game. After nodding at Shohei, Soma turned to Chicka. Chicka, want to compete to see who can scoop more? I'll definitely win, though. Yes, sure. Chicka, still not quite over her surprise, gives a vague response, and Miki looks at her with concern. Chicka, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or maybe you're dizzy from the crowd? Don't push yourself. There are plenty of festivals, and if you're not feeling well, it's better to go home right away. Chicka quickly folded her arms and made a muscle-flexing pose in response. No, I'm really energetic. Just make sure you're not overdoing it, okay? Miki and Chicka naturally hold hands and walk together, looking like close sisters to anyone who doesn't know them. Separating these two? Impossible. Watching them from behind, he couldn't help but mutter that to himself. Look Chicka, there's cotton candy. I'll buy you some. Miki excitedly pulls her arm and leads Chicka to the cotton candy stall. Let's go with this cat character one. You used to love it when you were little, right? Miki-chan, you remember well. Well of course. It's about you, Chicka. After buying Chicka a pink cotton candy in a cat character bag, Miki immediately takes out her smartphone. Chicka, start eating it right away. I can't eat all this by myself. Miki-chan, let's eat it together. After taking a picture of Chicka eating cotton candy, what? Then let's take a picture together. There's no value in taking a picture of someone like me. Instead, we should focus on taking photos of you. As Chicka looked bewildered, Miki stuffed the fluffy cotton candy into her mouth and started snapping photos rapidly. Perfect. You're so cute. It's like you're holding a cloud and you look even more angelic than usual. Chicka, hold an even bigger cotton candy. The rapid shutter sounds echoed from Mickey's smartphone. Mickey-chan, don't tell me the whole purpose of coming to the festival today was this? Of course. Lately, some sweet idiot has been monopolizing you too much, Chicka. Today, I'm planning to snuggle with you to my heart's content. It's so healing to take cute pictures of cute Chicka. I'll keep shooting until my memory is full. Is that so? Chicka let out a dry laugh. There's candy apples over there. Chicka, let me take a picture of you biting into one. Having sweets one after another is a bit too much for me. That's true. How about a kebab then? Chicka, trying her best to eat a kebab sandwiched in bread with her small, cute mouth, is also super adorable and animal-like. With cotton candy still in hand, Chicka was dragged by Mickey to a kebab stall across the street. On the way, she glanced over at Soma. Chicka's eyes pleaded, "It's impossible to get Kikuchi-san and the Mickey-chan alone." Cute Chicka with her cheeks stuffed with meat is also great. Keep going. Keep eating. If only you were wearing a yukata, it would be perfect. Mickey-chan, it's November. If you walk around in a yukata at this time, you'll catch a cold. While watching Mickey, who was glued to Chicka as she chewed, it truly seemed impossible to separate the two. At least, Soma couldn't think of a way to pull them apart. Silently, he turned to look at the boy standing next to him. Shohei was smiling as he watched Mickey and Chicka. His face showed nothing but the emotion of fun. "Can't be helped, huh?" he muttered quietly to himself. It might be rude to Shohei, but Soma's primary goal was not to leave Shohei and Mickey alone but to sample baby castella. "Hey Chicka, once you're done with that, let's go get some baby castella." "Oh right, that's true. I'm going to eat so much today, I might get fat again." "Soma-san, if that happens, you're responsible for accompanying me on a run or to the pool, okay?" As Chicka let out an almost tearful voice, Mickey suddenly realized, "I totally forgot." Ecchi knows, what kind of swimsuit was Chicka wearing at the pool you went to before? I'm so curious, but she won't show me. Soma and Satumi-san even went on a pool date? I seriously don't understand why you guys aren't dating. It wasn't a date. That's right. It was a grueling training session. The four of them walked through the bustling festival crowd, searching for baby castella. The autumn festival was more crowded than imagined. If they got swept up in the flow, they would quickly scatter, and it didn't seem possible to conveniently split into two pairs. There's a baby castella stall over there. Just as he was thinking it would be difficult to comply with Shohei's request, Chicka spotted a stall with a yellow banner that had baby castella written in big red letters. "Excuse me, could I get a dozen, please?" "That'll be 300 yen." After exchanging 300 yen coins with the stall owner, Chicka received a warm paper bag and looked a bit smug. Yeah, good job. Now let's eat quickly." He praised her half-heartedly, and Chicka pouted, looking dissatisfied. "Soma-san, you are supposed to be my guardian, so I think you could praise me a bit more. At this point, buying stuff like this is a piece of cake for you, Chicka." "I'd know since I've been watching you grow up close. Here, open your mouth." Taking the paper bag from Chicka, he picked up a baby castella and fed it to her. Well, I guess it's something like this." After taking a bite, Chicka gave her opinion with a slightly troubled look. "What's with that unhelpful opinion?" "Put some effort into your tasting roll. I can't help it. It's just very ordinary. You'll understand if you try it, Soma-san. Here." He slowly chewed the round pastry that Chicka fed him. "It's ordinary." It was just as she said. It lacked any distinctive features. "That's a problem. This won't serve as a reference for the cultural festival." "Shall we try baby castella from another stand?" "That sounds good. Let's do that." They went to another stall and bought a bag for 400 yen. "Here, you open up too." They fed each other and continued sampling the taste. "This one has a strong honey scent. It's richer in sweetness and flavor, and it's delicious." "Yeah. This one is better." "I see, adding more honey is the way to go." "Huh?" He was about to rejoice at finding a reference point, but Chicka shook her head, negating that idea. "It's definitely tastier, but I think we should avoid using honey for our mock shop at the cultural festival." "Why is that?" He looked puzzled. And she held up 2 fingers to explain. There are 2 reasons. First, pure honey without any additives is expensive. In fact, this stool is more expensive than the previous one. I think it's not an ingredient we should use given the limited budget of the cultural festival. I see. The budget was definitely a critical factor. The second reason is that honey makes things burn more easily. Soma-san, since you're skilled at baking, it wouldn't be a problem for you. But you're not going to bake all the baby castella yourself, right? If we consider that beginners will also be baking, it's not advisable to unnecessarily raise the difficulty level. You're right about that too. I had been thinking about the cost and ease of preparation. Soma had planned to use pancake mix to make the baby castella. Using pancake mix would make it easy to prepare, ensure uniform taste, and be cheaper than buying flour, sugar, and baking soda separately. However, using just pancake mix would result in ball-shaped pancakes. He had wanted to add something to elevate the taste to the next level, which is why he wanted to sample commercial baby castella for hints. Honey seemed like a good idea though. It improves both the flavor and the smell. How about using vanilla essence? It enhances the aroma, and since you only need a small amount, it's cost-effective. Vanilla essence? But is that really appropriate for baby castella? There's no such thing as an absolute answer when it comes to sweets. If there were, we wouldn't see the creation of new confections. Well, you're right about that. Still, there might be other ways to maintain the characteristic baby castella flavor while keeping it delicious and affordable. Shall we sample from other stalls? Yeah, let's do that. Agreeing with Chicka's suggestion, they dived into the crowd of people to search for a third stall. I was skeptical about the vanilla essence earlier, but adding a nice fragrance might be a good twist. Walking through the festival like this, all the different aromas really stimulate your appetite. The savory smell of sauce, the sweet scent of candy, the buttery aroma of popcorn, the smoky fragrance of grilled meat, just walking by made their stomachs growl with hunger. Chicka nodded in agreement with Soma's opinion. Scent is an important element in confectionery. Just a good smell can make a confection seem many times more delicious. That's why there are ingredients used solely for adding fragrance. Vanilla essence is a prime example. It's incredibly bitter when tasted directly. True. Aside from vanilla essence, the first thing that comes to mind as a patissier would be cinnamon. Cinnamon has a strong impact, but it's a divisive scent among Japanese people, especially children. How about using liqueur? Minors can't buy that. It'd be fine if our teacher could run out and get it for us though. While feeding Chicka baby castella and pondering other options, she suddenly chuckled. What? Did I make a funny face? No, it's not that. I was just thinking how you seemed unenthusiastic when we decided on the event, but now you're taking it so seriously. When it comes to sweets, I can't afford to slack off. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to proudly say, my dream is to become a patissier in the future. That's very like you, Soma-san. It's a wonderful mindset. It makes me want to support you even more. Thanks. It's a bit embarrassing to be praised directly to his face. So, I have a suggestion. How about mixing matcha into the batter? It would give it a Japanese confectionery feel and improve the fragrance. If we add anko inside, it would be even better. Matcha sounds good, but anko might be too expensive. How about adding tea leaves like in a pound cake? In that case, we should lightly roast the tea leaves and then grind them in a mortar. That way, we won't have tea leaves hitting the tongue, and the fragrance will be enhanced. That's more work. I'm fine with it, but I wonder if the others on baking duty will do it without complaining. I still think we should focus on perfecting the plain flavor. Then we'll need to find something other than honey to bring out the essence of baby castella. While searching for the next baby castella to try, they continued their discussion. They were so focused on the debate that they completely forgot about Mickey and Shihai. Kikuchi, shall we go somewhere else? Huh? What's wrong? Why so surprised? No, it's just, I never imagined you would suggest that. Saito-san. And is it really okay? Soma and Saitumi-san are totally lovey-dovey. Don't you like watching that sort of thing? They're being serious, not lovey-dovey. We would just be in the way. I want them to talk seriously until they're satisfied. Well, I see. Since we're at the festival, let's enjoy the other stalls. Right. Let's do shooting. Let's make it a contest like the fighting game we played before. Challenging me to a shooting game? I'm not bragging, but I'm good at knocking down small items. Small prizes, not big ones? That's not really something to brag about. I prefer quantity over quality. As Mickey and Shohei left with such a conversation, Soma and Chicka didn't notice at all. It was only when Soma's phone rang that they realized the two were gone. I'm heading to the shrine first. A message with an anime character doing a victory pose, Banzai, was sent from Shohei. Soma looked around and said, "They're gone without us noticing." Miki-chan also sent a message saying let's meet at the shrine. Chicka, staring at her phone, hadn't noticed their absence until just now either. Do you think they went off together? Probably. The messages came at the same time. It wouldn't be strange to think that the two had discussed and sent the messages simultaneously, not wanting to worry Soma and Chicka. It looks like Shohei managed to handle things himself after all. It seems so. Relieved that the troublesome request had been resolved, they let out a sigh of relief. I wonder what kind of magic he used. How Shohei managed to take Mickey, who had declared she would be flirting with Chicka today, on a date was something to be asked later. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Soma asked Chicka, "What should we do now?" "I guess we've had enough baby castella tasting for now." They visited 3 stalls and had a meaningful discussion. It was fair to say they had achieved their goal for the day. They could head straight to Ebisu Shrine to wait for Shohei and Mickey, but if they hurried, they might catch up with them. Since we're here, let's have some fun. They had only eaten baby castella since arriving at the festival. They wanted to check out other stalls too. Let's compete in a ball scooping game. As they started looking for a ball scooping stall, Chicka tugged on his sleeve hesitantly. Would it be bad to sneak a peek at Miki-chan and Kikuchi-san? What? You want to spy on their date? That's in poor taste. That's true. But Soma showed reluctance, but Chicka didn't let go of his sleeve. I'm against it. We might get caught. We shouldn't do something that could interfere with them. It was the alone time with Mickey that Shohei had asked for help to achieve. He didn't want to do anything that could spoil his best friend's happiness. You're not worried that Shohei will do something strange, are you? If so, that's an insult to him. He might seem frivolous, but he's actually a good guy. He would never do anything disrespectful to a woman he likes. Soma glared lightly, and Chicka waved her hands in denial. No, that's not it. I don't think Kikuchi-san is dangerous. It's not that. I just want to learn, or something like that. Learn? I've never really been involved in anything like romance or love affairs. I figured as much. He nods without missing a beat. Anyone who watches her on a daily basis would understand that. In an environment where she is firmly surrounded and pampered by girls like Mickey, there's no room for a guy to get close, not even a millimeter. If it's been like this from elementary school to high school, it's no wonder Chicka never had a chance to develop romantic feelings for someone. That's why, even when I hear about someone in class confessing or starting to date, I'm just like, oh, is that so? It felt like watching a romance in a drama or celebrity gossip news. I wasn't interested at all. It'd probably be due to your environment, Chicka. Soma nods in agreement, and Chicka looks in the direction of the Ebisu Shrine, where Mickey probably went. I seriously thought romance was something irrelevant to a child like me, but now, a boy who says he likes my best friend Mickey-chan has appeared. This is a huge surprise to me, something I never even imagined. And at the same time, I realized something. I thought, so, love is actually something that can appear quite close. What she thought was an event on the other side of the TV screen suddenly felt within reach, close enough to touch. It's not unreasonable for her to be surprised and confused. So I've become curious. What is romance really like? What does it mean to like someone? I wonder what kind of face Kikuchi-san makes at Mickey-chan. And how does Mickey-chan respond to him? Such questions came to mind. So it's not just a nosy curiosity. That's not it. Of course, even if it's not for nosy reasons, it doesn't mean it's okay to secretly watch them. He ponders what to do. It's not something to be praised for. If caught, he would be scolded by both Shohei and Mickey. Moreover, their peeking could expose Shohei's feelings for Mickey. If that happened, no amount of apologies would ever be enough for Shohei. Frankly, he's not keen on the idea. Soma sighs softly before reluctantly speaking. All right. Just for a little bit. Also, when we meet up with them, let's treat them to takoyaki or something. I'll chip in for half. Okay, understood. Chicka offers this after serious consideration. Looking at her face, he just couldn't bring himself to refuse. Section. Shohei and Mickey were easy to find. They seemed to have been peeking into various stalls and hadn't moved far ahead. They were competing at a shooting stall, taking turns shooting cork guns side by side. Don't get too close, or we'll be spotted. To minimize the chance of being noticed, they pretend to look at prizes at a lottery stall 2 stalls down while keeping an eye on the situation. Mickey seems to have won a prize, receiving a box of sweets from the stall owner, which she proudly shows off to Shohei. He claps and praises her. At a glance, they seem to have a pretty good atmosphere. By the way, has Saito said anything about Shohei? No. While pretending to look at a faded plastic model box, he asks, and Chicka, pretending to look at a stuffed animal prize, immediately shakes her head. Kikuchi-san has never been a topic of discussion between us. Maybe we talked a little about him on the way back from visiting Soma-san's house last month, but I don't remember well. Well, that's probably about it. As far as Soma knows, Shohei and Mickey have never been deeply involved. The most interaction they had was when they crashed at Soma's place. However, from what I see of Mickey-chan now, I don't think she dislikes him. Mickey-chan's likes and dislikes are quite apparent in her behavior. That's clear from how she treats you and me differently. She shows a doting expression to the adorable Chicka, but she gives cold eyes to Soma, who steals her best friend's time. It's so blatant that even a fool would understand she doesn't like him. As he makes a bitter face, Chicka laughs a bit mischievously. Just so you know, Mickey-chan actually thinks quite highly of you, Soma-san. She says it's rare these days to find someone who charges ahead shamelessly and without concern for others' opinions, focused on what they like and their goals. Is that supposed to be a compliment? While Soma and Chicka talk, Mickey and Shohei finish their shooting game and start moving. They buy a serving of fried potatoes to share and walk slowly towards the shrine, chatting and smiling the whole time. They look like they're having fun, especially Kikuchi-san. As they follow the two from a safe distance, blending into the crowd, Chicka mutters, "There's no one who wouldn't enjoy being alone with the person they like." That's true. She nods once and turns her face toward him. I wonder why Kikuchi-san fell for Mickey-chan? It's a perfectly reasonable question, but Soma is at a loss when it's directed at him. Maybe there was some kind of trigger? He answers vaguely. A trigger, huh? Isn't there usually something that triggers you to start liking someone? It's a vague answer, but Chicka nods as if she's impressed. I see. Kikuchi-san had some trigger that made him fall for Mickey-chan, and that's how his romance began. As she looks back at the two, Chicka murmurs with a hint of loneliness, "I don't understand romance at all, so I can't comprehend their feelings right now." Walking side by side with someone you like. I wonder what Kikuchi-san is thinking. Does Mickey-chan realize his feelings for her? They seem so grown-up and distant to me. Her words carry a touch of longing and a faint frustration. He should probably say something, but Soma himself has virtually zero experience in love. Lacking any words of wisdom to offer, he can only gaze at her profile. Eventually, her expression brightens as if she's come to a resolution. "Shall we go? Are you sure?" "Yes, that's enough. If we keep tailing them and get caught, we might ruin everything. How about we go get some yakisoba?" Yakisoba sounds good. He had been eating sweet baby castella and was craving something with a savory flavor. "Excuse me, could I get one yakisoba, please?" As Mickey and Shohei continue to enjoy the stalls on the opposite way, Chicka buys just one pack of yakisoba. "Shall we eat while walking? It's only during festivals that we can do something so ill-mannered, right? I feel like you do that when you buy a meat bun at the convenience store too." "But sure, let's go. Just watch your step." "Yes." Chicka nodded energetically, picked up some yakisoba noodles with her chopsticks, and naturally brought them towards Soma's mouth. "Here, say R." The savory aroma of the sauce tickled Soma's nose. "Ah." He obediently opened his mouth and let Chicka feed him the yakisoba. The noodles, grilled on the iron plate, were perfectly dehydrated, a cut above the yakisoba one might make at home. The slightly burnt sauce added to the flavor, making it more delicious. It's good." "My turn now." As Soma nodded in satisfaction, Chicka naturally passed the chopsticks back to him. Then, flapping her hands, she opened her mouth like a little bird begging for food. "Here, ah." Passers-by looked on as if they were witnessing something incredible, but without any concern for that, Soma casually fed Chicka. "Yeah, it's delicious." "There's something special about eating at festival stalls. And don't forget the beach houses. Sometimes I crave their watery curry and overly salty ramen." "Can't we get something similar at our school cafeteria?" "Don't compare it to our school cafeteria. That's an insult to the beach houses." "From what I hear, they sound pretty similar." "Maybe I'll have to go to the beach and compare next summer." "Yeah, go with your family and try it out." "What are you talking about, Soma-san?" "You're coming too. You promised to go together next time, remember?" Me going to the beach with the Satumi family?" "That might be a bit much." While they talked, they took turns feeding each other, and the pack of yakisoba quickly disappeared. As they finished eating and pondered where to go next, Chicka suddenly asked as if she had just remembered something. "By the way, Soma-san, have you ever been in love?" PFFTW? It was a complete surprise. He was so shocked that he almost spat out the yakisoba in his mouth. "Me? I thought I'd ask while we're at it." Her tone was casual as if making small talk, but her eyes held a strange glint that was a little frightening. "Well, He hadn't expected the conversation to turn to romance, especially not his own. After a moment's hesitation, he decided there was nothing to hide and chose to be honest. He swallowed the yakisoba in his mouth before speaking. "Maybe." What kind of vague answer is that? Thinking he was trying to evade the question, Chicka glared at him with a reproachful look. So he hurriedly waved his hands in defense. "No, really, that's the truth. I don't remember it well." He thinks he had a first love when he was young. A faint, bittersweet ache that seems to still breathe faintly in the depths of his heart. But he can't remember when that ache began, or who the other person was, or why it ended no matter how hard he tries. He feels heartless for forgetting, but it might be a side effect of focusing too much on making sweets. Besides, I was too young to be aware of it at the time. Looking back, I probably did have someone I liked. It was such a faint and fleeting feeling of love. Yet, beyond the hazy memories, he feels like he can see a little girl smiling. He feels like he made a promise to see her smile again. Her existence seems to shape who he is today. Chicka let out a sound of mild disinterest after hearing Soma's story. "Sorry I couldn't give you the kind of story you were hoping for." "No, it's not that. I was just thinking that you have already experienced your first love, Soma-san." "What? You wanted a comrade who's never been in love?" He gave her a puzzled look, and she shook her head in denial. "Soma-san, I was just thinking it would have been nice if I had been your first love." "What?" His heart skipped a beat. "She wished she had been the one I fell in love with first." Why would she wish for such a thing? Why would she say that? Could it be that she, amidst the festival's bustle, their gazes locked as his heartbeat quickened? Then, the brown-haired girl showed a mischievously charming smile. "Because if that were the case, Soma-san would never forget about me. Isn't a first love something special to everyone?" So that's what she meant. Understanding Chicka's true intention, he felt the tension leave his body. He had panicked for nothing. After all, she's the one who claims not to understand romance. It's unlikely she would harbor romantic feelings for him. It was clear upon calm reflection. While secretly calming his heart, he responded to Chicka, who was looking up at him with a smile. "I just said my memory of my first love is hazy. Even if it were you, I might forget you." "Ah, right. That's true. Maybe first love isn't all that significant after all." She furrowed her brow and pondered seriously, so he patted her on the shoulder. "Well, I think I'll remember you for the rest of my life, so don't worry." "Really? Am I such an amazing presence for you?" When Soma confirmed it, Chicka's face lit up with excitement. "There's no one in my life as mean-spirited and sadistic as you. Even if I wanted to forget, I couldn't." "Mean-spirited?" "Wait a minute. Isn't that going a bit too far? Shouldn't it be more like mischievous or playful?" "What are you talking about? Those tepid words couldn't possibly cover it." "Don't say it with such a serious face. That makes me sound like a genuine terrible sadist. Anyone who looks at you can tell you're a genuine terrible sadist." Soma-san, while watching Chicka begin to fume with anger, he finished off the remaining yakisoba and tossed the empty pack into a nearby temporary trash can. "All right. Now that we're full, let's have some fun. How about a competition at the ball scooping game?" "Please wait a moment. I still have things I want to say." "A competition?" Upon hearing the word challenge, Chicka's complaints came to an abrupt halt. "I've never competed with friends at a festival game stall before. I've always been either watched over by Mickey-chan and the others or had them play in my place. Then let's give it a try." "The loser has to treat the winner to grilled corn." "A penalty game too? That sounds wonderful." "I accept your challenge. Let's go, let's go." With her mood improved, Chicka pulled me by the arm towards the ball scooping stall. The ball scooping challenge ended in a resounding victory for Soma. To be honest, it was an anticipated victory. For some reason, he has always been good at ball scooping since he was young, and he has never lost a ball scooping challenge. He gloated while showing off the extra-large super ball he won as a prize. "Take that." "Ah, this feels so good." "Chicka, seeing the defeated look on your face is the best. Now pay up and treat me." "Offer up the grilled corn to me." As he let out a hearty laugh, Chicka stomped her feet in frustration. "It's so frustrating. Losing to Soma-san makes me incredibly upset. This means war next year. I'll train for a whole year, and I'll definitely get my revenge at next year's festival. If you're willing to bet something more expensive next year, I'll accept your rematch." "Very well. Then next year, we'll bet on Wagyu beefsteak skewers." "I won't lose," she declared war while pointing decisively at a stall where price tags of 2,000 or 3,000 yen hung as if it were a matter of course. "I'll make sure to crush you completely then. I'll definitely make you buy me those steak skewers, Soma-san." After tasting the humiliation of being made to buy grilled corn, Chicka began to write in next year's schedule on her smartphone's calendar app. It seems that attending next year's festival with her was already a done deal for Soma. Section. The festival came to an end. The festival music that had been playing through the speakers stopped, and the light from the lanterns began to fade. The stalls lining the street were either selling off their leftovers or starting to pack up. The pedestrian paradise that had been swarming with visitors was now as empty as a deflated balloon. It was more fun than I thought. While watching the departing crowd, Mickey muttered with a hint of reluctance. "I came intending to keep an eye on Chicka and Yakino's, but I ended up fully enjoying the festival atmosphere." Festivals really are wonderful, aren't they? The four of us, who had safely met up at the shrine, enjoyed various stalls. We ate frankfurters and grilled squid and had fun with goldfish scooping and ring tossing. I had come for the baby castella, but I had a great time too. I had been to festivals several times before, but I always felt like a guest since my companions would buy things for me or play games for me. However, today, for the first time, I felt like I truly experienced the festival by buying things myself and competing on equal footing. I wouldn't say it to Soma because he'd make a weird face, but treating someone to something after losing a challenge was a new and interesting experience. Soma, who had scooped up 100 balls in the ball scooping game and won the giant super ball, was bouncing the super ball around and looked quite pleased with himself. "Did you have fun, Soma-san?" "Of course. I learned a lot about baby castella at some playground. Couldn't have enjoyed it more." Hearing him say that made me happy. Knowing that the time spent with me was meaningful and fun for him made me feel truly glad to be together. I had a lot of fun too, but there was something on my mind. Casually, I shifted my gaze from Soma to another boy. He was talking to Mickey with a slightly nervous expression. "Saito-san, it's good that you enjoyed yourself. I'm happy we could all play together. After all, last time at Soma's house, Soma and Chicka were just studying." "Oh, You mean last month? That's right. Back then, Chicka and Diakino's were just flirting under the pretense of studying. So they didn't play with us at all. I see. Kikuchi suggested going to the festival with the four of us because of that. I was wondering why it was such an odd combination. Yeah. Well, that's right. Mickey nodded in understanding, and Shihai smiled awkwardly. So, how about the four of us go bowling next time? Even a romance novice like me could tell that this suggestion took a lot of courage from him. Bowling? Come to think of it, it's been a while. What do you think, Chicka? Me? I was surprised to be suddenly brought into the conversation. As Mickey's best friend, I didn't necessarily hope that Shihai and Mickey would get together, nor did I wish they wouldn't. That was for Mickey to decide. However, I did think that I shouldn't do anything that would hinder Shohei's love interests. I don't mind at all. As Chicka nodded hastily, Mickey looked at her friend for a moment before slowly nodding as well. That might be a good idea. Then, let's plan it for another time. Hearing this, Shohei's face lit up with a smile. I didn't know much about Shohei. We had only spoken a few times, but I could tell that the smile he showed at that moment was one of his brightest. Well, shall we head home now? Soma, who had grabbed the Super Ball, suggested this, signaling it was time to disperse. Yes, it's getting late. Shall we head home, Chicka? As if it were the most natural thing, Mickey suggested going home together. Since we lived in the same direction, it wasn't strange for her to suggest it, but I felt a bit troubled. The unease that had formed in my heart today hadn't yet cleared. Kikuchi-san, would you mind walking part of the way home with me? Me? The suggestion surprised not only Kikuchi but also Soma and Mickey. It was to be expected. It was the least likely pairing. I myself knew that this suggestion was quite forceful and contrived. But I really wanted to talk to Kikuchi-san, if possible, today. The air turned strange with the unexpected proposal, especially Mickey, who looked at Chicka and Shohei with suspicion. What should I do? Was it too much after all? But I really wanted to talk to Kikuchi-san. As Chicka began to panic, Soma, sensing her intentions, threw her a lifeline. Saito, I also have something to talk to you about. I don't have anything to talk to you about. Just be quiet and listen. Vice President of the Student Council. You see, about the budget for the cultural festival, we need to increase the funds for the baby castella ingredients. I went around the baby castella stalls today, and I realized that what we have now is nowhere near enough. Without good ingredients, we can't make good sweets. Don't be ridiculous. I've told you, the budget is 20,000 yen per class. From that amount, we have to cover not just the cost of ingredients, but also containers and decorations, right? We can't just funnel all the money into baby castella. Even if the presentation looks good, it's meaningless if the product itself is subpar. You know our concept is a festival, right? Skimping on decoration costs is out of the question. It seemed that Mickey had successfully captured Soma's interest. As they began a heated debate, shall we head back now? Yes. Is it okay if we go as far as the station? That's fine. Please lead the way. Leaving Mickey and Soma to continue their discussion about the budget, Chicka started walking with Shohei. This was the first time she had walked shoulder to shoulder with a boy other than Soma. She felt a little nervous. So, what do you want to ask me? It's about Saito-san, right? As they walked, Shohei preemptively asked. You can tell? Well, yeah. Saitumi-san, you and I hardly have any contact. I knew it as soon as you suggested we walk home together. I'm sorry, I realize I was being a bit forceful, but there's something I really want to know. What do you want to know? I'll ask you straight out. Kikuchi-san, why did you come to like Mickey-chan? That's really direct. Shohei chuckled with a wry smile. Why do you want to know? If I give you a reason you don't accept, are you going to say I don't deserve to like your best friend? His smile contained a hint of caution. Chicka hurriedly shook her head vigorously to deny that. No, that's not it at all. It's up to Mickey-chan to decide that. I was simply curious about what it means to like someone. Things like that. Chicka didn't quite understand romance. She thought of love as something like a fairy tale from a distant land, something unrelated to herself. But recently, She had begun to harbor certain doubts about love. She had pondered over this question alone for a long time but had been unable to find an answer. At that moment, Shohei, who was in love, appeared. She thought this might be a clue to resolving her doubts. As Chicka looked at him earnestly, Shohei pondered for a moment before offering his own answer. I guess it's because she's completely different from me. Different? Chicka tilted her head, not quite understanding, and Shohei continued, scratching his cheek as if embarrassed to put his feelings into words. You see, Saito-san isn't just smart. She has the leadership to bring everyone together, and she uses that ability properly. The cultural festival is a good example. Saito-san is coordinating it, but really, that's not really her job. That should be the responsibility of the class president or the cultural festival committee. But Saito-san took the initiative to do it without being asked by anyone because she knew she was the most suited for it. Understanding one's abilities and using them for the benefit of everyone is not something everyone can do. I think that's really amazing. I also think that aspect of Miki-chan is incredible. Indeed, that was one of Miki's strengths. If she judged that a task was suited to her, no matter how troublesome or complicated it was, she would take it on without a single complaint. That's why, even as a first year, she was serving as the vice president of the student council, and in her class, she was always ready to take on the role of coordinator. That's something I could never do. I may not look it, but I'm a selfish person. I can hardly move unless there's something in it for me. Plus, I don't have the ability to coordinate like that. So, did you come to like Miki-chan because she has something you don't? Maybe that was the initial trigger. From there, I started to notice how cool she was, how beautiful, how stylish. So, does that mean I might be in love with Soma-san as a man? Huh? What do you mean? As Shohei spoke, Chicka asked, overlaying her question on his words, and he looked puzzled. Gazing directly at Shohei's face, Chicka blurted out all at once, I like Soma-san, but I don't know what kind of like it is. What kind of like is this like? I see. So that's what you really wanted to know. Understanding Chicka's true intentions, Shohei smiled. What kind of like did she have for Soma? That was the question that had been troubling Chicka's mind recently. Many people said that Chicka and Soma are always so lovey-dovey. Miki often said it. Her parents said it. And even strangers had mentioned it. Objectively, she might be doing things that would make it seem that way. Sticking close, teasing each other, feeding each other. These actions are typically those of a couple. So, does she like Soma as a member of the opposite sex? That question naturally came to her mind. Saitumi Chicka definitely likes Yakino's Soma, that is indisputable. However, Chicka, who had never before delved into romance, did not understand what kind of like it was. Is it different from the like she has for Miki-chan? How does it differ from the like she feels for her mother and father? She likes her classmates. And she loves Moko, the pure white dog owned by Suzuki-san in the neighborhood. How is the like she feels for Soma-san different from all these? These questions had always been nagging at her like a splinter in her heart. But now, Shohei provided an answer. The reason he came to like Miki and the feelings she had for Soma were very similar. Chicka also thought Soma was amazing for having something she didn't. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange to conclude that she likes Soma as a member of the opposite sex. Having found an answer to the problem that had been secretly troubling her for so long, she felt a sense of clarity, as if the fog in her heart had lifted. Kikuchi-san, thank you. Thanks to you, I understand what my feelings really are. Wait, that's jumping to conclusions too quickly. It's not good to make snap judgments about your emotions. As Chicka was about to bow her head, Shohei hurriedly stopped her. But, I think my feelings are very similar to Kikuchi-san's. That might be so, but love is different for everyone, okay? Plus, you and I are different people. Just because it was that way for me doesn't mean you should apply it to yourself. That's too reckless. That is. Clouds of doubt began to gather again in her heart, which had just cleared up. When I had a crush in junior high school, it was almost love at first sight. I have a friend who started dating because they got into an argument over who spotted a game console first to win a figure. Another friend was confessed to by his friend's older sister while hanging out at their house. All of these reasons might seem strange to you, Saitumi-san, But that's just how people are. There are countless reasons to like someone. Shared interests, getting along well, or just a feeling. The most important thing is whether you have a moment when you think, ah, I love this person. Have you ever felt that way about Soma? Chicka silently shook her head in response to Shohei's question. Then, I think you shouldn't rush to find an answer. What you say makes sense, Kikichi-san. But that was precisely why she felt pathetic for not even understanding her own feelings. I feel sorry for Soma-san. I don't really understand what I think of him. I mean, it's strange, isn't it, to be this close and nothing more. You don't often see men and women being just friends like this. Well, only in the world of manga, probably. That's why I wonder if it's okay to keep interacting with Soma-san with these ambiguous feelings. There's no need to rush at all. In the darkness of the night, Shohei smiled brightly, trying to cheer her up. Say to me-san, if you just stay true to yourself when you're with Soma, that should be fine. If you keep doing that, you'll definitely find the answer someday. Is it really okay to take it so easy? I think it's fine. At least, Soma is someone who will stick with you through such things. I hope that's the case. Can such a childish me ever find the answer? Chicka trusted Soma but didn't trust herself. Chapter 3, Distressed Pudding. As soon as the bell signaling the end of the fourth period rang, Soma was ready to dash out of the classroom. Ecchi knows. Do you have a moment? However, his escape was thwarted by Wakyui, who stood in front of the doorway. What is it? I was about to go grab some food. Soma, who had planned to escape and have lunch off school as usual, frowned and shuffled his feet impatiently, but Wakyui continued without concern. Hey, about the hot plates for baking baby castella. I've secured one from my place and one from Otsuka's house. Will these two be enough? As soon as he realized the conversation was about baby castella, Soma's feet came to a halt. How many can each hot plate bake at a time? Let's see, mine can bake 24, 4 by 6. I'm not sure about Otsuka's. While gazing at Wakyui's pudding-like hair, Soma hummed thoughtfully. Assuming Otsuka's is the same, that's 48 in total. We plan to sell 8 for 100 yen, right? So that means we can only serve 6 people at a time. Isn't that a bit too few? We could just make some in advance. We're not doing that. Soma immediately rejected Wakyui's suggestion. Stuff like this is best freshly made and freshly baked. I don't want to serve our customers something that's been sitting around. For example, how would you feel if you went to a burger shop and they served you soggy fries? That would totally suck. Recalling such an experience, she showed a disappointed face. Right? We can't afford the best ingredients due to our budget. So at the very least, I want to offer them freshly baked goods. That way, the customers will smile. He wanted to see people smile from eating the sweets he made. It was a naive goal indeed, but Soma was convinced that this goal was the foundation of his aspiration to become a patissier. Wakyui looked at him intently, her voice a mix of surprise and admiration. Just so you know, I'm not forcing this rule on you, Wakyui, or anyone else. It's something I've decided on my own. So I'll make sure to stick by the hot plates and bake as much as possible. But then you won't get to enjoy the cultural festival. Ecchi knows. Wakyui looked genuinely sad for him, but Soma just shrugged it off as if it were nothing. Running a booth is one way to enjoy the cultural festival. Of course, he was interested in the other classes' exhibits and booths, and he would like to visit them if he could. But when it came to compromising his principles to do so, it wasn't worth it to him. When he told her it's not something for you to worry about, Wakyui smiled happily for some reason. It's really cool how straightforward you are. Is that so? No, maybe cool is overstating it. You're just a sweet idiot. Hey, if you're going to compliment me, stick with it to the end. He was quickly brought down after being lifted up. He showed an exaggerated look of dejection, and Wakyui laughed cheerfully, patting him on the back. Kidding. I'm just joking. I really think you're amazing. Ecchi knows. So please stay the way you are. I was planning to, without you saying so. As long as his dream of becoming a patissier didn't disappear, Soma was confident he would continue to be himself. Anyway, back to the topic. I don't think you need to be glued to the hot plate all day. Ecchi knows. Everyone volunteered to be on the baking team because they wanted to bake. Also, if 2 hot plates aren't enough, I'll try to find someone else who can bring one more. You're going to look for another hot plate, Wakui? In exchange, I'll leave the baby castella batter making entirely to you. Ecchi knows. Got it. Leave that to me. They nodded and then confirmed a few things about the cultural festival's booths. All right. I guess that's it for now. If anything comes up or if you have any questions, just let me know, okay? Wakui, you're more motivated than I thought. She looked pleased as she quickly typed notes into her smartphone. Is that so? I thought you weren't interested in school events like the orientation at the beginning of the first term. Don't lump that with the cultural festival. Well, that orientation has its own memorable moments for me. That event? As far as Soma remembered, it was just a boring event where they wandered around the school. Wakui blushed for some reason as he looked puzzled. The orientation doesn't matter right now. Anyway, Ecchi knows. Do your best at the cultural festival. Got it. Got it. See you. Remembering his hunger, he quickly headed for the back gate section. Soma-san, you're late. Chicka, who had already climbed over the blue-colored iron gate, puffed her cheeks and placed her hands on her hips. Sorry. Wakui caught me on the way out. He apologized while climbing over the back gate. Wakui-san, come to think of it, she has been talking a lot with you lately. Well, maybe so. They chatted as they headed towards the shopping district. Today, at Chicka's request, they planned to eat at a local Chinese restaurant. She wanted to try a small, family-owned Chinese place but was intimidated by the idea of walking into a shop that seemed to cater only to regulars. So, she asked him to come along. They aimed for a slightly dingy and old-fashioned Chinese restaurant they had visited a few times before. I became responsible for baking baby castella with Wakui, so we've had more to talk about. Wakui-san was the one who came up with the baby castella idea. Will the two of you be baking them together on the day of the festival? Not just the two of us, but yeah, we'll probably be at the center of it. I also wanted to try baking baby castella. Chicka looked a little disappointed. You're the star of the customer service team. When Angel of Peace was assigned to customer service, the class was thrilled, saying it would guarantee a full house. Regardless of her own wishes, Chicka was appointed to the customer service team. I'm looking forward to customer service since I've never done it before, but I wanted to bake baby castella with you, Soma-san. No way, that's impossible. Why? I think I could bake baby castella if I practiced. It's not about that. If you stand next to me, you'll definitely start teasing me, right? That. I might end up wanting to do that. If that happens, everyone will realize our cooperative relationship, and it's bound to cause a commotion. You said the other day that it wouldn't matter if people found out, but it would be bad during the cultural festival. Most likely, everyone's interest would shift from the festival to Chicka's scandal. That would be a bit troublesome. Perhaps imagining her classmates surrounding her instead of the customers at the cultural festival, Chicka frowned in concern and let out a sigh of resignation. It can't be helped. At least until the cultural festival, it seems better to keep it a secret as we have been. I think so too. For Soma, who had decided to seriously bake baby castella, the last thing he wanted was any extra commotion. As a substitute, could I have your time for a whole day next Sunday? I apologize, but no taste test. I want to follow a schedule I've put together from start to finish. As the faded Norin of the Chinese restaurant came into view, Chicka made such a proposal with her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. That's fine. Do you want to go on a trip or something? To Soma's question, she shook her head no and then flashed a mischievous smile. I want you to go on a date with me. Section Date. It generally refers to the time spent together by a couple in a romantic relationship. To put it grandly, it's an event to deeply understand each other and confirm their affection by sharing time. Yet, here were two people who were not lovers doing just that. It's contradictory. Nevertheless, Soma had a rough idea of Chicka's intentions. The fact that Shahai had feelings for Mickey seemed to have been quite a shock to her. It wasn't surprising that she became interested in romance and dating and wanted to have a simulated date experience with Soma. Well, it'll probably end up with us just wandering around town as usual. Muttering to himself as if to remind himself, he headed towards the meeting place in front of the station. He had no illusions that it would be a normal date because, after all, both of them had zero experience in love. Soma-san, over here. Chicka, who had arrived first, waved her hands vigorously when she spotted Soma. Sorry, did you wait long? No, not at all. I just got here myself. Good then. While trying to appear calm, Soma's heartbeat was actually accelerating. It was because Chicka, all dressed up, looked incredibly cute. She wore a vivid sky blue long skirt that accentuated her figure, apparently called a mermaid skirt, and a white blouse topped with a light blue cardigan to match. A small camel-colored bag slung over her shoulder added a nice touch of color. She didn't have the mature atmosphere she had when he first accompanied her shopping. However, there was a charming cuteness about her, as if a refined young lady had tried her best for a date, making him realize anew the attractiveness of Chicka that he hadn't noticed before. Is something wrong? When he stared at her in a daze, Chicka tilted her head in wonder. Did you pick out that outfit yourself? This? Yes, of course, she affirmed while pinching the hem of her skirt with a slightly proud gesture. I tried to choose something that seemed appropriate for a date. How is it? Date? The casually spoken word made his heart skip a beat. Right. He was on a date with Chicka today. He had been taking it lightly until now, but that word made him intensely aware of it. It suits you. I think it's very cute. Perhaps because of that, such words came out naturally. Then, Chicka's face turned bright red. Really? Yeah, it's very date-like and I think it's great. Thank you. I didn't expect to be praised like that by you, Soma-san, so I'm a bit surprised, but I'm very happy. The girl, blushing and giggling shyly, looked even cuter. In the midst of the bustling holiday station, the two of them blushed and gazed at each other. An awkward and bittersweet atmosphere flowed between them. Those two look so fresh. Is it their first date? They're cute. A pair of female college students passing by giggled at them. Triggered by that, the two of them laughed together, and their tension eased a bit. All right, shall we go? Yes. Please take care of me today. Saying this, Chicka entwined her arm with Soma's. Hey, when their arms were linked, their bodies naturally came close together. Isn't this what you're supposed to do on a date? That may be true, but isn't this going a bit too far? The sensation of her cardigan-wrapped form was transmitted to him. Whether Chicka noticed it or not, she chuckled happily. It's a date, so it's fine, right? Come on, let's go. Holding onto the linked arms tightly so as not to let go, Chicka started walking. Inevitably, Soma also started walking in step with her. It's hard to walk like this. After walking about 10 meters, Chicka murmured her thoughts. When we're this close together, we really have to match our pace or we might trip. It's almost like a three-legged race. Then let's stop doing it. No, today we're going all out on date-like activities. What's with that determination? Though he tried to persuade her to stop linking arms, Chicka firmly refused to listen. Somehow, this feels like it might be more exhausting than the time at the pool. As Soma struggled to match Chicka's stride, he couldn't help but think like that. The destination for the pair was the Science Museum. Our goal is the planetarium on the top floor, Chicka said, pointing upwards. A planetarium? That brings back memories, he muttered absent-mindedly while lining up at the ticket counter. Before arriving, he had skeptically wondered if there were actually any visitors to planetariums, but contrary to his expectations, there was a steady stream of couples and families queuing up to buy tickets. I think the last time I came here was on a school field trip in elementary school. I think it's the same for me. Huh? Didn't you choose this place because you're interested in stars and planetariums? No, I'm not particularly interested. I'm not good at earth science. I chose this place because it was on the list of recommended date spots that Mickey-chan gave me. That's your reason? Yes, after all, we've pretty much been to all the other date spots. When Soma was taken aback, Chicka puffed out her cheeks in protest. The classics for a date would be shopping, dining, karaoke, picnics, sports, and so on. Soma and Chicka had done all of those. I wanted our first date to be at a new place. Can you stop repeating the word date? It's making me embarrassed. That's exactly why I'm saying it. While pleading with a pout, Chicka pressed her body against him and flashed a mischievous smile. Isn't it weird to make your date embarrassed? That's one thing. This is another. That's too sneaky. While they were talking, it was their turn to buy tickets. I'd like one pair seat, please. Soma was surprised by Chicka's words as she took out her wallet. Pair? Wait a minute. There are such seats in a planetarium? Yes, there are. That's why it's listed as one of the date spots, right? She said it matter-of-factly and purchased the tickets. Aren't you embarrassed? It's a pair seat with you, Soma-san. It's different. We've linked arms, hugged, and even slept in the same room before. If you think of it as a combination of those, it's no big deal. I guess you're right when you put it like that. But still, nevertheless, the idea of a pair seat was embarrassing and made him nervous. After taking a deep breath, they stepped into the dome where a giant projector was set up in the center. Here it is. The pair seat. Wow, it's softer than I thought. The round seat colored a deep navy reminiscent of space was surprisingly soft. The backrest was almost non-existent to allow for easy viewing of the starry sky projected on the dome, making it feel like a round bed. It really is. It's so comfortable. Chicka immediately lay down on it, stroking the surface with excitement in her voice. I wonder if all pair seats are like this. I'm curious now. I'd like to try the pair seats at a movie theater next time. The movie theater was a classic among date spots. Yet he realized he had never gone with Chicka. As long as it's not a horror movie. I'm not good with horror movies either, but I do want to see you get scared, Soma-san. It's a tough choice. She started pondering with a serious face while looking up at Soma, who was still standing. You really have a unique personality, Chicka. I've said it before, but it's only for you. That doesn't make me happy at all. Chicka frowned and tugged on Soma's arm, pulling him down to lie next to her. The lights in the dome theater began to dim slowly. It's starting. As the solemn and mystical music flowed, artificial stars began to twinkle on the inside of the dome. Soma had expected the planetarium to be an extension of a geoscience class, perhaps discussing the summer triangle or the zodiac constellations. However, the program that was shown was a love story between a beautiful woman and a young hero. It centered around the love story of Andromeda and Perseus, interspersed with Perseus' adventure to slay Medusa and the sordid political drama between the human queen Cassiopeia and the sea god Poseidon, all vividly portrayed alongside the glittering stars. The narrative was based on myths associated with the constellations but was boldly arranged to be enjoyable as a story. It was quite impressive. At first, Soma watched with a lazy attitude, but as he followed the complex interplay of human and divine machinations, he gradually found himself rooting for Andromeda and Perseus, who struggled valiantly to uphold their love. At the climax, when Perseus defeats the sea monster Cetus in the constellation Cetus and rescues the chained Andromeda, Soma genuinely feels glad that the pair are rewarded in the end. The runtime was about an hour, but because he was so engrossed, it felt much shorter. As the lights slowly came back on, he clapped along with the other audience members and slowly sat up. That was quite interesting. I wonder if they change the content with the seasons. If so, it might be worth coming back in the winter. While saying this, he turned to look at the girl beside him. Chicka, lying on the navy pair seat, was sleeping soundly, looking very comfortable. Hey, this was definitely not what he expected. Chicka was the one who said that the planetarium was a classic date spot and brought him here. Smack. Ouch. When he tapped her forehead, a startled Chicka leapt up. Looking around in confusion, she noticed the audience members leaving the room with satisfied expressions and seemed to understand the situation. With a troubled look on her face, she began aimlessly stroking the surface of her camel-colored bag that she had placed beside her. Did you have a nice nap? Yes. I almost wish I could nap here again. It was so comfortable. You shouldn't say things like that. It'll disappoint the staff here. I'm sorry. When Soma scolded her, Chicka shrank down, looking dejected. Section. Even after leaving the science museum, Chicka's spirits didn't recover quickly. Falling asleep on a date is definitely something you shouldn't do, right? Well, I suppose so. Deciding that it wasn't good to be overly concerned, he agreed frankly, which seemed to make her even more disheartened. Do I lack talent for dating? What's dating talent? That's the first time I've heard of it, he sighed, thinking her approach was going in a strange direction. It wasn't incomprehensible that she became interested in dating after seeing Shohei, who liked Mickey. However, dating just for the sake of dating indeed seemed contradictory. It was natural that it didn't go well. By the way, what was the plan after this? The top floor of the skyscraper in front of the station has been opened as a sky garden. It's supposed to have a great view, so I was thinking of going there. Do you want to go? No, not really. I'm not good with heights. Me neither. It was hard to imagine that two people with a fear of heights would enjoy themselves at a sky garden. Let's go somewhere else. Let's check out some interesting shops and eat some sweets that catch our eye. But that's no different from what we always do. Chicka looked frustrated, but Soma waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the small details didn't matter. Isn't that fine? Doing what we both want to do and having fun is what's most important. Going to a place just because it's a dating staple even though we're not interested feels wrong to me. An otaku couple would probably spend all their time at home playing games and watching anime, and a couple who loves hiking would spend their time climbing mountains. To someone not interested in those activities, it might seem puzzling what's enjoyable about them. But to the people involved, that's what they find most fun. That's what should matter the most. Chicka, if I'm going to go on a date with you, I want it to be a fun date. Saying that, he extended his hand to her. I also want to have a fun date with you too, Soma-san. And I want our time together to be meaningful. I hate the idea of wasting time when I'm with you. A fun and fulfilling time, Soma-san. That's what time spent with you means to me. Chicka spoke while staring at his outstretched hand. Then let's skip the sky garden we don't want to go to. Is there somewhere you'd like to visit, Chicka? I'd like to look at knickknacks and party goods. I'm thinking of creating a costume for next month's Christmas that will totally blow your mind, Soma-san. Blow my mind? Don't tell me about it. And don't go all out just to surprise me. But, Soma-san, you're so cute when you're surprised, she said with a bright smile, taking hold of Soma's hand. Actually, I had planned to sneak into your house dressed as a Christmas tree, but a Christmas tree costume is quite expensive. It's totally different from normal clothes, so it seems like it would be hard to make a Christmas tree costume. No wait, don't try to sneak into my house. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, walking into the hallway, and seeing Chicka completely covered in a twinkling pine tree costume. It'd be terrifying enough to make anyone pee their pants. Is that a no-go then? In that case, I'll go with a mini-skirt Santa. No. That's also. Which would you prefer, a Christmas tree or a mini-skirt Santa? Mini-skirt Santa. It's good to be honest. She peered into Soma's face, her own expression one of great amusement. It seemed she was back to her usual self. Should he be happy or sigh in resignation? He should be happy. He doesn't want to see a dispirited Chicka. Section. When they arrived at a large home center in town, the revitalized Chicka dragged Soma all over the place. It's only mid-November, but there are already so many Christmas goods. I thought there would only be Santa and reindeer costumes, but there's even a Spirit of Snow costume. It's all white and frilly and very cute. She picked up a pure white costume and a bright red one next to it, holding them against her chest in turn to show him. Which do you prefer, the Spirit of Snow or the mini-skirt Santa? It's got to be the mini-skirt Santa. There's no man who doesn't like mini-skirt Santas. Then it's decided. I'll be a mini-skirt Santa next month. Oh, and you'll dress up as a reindeer, Soma-san. You as Santa and me as a reindeer? What's that about? Are you planning to feel superior and make me look ridiculous while you look cute and laugh about it? How could you think I'd do something so rude? I just want to put a saddle and ride you. That's a horse. If it's reindeer, it should be a sleigh. So you'll pull a sleigh? Let's go to the woodworking corner. I'll work hard to make a sleigh that's perfect for you. Soma-san, don't work hard, don't even try. There's no such thing as a sleigh that's perfect for me. Stopping Chicka, who was excitedly trying to buy materials for a sleigh, was a real challenge. After finally convincing her to give up on the sleigh, he pointed to the upper floor. Can we go up? I want to look at baking tools. Sure. I want to look at cooking gadgets too. He was a regular visitor to the 6th floor, where cooking tools were lined up. He knew exactly where everything was and was confident he could find the baking tools section even with his eyes closed. He was eager to head to the section, but he stopped midway. The usually quiet corner was bustling with noise. Inside an area separated by a glass wall, several couples were putting on aprons and washing their hands, preparing to cook. It looks like they're holding a cooking class for couples in the cooking studio. Several sinks and kitchens were lined up, designed to accommodate cooking for large groups at once, very much resembling a high school home economics classroom. However, the appliances and stoves were far cleaner and brand new. I knew there was a cooking studio here, but it's my first time seeing it actually being used. Events like this are usually held during the day when housewives can easily participate or at night after work hours. If you only come here after school on weekdays, you might never encounter one. Nodding at Chicka's reasoning, curiosity drew him closer to the front of the studio. Today's menu is omelette rice with hashed beef. It seems. That sounds delicious. Both stood looking intently at the poster on the glass wall. It read, "Participation fee is 1,000 yen per person. Aprons are available for rent, so feel free to join us on a whim without bringing anything." Shall we give it a try? It does sound fun. Now that I think about it, I've never cooked with you before, Soma-san, so I'd like to try it. It seemed they were on the same page. Despite the spontaneous idea, Chicka agreed enthusiastically. After checking with a staff member near the entrance, who confirmed there was still space available, they decided to join the other couples and put on rental aprons. Soma-san, let me tie your apron strings. No, I can do it myself. How many times do you think I've worn an apron? I want to do it. In return, I'll let you tie the strings of my apron. It's not like I want to tie your apron, you know. While exchanging such banter, we tied each other's waist ties. After making sure our aprons were properly on, we greeted the couple preparing in the kitchen next to us. We've joined on a whim. Nice to meet you. Same here. The polite couple who bowed back were in their mid-20s, and on the ring fingers of their left hands shone brand new platinum rings. They seemed like newlyweds. The husband looked at Soma and me intently and asked, "You two are quite young." "A high school couple, perhaps?" "We're high school students, but not a couple." "Oh, is that so?" Perhaps it was rare for non-couples to participate as the newlyweds exchanged surprised glances. While this was happening, a gentle-mannered instructor stepped forward. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the cooking class." Today's dish may seem difficult at first glance, but it's quite simple once you grasp the key points. It's a hearty dish with many variations, so I hope you'll remember how to make it and take it home with you. It's also perfect for making together with a partner, so please work well together and complete it. Now, let's go over the specific cooking steps. Please look at the handouts you've been given. First, we'll start by cutting the vegetables. The instructor carefully explained how to cut the vegetables, the order to put them in the pot, and how to adjust the heat. Omelette rice with hashed beef was not as difficult as the instructor said. It essentially involved making omelette rice and hashed beef and combining the two. Omelette rice just required making ketchup rice and a plain omelette, and hashed beef could be made by sorting vegetables and meat, then simmering them with roux. Unless one was particularly bad at cooking, it shouldn't be too challenging. That teacher is way better at explaining than our home economics teacher at school. Yes, the explanations are very clear and easy to understand. While talking, Soma began sorting thinly sliced beef in a pan with butter, and Chicka was chopping onions next to him. Speaking of teaching, I wish something could be done about our classical Japanese teacher, Naito. I seriously can't understand what he's saying. Should I teach you again then? After Chicka added the onions she had chopped to the pan, she began to finely dice a new onion, and Soma added butter to another pan and set it on low heat. Are you talking about that embarrassing role play you call teaching? No joke. I'd rather not go through that again. But you did well on the classical Japanese midterm, didn't you? That must be because of my teaching. I'll never admit that. Indeed, the score on the classical literature section of the midterm was unexpectedly good. But even so, Soma didn't want to go through the immensely embarrassing experience again just for a high score. As they efficiently continued cooking while chatting, the newlywed couple next to them hesitantly spoke up. You two started dividing the work without any discussion. Do you always do this kind of thing, even though you're not a couple? At that question, Soma and Chicka looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. No. This is our first time cooking together. Soma-san isn't used to using a knife, so I thought it would be better if I cut the vegetables. On the other hand, she's not great with managing the heat. She's had a big cooking disaster before. Are you talking about that equipazza incident? That was a one-time mistake, I tell you. Really? We'll see about that. HMPH. If you're going to say that, then please come over this weekend. I'll treat you to a very delicious equipazza. If you end up making curry again, I'll give you an earful. As the onions Chicka had put in the pan began to turn translucent, Soma stepped aside to let her take over the stove with a bowl of rice in hand. While Chicka energetically stirred the rice and onions, Soma prepared eggs and seasonings at the worktop. As they continued to cook at a good pace, the instructor, who was circulating among the kitchens to check on the students, came over to the newlyweds next door. She gave detailed advice like, you should do this task first, or while the husband is working on this, the wife should proceed with that. After giving them a range of tips, she came over to Soma and Chicka, but instead of offering advice, she observed them closely and asked the same question as the newlyweds. You two are in sync. Do you usually do this kind of thing? No. This is our first time. Is that so? Even so, you're coordinating very well. You must be a close couple. In the end, she left without giving any advice, just compliments, and moved on to the other people. We were mistaken for a couple again, Chicka said, playfully bumping her shoulder against his. We just know each other's strengths and weaknesses well. They had switched positions midway because Soma was adept at handling eggs due to his experience with baking. Chicka knew that, so she readily agreed to the position change without a word. We seem to be mistaken for a couple by those around us. Huh? Well, this cooking class is targeted at couples, so it's natural for them to think like that. Since today's goal was to go on a date, being misunderstood as a couple was probably a pleasant misunderstanding for Chicka, but for Soma, it was a bit embarrassing. It's starting to smell good. Yeah, I'm actually getting hungry. Soma lined up 2 plates, and Chicka plated the finished ketchup rice. Then, using a clean cloth, she skillfully shaped it into the rugby ball form. She topped it with a soft-cooked omelette and poured a generous amount of hashed beef over it, completing the omelette rice with hashed beef. Sensei, we're done. Chicka raised her hand energetically, and the instructor, surprised that she had already finished, checked the completed dish. You've passed. That's really wonderful. You two. Among the students we've had, you're at the top in both speed and quality. Did you hear that? Top class, praised by the instructor. Chicka blushed with a shy, delighted smile. I'm used to handling kitchen tools other than knives since I bake sweets regularly, and Chicka has been practicing cooking lately, so I think it's only natural. Don't rain on my parade when I'm happy. All right, all right. It's thanks to our great teamwork. As he placated his slightly pouting partner, the other students also finished their dishes. Soon, the place was enveloped in the delicious aroma of hashed beef. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Now, let's eat. Everyone said a tadakimasu together, and the tasting began. Soma-san, Soma-san. As he picked up his spoon and was about to dig in, Chicka poked him on the shoulder. Here, say R. An omelette rice covered in a brown sauce was brought close to his mouth. I have the exact same dish in front of me. It's fine, we're on a date, so it's natural to do this kind of thing. We'd do it even if we weren't on a date. I like feeding Soma-san. It's like taming a pet with treats. Could you at least try to hide that a bit? It scares me sometimes. Just eat. All right, All right. Defeated by Chicka's persistence, Soma reluctantly opened his mouth. How is it? It's good. The ingredients and cooking methods were nothing special, just ordinary omelette rice and hashed beef. However, it tasted much better than any family restaurant's dishes, perhaps because they had made it themselves. Now it's my turn. After Soma ate the omelette rice, Chicka opened her mouth as if waiting for her turn, looking exactly like a chick begging for food. Why don't you eat it yourself? No, I want Soma-san to feed me. He tried to protest, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. Sighing in resignation, he fed her the omelette rice. Chewing contentedly, Chicka said, "It's delicious. Actually, I made omelette rice at home the other day, but this tastes better." Maybe it's because the eggs are fluffier. If that's the case, it's thanks to you, Soma-san. If you pay attention to the heat and the timing when the eggs start to set, you'll be able to do it too. Chicka, will you eat it again if I make it next time? Of course. As they talked, they continued to feed each other as usual. That's it. I get it now. Suddenly, a bride sitting at the opposite table clapped her hands loudly. You two aren't just a couple. You're newlyweds like us. Section. On the way home from the cooking class, Chicka couldn't stop laughing while holding her stomach. The look on Soma-san's face when we were called newlyweds. It was very funny. Shut up. That was a shock and pretty embarrassing. Blushing, Soma sulked. Despite their explanation to the newlywed couples that they were just classmates, no one seemed to believe them. It's weird to be wished may you be happy forever when I've never even had a girlfriend. Well, that's true. After laughing to her heart's content, Chicka finally stopped. Soma-san, have you ever imagined yourself married? Of course not. Neither have I. I can't even imagine myself dating someone. Kikuchi-san said he wanted to date Miki-chan. He must be able to imagine himself dating her. It seems like something people my age do naturally, but I can't. It makes me feel like I'm still a child. She smiled a little sadly. To be honest, I think today's date was a failure. The plan I worked hard on fell apart quickly, and I kept wondering what it means to act like a couple or what a date really is, but I still don't understand. He thought she had suggested dating out of mere curiosity, but it seemed she had given it quite some thought. Well, it was a bad match. After all, it was Soma, whose age equals his years, without a girlfriend, and childlike Chicka who doesn't understand romance at all. Expecting them to have a date like something out of a drama or manga was unrealistic. But you know, he was about to console her not to be disappointed. But Chicka's voice was surprisingly bright and lively. I had a lot of fun today. How about you, Soma-san? It was okay, I guess. Honestly, it was fun. He wouldn't have gone to the planetarium if she hadn't asked. He got to see Chicka's sleeping face, and the cooking class was a good experience too. It wasn't just about today. Doing something with Chicka was usually fun, and it was a good experience for Soma too. It might have been different from what most people consider a date, but I think this is fine. Didn't you say it yourself, Soma-san? Doing what we both want to do and having fun is what's most important. So, even though today's date was a failure, I think it was a success too. It was a contradiction, but perhaps it made sense. Soma-san, let's go on a date again later. Today didn't feel much different from usual, though. If he had to sum up the day, it was just Soma accompanying Chicka in doing things she was interested in or wanted to try. That wasn't much different from what they usually did together. Now that you mention it, that might be true. Chicka almost seemed convinced by Soma's words. However, as if realizing something, she grinned with a mischievous smile that Soma found unpleasant. Feeling a bad premonition, he tried to distance himself, but before he could, she quickly grabbed his arm and whispered in his ear. So that means we've been on a tremendous number of dates. Maybe we are a couple, like those newlyweds said? Don't be ridiculous. There's no way that's the case. But isn't dating something couples typically do? We're not in a relationship, though. As Soma firmly denied it while blushing, Chicka laughed softly and let go of his arm. That's true. Our relationship is more about supporting each other's growth. Instead of a couple, it feels more fitting to call us comrades or partners. Partners, huh? The word was embarrassing, but it was a more comfortable term than couple. As he fanned his reddened face with a hand fan, Chicka retracted her devilish mode and showed a slightly lonely expression. If only I could confidently say that we're already a couple here, things would be so simple. But a child like me saying something like that wouldn't be very convincing. I really don't understand love, dating, or romance at all. I don't even understand the feeling of liking someone as a romantic emotion. Will there ever come a day when I do understand? I don't know. I'm not you, Chicka. That's quite harsh. But yes, it's something I have to figure out for myself. Well, I'll help you look for it, like how I accompany you on practice dates like today, he said gruffly, and Chicka bowed deeply. I'm inexperienced, but please continue to look after me for a long time to come. You too, make sure you do your best at the taste tests. Of course. The two looked at each other and smiled, just as they had at the start of their date. By the way, we had Western food today, but there weren't any major failures. The instructor was there, and Soma-san helped me out. I wouldn't have had the confidence to succeed on my own. Don't say it so proudly. Seriously, you really don't get along with Western food. How about trying Chinese or Indian cuisine? I'm interested in both, so I'll try them out sometime. Make sure you taste them. Fine, but when you make Indian food, don't make it mild. I'm not a kid with a sweet tooth like you. Ugh. It's hard to argue when you've just made it clear how childish I am. While laughing at Chicka's frustration, they arrived in front of the station. Thank you for today. See you at school. Yeah, see you. He waved as Chicka walked away, but after a few steps, she came trotting back. I know today's date wasn't exactly date-like, but may I make one last desperate move? Desperate move? What could you possibly do right before we part? Before he could finish his sentence, Chicka, on her tiptoes, pressed her lips to Soma's forehead. A moist and soft sensation was transmitted to his skin. Chicka had kissed him. The moment he realized it, his body temperature soared as if steam might burst from his entire body. His face turned the reddest it had ever been. Wah, you. He had to say something, but no further words came out. A kiss is part of a date, right? Watching Soma's face turn beet red and his mouth open and close, Chicka smiled devilishly, clearly pleased with herself. Goodbye then. Thank you for today. She bowed her head and left for good this time. Holding his forehead, Soma watched the girl walk away. A kiss on the forehead is like what a mother gives to her child, not a date kiss. This doesn't count as a kiss, it's just an extension of a prank. He wondered to whom he was speaking. People passing by paid no attention to him. But he had to say it out loud. Otherwise, he surely would have been writhing in embarrassment. The next day during break time, Chicka was in a corner of the classroom, quietly recounting the events of the previous day's date to Mickey, making sure no other classmates could hear. So the planetarium was a bit of a letdown? It wasn't so much a letdown as it was entirely my fault for falling asleep. That's too bad. In the manga, it was such a romantic setting. Reality doesn't always go as planned, Mickey lamented. I'm sorry, it's my fault the date didn't go well. It's not your fault, Mickey-chan. I was the one who chose from the many plans you suggested. Mickey had told Chicka about various places she knew from manga and anime that would be nice for a date. Among them was the planetarium, which Chicka had found interesting enough to choose. Since Chicka was the one who made the final decision, the responsibility was hers, so there was no need for Mickey to apologize. Besides, the latter half was fun in its own way. The cooking class? That's so like you two. I never read about a couple going to such a place in a manga. Dating really is profound. You're right, Mickey-chan. I realized how amazing couples in the world are. The previous day's date hadn't gone as planned, and there were many regrets. The carefully planned date had crumbled, and there wasn't even a strong sense of actually being on a date. It was just a day spent playing around with Soma, except for that last moment. She didn't understand why she had done it, but she had wanted to try. Chicka, is there something wrong with your lips? Do you need lip balm? Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. She seemed to have touched her lips unconsciously and smiled to dismiss Mickey's concerned look. Chicka hadn't told Mickey about kissing Soma's forehead. She hadn't told her parents either. She wanted to keep that moment a secret between herself and Soma forever. Chicka, can I talk to you for a second? Despite saying she didn't need lip balm, Mickey still reached for her lip balm. At that moment, Wakyui approached casually. "Yes, what is it?" she replied, a bit surprised. In class, Chicka was regarded as a beloved mascot. However, not everyone doted on her to the extent that Mickey did. There were differences in how warm people were to her. Wakyui would sometimes give her sweets, but she never fussed over Chicka like some others did. Therefore, they hadn't really talked much. "I need to talk to you about something." "Sure, I don't mind." While giving her consent, Chicka wondered what this could be about. Since they rarely interacted, she had no idea what Wakyui might want to discuss. "Can we go over by the back gate? I don't want to be overheard here." Okay. Chicka responded half-heartedly and exchanged a glance with Mickey, who also seemed clueless about the situation. "Sorry, but could you give us a moment alone, Mickey?" Wakyui stopped Mickey, who was naturally about to accompany them. "What? You have something to say that I can't hear?" "I'm curious now. It's nothing important." "I'll bring her back soon." With a dismissive gesture, Wakyui sent Mickey away, who frowned in displeasure but said no more. Watching the two of them head towards the back gate, following Wakyui, Chicka racked her brain about what the matter could be but couldn't figure it out. Since it was break time, there were no students near the back gate. Once Wakyui confirmed they were alone, she turned to face Chicka. "We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. I saw you and Yakino's walking arm in arm yesterday." "What's your relationship, Wakyui-san? You saw us yesterday?" Chika's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected question. "I saw you near the station." "Are you two dating by any chance?" "So you saw that?" Chicka began to ponder what to say, not noticing that Wakyui's voice was slightly trembling. She was surprised and realized that someone had seen her with Soma. Previously, a male classmate had spotted her entering a cafe. At that time, they mistook Chicka in her casual clothes for a college student, and the matter was dropped without incident. Since then, she hadn't been noticed by anyone, or so she thought, and had become complacent. Yet, she had also considered that eventually, someone might see her wandering around the not-so-large city. Silently, Chicka stole a glance at Wakyui, whose face seemed pale and tense. They had hardly spoken before, so Chicka didn't know much about her. All she knew was that Wakyui had a pudding-like hairstyle, was always eating sweets with her close friends, and had persistently invited Soma to a Halloween party last month. "No, I'm not dating Soma-san." "Is that so?" "So that's how it is." When Chicka shook her head in denial, Wakyui let out a sigh of relief, but her expression quickly returned to one of concern. "But then, why were you walking arm in arm?" Chicka hesitated, then decided to explain her cooperative relationship with Soma. She wasn't good at lying and couldn't think of a convincing excuse for walking arm in arm. It would be better to be honest and ask Wakyui to keep it a secret from everyone else. "I'm not dating him, but I've been spending a lot of time with Soma-san recently," Chicka explained openly to Wakyui. She talked about how Soma had asked her to taste test his sweets, how they visited various sweet shops together, and how she was trying different things to become more independent, with Soma watching over her. "What's that all about?" As Chicka spoke, Wakyui's complexion grew even paler. "You and Yakino's have been doing all that?" She nodded in response to Wakyui's question. "Soma-san has been a great help to me. Last month, we managed a children's Halloween party together. I really couldn't have done it without him, so I'm very grateful." "I see. That's why he declined the Halloween party. Was he also busy when we went to the dessert buffet recently?" Wakyui mumbled to herself while biting her thumbnail. "I hadn't considered this. What should I do? What should I do? Wakyui-san?" Chicka called out, but there was no response. What could be causing her such distress? Chicka didn't understand what had driven Wakyui to such a desperate expression and stood there, unsure of what to do. The bell signaling the start of class began to ring. "Wakyui-san, class is starting." Despite Chicka's call, Wakyui didn't move, seemingly not hearing her at all. "We'll be late, so I'm going to head back first." Though hesitant, Chicka didn't want to be late for class. Reluctantly, she bowed and left Wakyui standing there as she returned to the classroom. "I wonder what happened to Wakyui-san?" Eventually, Wakyui came back to the classroom 20 minutes late and didn't look in Chicka's direction even once. Chapter 4, The Cultural Festival. The cultural festival at the high school Soma and his friends attended was customarily held on the third Sunday of November. The Saturday before that was dedicated to preparations. Take all these desks to the storage room. They're in the way. We don't have enough outlets. Go borrow some power strips from the committee. Voices that sounded almost like shouts were flying across every classroom, and students were bustling about in the gym, the schoolyard, and the hallways. As for Soma, he had been holed up in the cooking practice room next to the home economics classroom since morning. He was there to do a trial baking of baby castella using the hot plates that Wakyui and the others had brought. On the day of the cultural festival, his class, 1-4, would open a mock shop in their classroom. However, because they were decorating today and it was dusty and cumbersome, all the students in charge of baking the baby castella had moved here. I looked it up, and there seem to be roughly 2 ways to bake baby castella. First, there's the method similar to making takoyaki, naturally taking the lead. Soma explained to his classmates gathered around the hot plate as he poured the pre-made cream-colored batter into the heated holes of the hot plate. You keep poking it with a pick to shape it into the round form. As he spoke, he actually poked the batter with a pick, baking it into a spherical shape. In truth, Soma, who didn't have a takoyaki maker at home, was also baking for the first time. However, thanks to his thorough preparation with videos and recipe books and his experience baking many pastries before, he somehow managed to create a beautiful sphere. See, like this. The downside is that it takes a bit of skill to bake. When the classmates saw the finished baby castella, applause broke out, and Soma let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Ecchi knows is amazing as expected. You got the hang of using the hot plate better than us, the owners, in no time. I've made takoyaki several times with this, but I've never been able to make it this good. Wakyui praised him as she rolled the baby castella on a plate, and the other 2 who had brought the hot plates nodded in agreement. That's probably because what you were cooking was takoyaki. Takoyaki involves various fillings, and the ideal is to have a crispy exterior with a gooey inside, so the degree of baking is quite delicate. On the other hand, baby castella just needs to be thoroughly cooked inside, so there's no need to be as concerned about the degree of baking. No, even so, being able to bake it into such perfect spheres after just a little practice is amazing. You truly are a sweets genius, Wakyui said, patting Soma's back vigorously. Stop it. I'm holding a pick. Now, the other method of baking is easier. It involves making 2 halves of a sphere and sticking them together. He poured batter into 2 holes of the hot plate and, without poking with a pick this time, waited patiently for it to bake to a certain firmness. Then, while the surface was still just barely raw, he lifted one hemisphere and adhered it to the other to form a sphere. That's it. It's done. The baby castella taken from the hot plate was hardly a perfect sphere, with a large groove at the seam. This method is easier, huh? Yeah. The downsides are, as you can see, it doesn't become perfectly round, and if you misjudge the baking, the hemispheres might fail to stick together. Also, since it uses 2 holes, you can only bake half the amount at a time. Which baking method do you prefer, the takoyaki style or the joining method? Obviously, the easier one. One of the boys answered immediately. Not everyone is good at baking like you. Ecchi knows. I guess so. It seemed that the easier option would be chosen. Soma, while trying not to show it on his face, was secretly disappointed. To be honest, he wanted to adopt the takoyaki style that could bake into beautiful spheres. Even though it was just a mock shop at the cultural festival, he wanted to be particular about the presentation. However, he recognized that insisting on his preference could be seen as selfish. Among his classmates, there were surely those who thought it was enough to enjoy the festival atmosphere easily. If he, who was well versed in sweets, insisted on his opinion, it might create an atmosphere where others felt they had to go along with it. That would probably be bad, so he resolved to stay neutral while researching the baking methods. All right, then let's practice the joining method. Saying this, He tried to give up his spot in front of the hot plate to someone else. Wakyui stopped him. Wait a minute. I prefer the takoyaki style. Huh. But isn't it obviously more difficult? The boy who had advocated for the joining method showed reluctance. Yeah, but the takoyaki style looks cooler, you know? Spinning the baby castella in the holes really makes me think we're actually cooking. That is. Well, I guess. The classmates exchanged glances. Tomorrow. We're just here to bake anyway. Wouldn't it be boring to just stick halves together? Everyone volunteered to be on the baking team, so let's do something cool and worthwhile. But what if it's difficult? What if we mess up? No worries. Ecchi knows is here. Even if we fail, he'll back us up perfectly, right? She turned to Soma, who nodded in agreement. I think I can help out to some extent. Well, if Ecchi knows is helping, maybe even we can bake them properly. Everyone knew about Soma's skills. With the backup of an aspiring patissier, the mood shifted towards trying the more challenging method. So, are we going with the takoyaki style? Soma looked around at everyone for confirmation, and they all nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, Soma got the result he wanted, and he looked at Wakyui, the person who had played a key role. When their eyes met, she smiled shyly and made a peace sign. Perhaps she had sensed that Soma wanted to bake in the takoyaki style and had spoken up for him. He bowed his head slightly so as not to be noticed by the other classmates, and Wakyui turned away, her ears red with embarrassment. All right, let's start practicing. And so, the practice of baking baby castella began. At first, some struggled, but as Soma carefully taught them the timing to start baking and the pressure to apply with the pick, everyone was able to make spheres that wouldn't be embarrassing to serve to customers within a few hours. This is delicious. The ingredients are just pancake mix, right? A boy said, impressed as he ate the trial baby castella. Plus, soy sauce and mirin. The addition of these two ingredients is what makes baby castella, by extension castella, a Japanese confection. The soy sauce and mirin add a Japanese-style sweetness, richness, and aroma. Without these two, the baby castella would be reduced to mere round pancakes. I actually wanted to add honey as well, but I decided against it based on someone's advice. If honey were added, it would deepen the sweetness, but unfortunately, this time it was decided to forego it. I don't really understand, but I think it's delicious enough as it is, right? One of the boys asked, and everyone else nodded their heads. I see. Thanks for saying that. He chose the best pancake mix flour since he didn't add honey, and he thoroughly researched the amount of soy sauce and mirin. It seems his efforts were worthwhile. But hey, isn't it boring to have just one variety? Just as he was relieved to have received a passing grade, Wakyui, munching on baby castella, brought this up. Boring? What do you mean? It means exactly what I said. If there's only one variety, both the person making and eating them will get bored, right? Don't you think it would be more interesting to increase the variations? That was an opinion Soma hadn't considered, as he had only thought about the ratio of soy sauce to mirin. Wait a minute. I went around the festival stalls the other day, and they were all making just one variety. So what? To be blunt, the cultural festival's mock shops are just like playing house, right? If that's the case, I think it's correct to go with what's more fun. Well, that's certainly true. The reason stalls only make one variety is due to effort, efficiency, cost, and various other reasons. To put it plainly, there's no need to make multiple varieties of baby castella if they can secure enough profit with just one variety. On the other hand, since the priority of a mock shop is to have fun, such negatives can be completely ignored. In fact, if you only chase efficiency and profit, it would kill the fun. Variations of baby castella. Huh? I hadn't thought of that. This idea hadn't crossed Soma's mind. When he went to the autumn festival, Chicka suggested adding matcha and anko, but he immediately rejected it due to the increased cost. Since then, he hadn't even considered flavors other than plain. Even though I was just scolded last month to think more, he thought he had reflected on it, but he hadn't put it into practice at all. He was so frustrated that he bit his lip. So, what kind of variations do you want to try? Suppressing his frustration and sense of inadequacy, he asked, and Wakyui looked up at the ceiling, pondering. Well, how about sausage? Sausage? An outrageous ingredient came up right from the start, and my voice unintentionally cracked. This is basically a pancake, right? If you combine it with a sausage, it becomes like a corn dog, a savory type baby castella. How about that? Isn't it interesting? I see. You went with that approach. Such a topping was beyond Soma's imagination, as he had always associated baby castella with being a sweet treat. As he was nearly at a loss for words over the unexpected suggestion, another boy chimed in with more ideas. If we're talking about a savory type, how about curry? Like curry bread, you could put curry roux inside. If the dough contains soy sauce, it could taste like Japanese-style curry and be delicious, right? Curry. This too was a concept Soma could never have conceived. Following the two's ideas, a variety of unusual toppings began to emerge from the mouths of the classmates. Cheese. It's a classic. How about mixed vegetables? They're cheap. Tuna mayo. That's an all-powerful ingredient that goes with anything. Why only savory? What about adding konto? I think it's nice to have something crunchy in the fluffy texture. Let's add protein. It could be marketed as being rich in protein. At this point, it was questionable whether it could still be called baby castella. As an aspiring patissier, Soma wanted to ask if that was really okay. Yet, he also thought it sounded fun. So, shall we just try it out? It's too scary to sell them without tasting them first. When I said this timidly, voices of agreement rose from my classmates. All right. Then let's all go to the supermarket. And let's grab some lunch while we're at it. Led by Wakyui, everyone left the cooking practice room in a procession. Only Soma remained behind. I still have a long way to go. This time, following Chicka's advice, he had decided not to use honey, and that was all he had considered, failing to realize the need to broaden his thinking further. Hey ecchi knows. What are you doing? Let's go. Wakyui called out as she returned, worried about Soma who had not yet caught up while reflecting alone. Wakyui, thank you. What are you talking about? All of a sudden, it's embarrassing. Suddenly being thanked, the girl with the pudding hair was surprised. I don't remember doing anything that deserves thanks. So, lift your head up. It's about what you said earlier, that just one variety is boring. I thought one variety was enough because that's all the festival stalls had. But there's no rule that says we must only have one type. Soma realized his thinking was insufficient, or rather, he had become complacent, thinking that imitating his predecessors was enough. This mindset had become ingrained over the years, and it seemed hard to shake off. In that sense, the brainstorming with Wakyui and the other classmates was incredibly valuable. It was a good learning experience. Thank you. So that's what you're talking about. As Soma bowed his head again, Wakyui looked troubled. I didn't say that because I was thinking about making the mock shop better. That was just, well, I was thinking that if we increased the variations, the work time would also increase, or something like that. She mumbled, her words unclear. Huh? What does that mean? Wakyui, are you a workaholic even though you're a high school student? It's nothing. Come on. Let's go. As he looked at her with a puzzled face, she blushed for some reason and began pushing Soma's back. Hey, don't push. I can walk by myself. Come on, hurry up. Despite her small stature, Wakyui's pushing was surprisingly strong, as if she wouldn't allow him to walk any other path. The next day dawned, and it was the day of the cultural festival. The school was buzzing with noise everywhere, and from classrooms where preparations were still incomplete, the sounds of hustle and bustle could be heard. In the hallways, students in various costumes, from frilly made outfits to sheet ghosts to samurai with top knots, walked around. It was filled with an energy that was unthinkable on a weekday, and the same was true for Class 1-4. Wow, this is amazing. Upon arriving at school, Soma let out a gasp of admiration as soon as he entered the classroom. The preparations for the mock shop were complete. Along the windows, desks were lined up with hot plates, cooking utensils, paper plates, and cups ready for use. This area was designated for Soma and his team, who were in charge of grilling. In the center towards the corridor side, tables covered with white tablecloths were arranged for customers to enjoy freshly baked baby castella. The setup was sufficient for a mock shop, but the classroom was decorated to the hilt to evoke the atmosphere of a Japanese festival. Colorful lanterns hung from the ceiling, and decorations such as pinwheels, streamers, masks, and fans with the character for festival, majuri, filled the walls. From a small speaker in the corner of the room, festival music, which they had heard at the recent Ebisu festival, was already playing on loop. The ambience of a festival was perfectly recreated, since Soma had spent the entire previous day in the cooking practice room. This was his first time seeing the classroom transformed for the mock shop. He was impressed with how much had been prepared. As he looked around the classroom, his eyes landed on the blackboard. On the blackboard, the name of the first-year Class 4's mock shop, Matsurie, was boldly lettered in a brushstroke style. But that's lame. He couldn't help but voice it out. It was too simple, almost to a fault. Hadn't anyone thought of something a bit more creative? He had an inkling of who might be responsible for such a zero-sense naming, and sure enough, when he asked, it turned out to be Shohei's doing. Yeah, the name I came up with was chosen, Shohei said proudly. That's way too lame. Couldn't you have thought of something better? You don't get it. Clarity is important. Look, in the limited space of the cultural festival pamphlet, you can only write the shop name and what you're selling. Shohei explained while tapping the folded pamphlet in his hand. That's why the shop name should instantly convey the concept. Matsurie, baby castella. Just by seeing these two words, anyone can understand what kind of shop ours is, right? Well, that's true, Soma conceded. Although he couldn't shake off the lameness of the name, it was clear that Shohei had put considerable thought into making the mock shop exciting in his own way. It was worth the effort to pitch it to Saito-san. At that moment, Soma realized that Mickey and Chicka were nowhere to be seen. By the way, where are those two? Or rather, it seems like we're short on people. Is everyone late? What are you talking about? Everyone's been here for a while. You're probably the last one, Soma. The girls in charge of serving have already gone to change, Shohei said with a disapproving look. Just then, from the direction of the door, a chorus of excited squeals erupted. Chicka, you're so cute. It suits you perfectly. You look like a model. Drawn by the cheers, Soma looked towards the door to see Chicka and the other girls who had changed into yukata, surrounded by the girls who hadn't yet changed. Since the theme of the mock shop was festival, those who had yukatas had decided to change into them for serving customers. Not many boys had yukata, but about 80% of the girls who liked fashion and cute things had declared they would bring their own. The girls, each dressed in their own colorful yukata, looked fresh and gave off a different impression from their usual uniformed selves. Among them, the Angel of Peace stood out as exceptionally cute and eye-catching. She was wearing a wisteria-colored yukata adorned with snow-white and dewgrass-colored butterflies, cinched with an azalea-colored obi, and her brown hair was tied into a ponytail with a crimson ribbon. The vibrant yukata, with its red-tone obi and ribbon, suited her perfectly. However, Chicka herself was blushing profusely and seemed quite embarrassed. This might be a bit too bold. There was a reason for her concern. The hem of her yukata was incredibly short, revealing her thighs quite liberally. It was the kind of mini-length yukata often associated with the image of something a gal might wear. Soma had seen Chicka in revealing outfits plenty of times, so he had assumed it was her choice, but apparently, it wasn't her decision. Mickey, trying to encourage her, patted her blushing best friend's shoulders. It's fine, it's fine. It looks great on you, Chicka. Really? I guarantee it. It's a festival, after all. It's more fun to go all out. It turned out to be Mickey's choice. To his further surprise, Mickey herself was wearing a similarly short yukata. Her tall stature made it look quite fitting in a different way from Chicka's. Plus, the cuter you dress, the more people will compliment you, she added, glancing his way for a moment. Was she telling me to compliment Chicka? The scenario where a guy praises a dolled-up heroine is all too common in shoujo manga. It seemed she was telling Soma to do just that. It was a hassle, and he wondered why he had to do such a thing. But then he remembered their recent date. When he complimented Chicka on her outfit, she was incredibly happy. Her smile full of joy was very cute, and seeing that smile again wouldn't be a bad thing. Well, if the opportunity arises, he muttered quietly to himself. While he was absent-mindedly watching the group of girls, Shihai shook his arm vigorously. Hey, do you think we could somehow take a picture of Saito-san in that outfit? He tried to appear calm, but his eyes were bloodshot with excitement. It was a bit creepy. I get where you're coming from, but that might be difficult, Soma replied, slightly taken aback, pointing to the no photography sign on the wall. It seemed they had put up such notices to prevent trouble, given the number of high school girls in Yukata. I can't imagine Saito leading the charge in breaking the rules. That's too bad, Shihai lamented, his voice filled with disappointment. Soma understood his feelings. It was rare for Miki to dress so revealingly. She had been dressed in a neat pantsuit when she had barged into Soma's house last month and during the autumn festival. Hey, what if you ask Satumi-san to take a two-shot photo with Saito-san? Shihai plotted. That way, it would be natural to take the picture, and Saito-san wouldn't say no. Then we can edit the photo to keep just Saito-san's part. That's too complicated. Besides, why are you asking me? You should ask Chicka yourself. I'm asking you because you have a much higher chance of success than I do. If you get the photo, I'll treat you to something. Please. Shohei, who said he has feelings for Miki to Soma and Chicka, was desperate and unreserved. Now that he no longer needed to hide his feelings, it was natural for him to want to make the most of it. All right. If I have time, I'll ask for it. You promised. It's a deal. Overwhelmed by Shohei's persistence, Soma nodded, feeling a profound sense of how things had changed with Shohei that he would ask such a favor. Section. Unfortunately for Shohei, there was absolutely no time to take photos. The Matsuriya run by Class 1-4 had turned out to be unexpectedly popular. Welcome. Please take a seat over here. I'd like 2 sets of mini Americans, please. I'll have 1 cheese. All right. Please wait just a moment. The number of boys lured in by the girls in Yukata, including Chicka, was significant, but the baby castella were also well received. Repeat customers brought in new ones, and the number of customers steadily increased. It's amazing how many customers we have, right? Ecchi knows. While busily baking baby castella, Wakui, who was next to him holding a pick, spoke with a happy tone. It's thanks to your suggestions, Wakui. It wouldn't have been like this with just my single variety. There you go again. It wasn't just me, you know. The variety of baby castella that everyone in charge of baking had discussed and decided on the day before were all highly praised. Soma's plain variety researched and perfected with a ratio of soy sauce to mirin, the mini American that Wakui came up with, a combination of cheese and mixed vegetables that a classmate suggested, and ones that contained small cut pieces of gummy candy. But I never thought the ones with gummies would sell the best. Could it be that you're a bit jealous? Just a little. Originally, it all started when Soma suggested repurposing Chicka's arrangement by adding anko. However, the idea of scooping the soft anko with a spoon was immediately rejected for being too troublesome. Then, he proposed using small cut pieces of yokan instead, but it evolved further. Why not gummies instead of red bean paste? Thus, the idea strayed far from Soma's initial suggestion, and yet, it was the best-selling item. The gummies softened by the heat turned into a delicious melty fruit sauce. As someone aspiring to be a patissier, it would be a lie to say he wasn't frustrated, but at the same time, it also renewed his determination to strive even harder. 2 sets with gummies and 1 American set, please. Chicka, in her yukata, came bustling over with a tray. Roger that. Using a pick, Soma quickly transferred the steaming baby castellas from the hot plate to paper plates, then placed them on a tray. Thank you very much. She took the ordered items and hurriedly turned on her heel to deliver them to the customers. It had been like this since the opening. They exchanged words, but they weren't really having a conversation. Thank you for waiting. While casting a glance at Chicka, who was cheerfully serving customers, Soma felt a tinge of loneliness. It was good that they were both busy with work, and since they had to keep their cooperative relationship a secret within the school, It was correct not to converse too familiarly. However, since they had gone to the autumn festival together and sampled baby castella while discussing the flavors, it was only natural that he wanted to talk more. If we have the same break time, maybe we could sneak off somewhere to eat something. As he thought this, Wakui, who had been intently watching the baby castella bake, muttered softly, "Chicka's yukata is cute. Maybe I should have gone for something flashier too." She was also wearing a yukata, but it was quite ordinary in length, and the pattern was a chic one with white taros in a geometric pattern called yagajuri. Since many of the other girls, including Chicka, wore flashy and colorful yukatas, Wakui's seemed relatively subdued in comparison. "But Wakui, you like that yukata, don't you?" Wakui's hand, holding the pick, stopped at the casual remark from Soma. "Why would you think that?" "Because you're usually flashy," he said, pointing to her unretouched, pudding-colored hair. "To be honest, that yukata doesn't seem like something you'd pick at all, but you know that better than anyone, right? And yet, you're wearing it on purpose, which means you must have a special attachment to that yukata." "Maybe I'm just wearing it reluctantly because it's the only one I have." "If that's the case, you wouldn't wear a yukata at all." Wearing a yukata wasn't mandatory. In fact, there were several girls who didn't have one or didn't want to wear one and were not in yukata. "So, you do like that yukata?" As Soma laid out his deduction, Wakui nodded slightly. "Yeah. My grandma bought it for me. That's why I really like it." "Then don't compare yourself to others. Wear it with pride." "At least, that's what I would do." "That's so like you." Ecchi knows. "You really haven't changed since the first term." As Soma finished speaking, Wakui showed a smile that was half admiration, half exasperation. "Your hands have stopped." "Keep baking efficiently. That's also very like you." Ecchi knows. While watching Wakui pour the batter into the empty holes, Soma began dropping 5 small cut gummies into each hole. Due to a limited budget, they were strictly instructed to limit it to 5 gummies per baby castella. Counting the gummies as they sank into the batter, sparkling, he said to Wakui, "Besides Wakui, I think your yukata looks mature and nice." "Eh? Kind of cool, or should I say, it is a mature charm? It's a completely different vibe from your usual self, and I think it's beautiful." "Be beautiful?" As Soma continued to drop in the gummies, Wakui's hand stopped again. "Hey, if you don't round them off quickly, they'll harden." As he turned to her with a warning, her face was as red as it had ever been. "Beautiful? Me?" She was trembling with embarrassment. This girl, unlike Chicka, didn't seem used to being praised. "Stop it." Ecchi knows. Don't say things like that so easily to girls. Perhaps because of Chicka, his sense of distance with girls had become skewed, he reflected. Then, perhaps as a way to hide her embarrassment, Wakui gave him a slap on the back. The impact of the slap caused the gummies in his hand to drop onto the undercooked baby castella. It was too late to scream. The gummies were sinking deeper and deeper into the soft dough. "What the heck are you doing? How are we going to fix this?" It wasn't just 5 pieces. Dozens of gummies had fallen. Despite the stares from around the classroom, he complained. But Wakui, her ears red, started laughing heartily. "Just consider it a lucky hit. It's definitely going to be delicious." "Is that really the problem here?" "If you want, I can buy it and feed it to you." Ecchi knows. "No thanks. I refuse." She picked up a piping hot baby castella and tried to bring it to his mouth, but he turned his face away and refused. "Getting shy again? Your words don't mean much to me right now." Wakui handling both the baby castellas and Wakui was already too much. That's why Soma didn't notice at all that Chicka seemed to want to say something while looking over at him. Soma, Wakui-san, good work. You can take a break now. Shohei, who had been doing manager-like tasks, called out to them just after 1 o'clock. Orders for food items like mini American and cheese and mixed vegetables had decreased, and the Manchuria was beginning to settle down. "I'm hungry now." He put down the pick he had been holding all morning and handed over the hot plate to the next person in charge of grilling. "You two don't have to do the cooking shift anymore. Go enjoy the cultural festival." "Okay, got it." He stretched my shoulders, cracking them with a sense of relief from finishing the work, then beckoned Shohei over and whispered in his ear. "Do you know where Chicka is? I'm not sure." She took a break a little while ago, so she might be visiting other classes with their friends. Or maybe she's helping Saito-san with her rounds. Saito-san was pulled away by someone from the student council even though she was in the middle of serving customers. During service, is Saito really doing the student council rounds in a miniskirt yukata? That's pretty bold. He wondered about the propriety of that in terms of discipline. I kind of want to see it. I can't agree with that. So, we don't know where Chicka is. Well, can't be helped. He wanted to tell her good job and that she looked good in a yukata, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't see her. As he was thinking about grabbing some lunch somewhere, Wakyui called out to me, "Ecchi knows, if you don't mind. Would you like to have lunch together?" Lunch? When Soma looked surprised, she flusteredly waved her hands as if trying to cover something up. "It seems like all my close friends are scattered, and I'm alone. Also, I heard there's a place run by second-year students that serves really good udon. But I'm a bit scared to go to another grade's area alone." She said something that sounded like what Chicka would say. "Isn't there a place serving udon in the first year too?" He opened the pamphlet he was holding to check, and indeed, Class 1-8 was running a udon shop. The udon in the second year is handmade. Really? Serving handmade udon at a cultural festival is quite amazing. He had assumed that the festival at a public high school with a small budget would be mediocre, but it seemed that some classes were really trying their best despite the budget limitations. Sounds interesting. All right, let's go check it out. Why yeah. Encouraged by Soma's interest, Wakyui's face lit up with joy. Stepping out into the hallway with Wakyui, the place was far more crowded than usual, a stark contrast from everyday school life. There were not only students but also many general public visitors wearing slippers. There are quite a lot of people here. It's an old high school with many alumni, and it's located in the city center, so it's easy for people to drop by. That makes sense. I wouldn't really feel like going all the way up to a school on a mountain. He nodded in agreement with Wakyui's opinion as they headed towards the second-year classroom. "Welcome." Greeted by the enthusiastic voices of the senpais, they entered the handmade udon shop, which was just as bustling as the Matsuri-ure, perhaps even more so, given that it was past lunchtime and nearly full. After a short wait, Wakyui and Soma sat down at a table in the corner, facing each other. 2 servings of cake udon, please. Since the only item on the menu was cake udon, they ordered 2 servings, and in less than 5 minutes, steaming plastics bowls were brought to them. "This looks delicious." "Yeah, let's eat." They both snapped their chopsticks and started slurping the udon. Unfortunately, the noodle soup seemed to be made from a cheap store-bought variety, tasting overly salty and not very delicious. However, the udon itself had a firm texture and was quite satisfying to eat. It seemed they had invested all their money, effort, and time into the noodles. "These noodles are pretty good." "Yeah, they're dozens of times better than the cafeteria udon." "Don't even compare them." "That's an insult to the people here. The cafeteria ones are seriously bad." "I tried them once during the first semester and swore I'd never eat them again. I also tried it just once, and I thought it was definitely a no-go. They actually charge money for that. It's crazy." While making light of the awfulness of the student cafeteria, we slurped up the noodles, and the udon was quickly gone. "Thanks for the meal. It was pretty good. If you hadn't told me, I would have missed out on this udon." When Soma bowed his head, Wakyui blushed slightly and giggled. "Ecchi knows, you always say thanks a lot. You did the same with the baby castella arrangement. And now too." "I really didn't do much though." "Is that strange?" If it had been just Soma, he wouldn't have thought of arranging the baby castella variations, nor would he have been able to eat this handmade udon. He felt grateful to Wakyui, so saying thanks seemed natural. As he put down his chopsticks with a puzzled look, Wakyui shook her head slowly with an uncharacteristically gentle smile. "It's not strange. But, if anyone should say thanks, it's me." "Thank you." "Ecchi knows." "Huh? Did I do something?" He had no idea what she was referring to. I guess you don't remember, Wakyui said with a wry smile as she began to speak. Actually, I didn't want to come to this high school. It was my safety net. I wanted to go to another one, Wakyui revealed, mentioning the name of a university-affiliated high school. It's a school known for academic advancement. My ultimate goal was that university. I went to their cultural festival when I was in junior high, and I really liked the atmosphere. I thought I wanted to go there. But to be honest, my grades weren't good enough. My plan was to use the affiliated high school as a stepping stone to the university. The escalator system, huh? I heard it's easier to get into the university that way. Generally, universities tend to favor their own high school students for internal advancement over general admissions. I thought I could manage the high school entrance exam, so I worked hard, but I failed. Remembering the time she was rejected, Wakyui grimaced in pain and started fiddling with the tips of her hair. I studied really hard, you know. It hit me hard because I had tried so much. It felt like my chances of getting into the university I wanted were almost gone. To be honest, since I enrolled here, I've been rotten and really irritated. And then, I noticed this weirdo in our class, always reading a pastry recipe book and nibbling on homemade sweets. I knew right away, this isn't his first choice school either. Me? When Soma pointed to himself, Wakyui laughed it off, saying, "Guess who I'm talking about?" To be honest, it pissed me off. Here was this amateur, teaching himself to make sweets, which seemed pointless. Like, go to a vocational school first, I thought. It looked like nothing more than self-satisfaction. Or maybe he was just being narcissistic, thinking, look how cool I am trying so hard. That was a common criticism. What's the point of doing something that's barely a hobby? Why not wait until you're in an environment where you can learn how to do things properly? Soma has been gently discouraged countless times, and he's been mocked for bragging about having a dream. Remember orientation? When we were touring the school and going to the library, that guy went straight to look for dessert recipe books. There's no way a regular high school would have anything great, but he was checking so desperately. I got so annoyed that I told him, you know, you look really lame. And guess what he said? Soma couldn't remember being told such things by Wakyui at all, but whether it was half a year ago or now, Soma's answer would be the same. Let's see, maybe something like, it's lame to slack on your dreams. Exactly right, Wakyui grinned. When you said that, it hit me hard. True, if someone doesn't practice singing or dancing at all but says, my dream is to be an idol, that person looks really lame. And you wonder what they're even talking about. You know, those who talk big but never move a muscle. Compared to them, maybe that sweet idiot over there looked cooler. She slowly lowered the fingers that had been playing with her hair. Watching that sweet idiot made me think about myself. Aren't I being really lame right now? Sure, my chances of getting into the university I wanted had dropped a lot. But it wasn't zero. If I just sulked about failing and thought my life was over, those chances would keep dropping. That's just slacking off on my dreams, right? Don't you think so, ecchi knows? Maybe giving up and rotting away is easy. Soma himself had been greatly disappointed when he faced opposition from his parents and couldn't go to a pastry school. When he graduated from high school, they would probably push him to go to university, but that didn't mean he wanted to give up so easily. He wanted to do what he could now. He hated regrets. So, I decided to do what I can at this high school, she said while looking straight at him. Her sparkling eyes reflected his image, perhaps embarrassed by their eye contact. Wakyui giggled and stood up. Sorry for suddenly getting all serious. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that it should be me thanking you, ecchi knows, not the other way around. Honestly, I don't remember at all, so it's hard to be thanked. That's okay. As long as I remember what happened then, that's enough. Soma also stood up and left the classroom of 2-1 after saying thank you for the meal. Hey ecchi knows, isn't one bowl of udon not enough? Let's go around to the other booths and eat different things. Aren't you curious about the cafe by class 1-1 or the crepes by 7th class? That sounds good. I'd like to see what they've got. Still feeling a little hungry, Soma decided to take up Wakyui's invitation. Together, They returned to the first-year floor and tried various foods like yakisoba, crepes, frankfurters, churros, and tapioca, whatever caught their eye. Each booth, like 1-4, was low budget but full of creativity and innovation, often making them think, I didn't know you could do this. And above all, the atmosphere of the cultural festival was fun. Ecchi knows, there's a dance contest in the gym. Wanna check it out? That sounds interesting. Let's go. So when Wakyui suggested it while eating a chocolate banana, he agreed without hesitation. The gym was packed with a huge audience. On stage, students wearing the same design t-shirts were earnestly performing their dances, and cheers erupted every time they nailed a move. Soma had never danced outside of physical education and had no interest in it, but watching them dance and sparkle with sweat, even he got excited. Hey Ecchi knows, did you have fun today? While watching the dance from the back, Wakyui asked. Yeah, it was fun. That's good. I had a lot of fun too, riding the upbeat rhythm. The girl with pudding hair sighed in relief. Then, next year, how about we go around the cultural festival together again? Next year? Well, we both had fun this year, so I thought it would be nice if next year was the same. When Soma shifted his gaze from the dancing students to Wakyui, she flapped her hands and spoke quickly, making excuses. A year from now? Isn't that too soon to talk about it now, is it? But it's fine. It's all about momentum and going with the flow. Looking up at his classmate, who seemed a bit nervous, he tried to imagine a year later. It's impossible to know what will happen a year from now. It's not easy to envision something so concrete. However, I can't promise anything about a year from now. If I look free next year, just give me a shout. Soma couldn't bring himself to nod in agreement to Wakyui's invitation. Alright. Maybe it was too soon. Okay. If I'm free next year, I'll call you. Wakyui laughed with a ha-ha, but she seemed a bit sad. It's impossible to imagine what I'll be doing a year from now. However, somehow, he felt that Chicka would probably still be by his side. The cultural festival was over. She, Mickey and the others had chosen a yukata together. It was a bit bold, but she was satisfied with the very cute yukata she got to wear. For the first time in her life, she experienced what it was like to serve customers. It was always someone else bringing her food, so the reverse was a very fresh sensation. She went around to various booths and performances with their friends. The vice president of the student council lamented the low budget. But even so, it was more lively and glamorous than the junior high school cultural festival, and it was interesting everywhere she looked. It was a very fun and fulfilling day. She looked forward to next year's cultural festival. There was no doubt about that, but at the same time, she felt an indescribable emptiness somewhere in her heart. Yesterday and today, I couldn't talk to Soma-san at all. As she trudged down the corridor, still littered with remnants of the cultural festival, her feelings slipped out of her mouth. She was in the same classroom with Soma for half a day. She received the baby castella he baked over and over again and delivered them to the customers. But that was it. They didn't talk, nor did they even exchange eye contact. After school, she wanted to talk about the cultural festival, but before she knew it, he was gone, and he hadn't read her messages on my smartphone. It seems he went home quickly. Mickey has to stay at school to summarize the cultural festival in the student council room. She was invited by a close female friend to go out for a celebration, but she couldn't bring herself to go without Soma and Mickey. So, despite the cultural festival being incredibly fun and fulfilling, Chicka had to go home alone. Feeling lonely after school, she changed from her indoor shoes to loafers at the shoe locker and left the school. Really? I shouldn't be disappointed. Chicka and Soma's collaboration is a secret to everyone in class. Therefore, they can't openly converse inside the school. The most they could do was sneak in a conversation where no one would find them. But since it was a special day, Chicka wanted to share the fun feelings and experiences with him. Her feet felt unusually heavy due to fatigue and disappointment. Good work today. As she walked down the commuting road with her head down, someone's shadow, elongated by the setting sun, fell at my feet. Wakyui-san. When she looked up, Wakyui approached with a slow gait as if she had been waiting for her. We were both busy, Huh? But it was fun. Why yes, it was. She nodded hesitantly, and she stopped a few meters away from Chicka, staring straight at her as if asking her not to move. Chicka, what else did you do besides tending the shop? I went around with my classmates. We watched plays and listened to band performances. I see. I was with Ecchi Nose the whole time. Chicka's heart leapt as Wakyui mentioned Soma's name with a triumphant look. It was so much fun. We baked baby castella together, ate udon, went on a food tour, and watched dances. It was the most enjoyable day since I started high school. Is that so? That's great. All Chicka could manage was a flustered response. Then Wakyui looked at Chicka with a challenging smile as if gauging her expression. Why do you think that is? I don't know. Why is that? She tilted her head awkwardly like a rusty machine. At this moment, she can't move properly unless she's conscious of it. She doesn't know the answer to Wakyui's question, but somewhere in her heart, she feels like she understands. I have a favor to ask of you, Chicka, Wakyui said, leaving her question unanswered. Her short hair, mixed with shades of gold and black, swayed slightly. What is it? I wanted to run away. I thought so from the bottom of my heart. I don't want to be here. I don't want to hear more of Wakyui's words. I want to close my eyes. I want to cover my ears. But such selfishness was not permitted. About that corporation you mentioned with Ecchi Nose, I want you to end it. What? I felt like my breath was going to stop. This was the first time anyone had ever said such a thing to me. Why would you say that? Wakyui-san? This doesn't concern you, and we're not causing any trouble. Huh? Doesn't concern me? Not causing any trouble? Are you serious? But that's true. This is between me and Soma-san, as she stammered in defense. Wakyui's gaze suddenly sharpened. You've got to be kidding. It's very much my business. It's incredibly annoying. Malice, hostility, harm. Chicka had never been subjected to such negative emotions before. Up until now, she has been cherished by her parents and friends, pampered by them, and treated kindly. Everyone loved Chicka. They said they liked her. Therefore, she had no immunity to negative emotions. Now, being struck by such feelings for the first time, she trembled as if she had been thrown naked into a frigid wilderness. It was cold. Why don't you get it even after I've said this much? I like Ecchi Nose. That was the answer to the first question. I've liked him since the first term. It's my business and it's annoying if another girl is hanging around the guy I like. It was an answer that would have been clear upon a moment's thought. Yet she hadn't understood until it was spelled out. A girl who has a crush on Soma appears. It's a natural possibility and not something to be surprised about. He's serious, earnest, hard-working, and although a bit rough in speech, he's kind. But Chicka hadn't considered such a possibility at all, probably because she liked the way things were now. Therefore, she had deliberately avoided thinking about anything that might disrupt that situation. How selfish and childish I am. Falling into self-loathing. Her face turned pale. Seeing Chicka like this, Wakyui unleashed everything she had been holding back. Recently, I finally started having more chances to talk to him. And I thought the cultural festival would bring us closer, and I was just starting to think about the future. Corporation? A guardian? What is that? Don't take Ecchi Nose's side with such nonsense. That place is mine. Wakyui's words pierced Chicka's heart. She's serious. She's desperate. She loves Soma-san with all her heart and soul. Her emotions came through painfully clear. She has a passion and feelings that Chicka could never possess nor understand. If I'm next to Soma-san, then you can't get along with him. Wakyui-san? That's right. Even a fool can see that. Wakyui's voice was so loud it almost sounded hysterical, piercingly shrill to the ears. Chicka, if you say you like Ecchi Nose, then I can't help it. I won't complain and will just boldly snatch Ecchi Nose away. If it turns out to be mutual love, I'll back off. But, to sample sweets and in exchange, be watched over? Are you kidding me? Anyone can do that sort of thing. Don't tie Ecchi Nose down with such trivial matters. Trivial matters? Indeed, maybe it is trivial. The challenges Chicka is undertaking are things that everyone else can do and should naturally do. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem like child's play. But I I want to argue back. Words of rebuttal rise to my throat, but I can't speak them. I start to doubt whether I'm truly in the right. My confidence, my convictions, wavers. Chika's desire to grow into a responsible adult seems to falter against Wakyui's feelings of wanting to be by the side of someone she likes. In the end, Chicka couldn't utter a single word after that section. Chicka and Soma have a mutual relationship. Chicka samples the sweets Soma makes or is interested in and gives feedback. Soma watches over Chicka when she takes on a challenge, providing minimal assistance. Both are indispensable to each other. Chicka and Soma both think that forming this cooperative relationship was a good thing. However, it's not as if they are each other's one and only. As Wakyui pointed out, anyone can take on the role of observer. For instance, Shohei, who already understands the situation, might accept the task if asked. Even the role of taste tester that Chicka fulfills is not unique to her alone. She took it on because her sense of taste is sharp and she has slightly more knowledge about sweets than the average person, but it's not something that only Chicka can do. Her parents, former patissiers, could certainly do it, and a young patissier acquaintance of her parents might also help out for the sake of a future colleague. On the other hand, the person Wakyui likes is just one person in the world, Soma alone. There's no substitute. Objectively speaking, the one who should be by Soma's side is probably Wakyui. According to the Shuo manga that Mickey likes, I'm the villain. I'm the nuisance. I begin to despise myself. Dragging along a sticky self-loathing, Chicka went home. I'm home, she muttered a barely there greeting as she opened the front door. She never imagined she'd return home feeling so downcast when she left the house this morning, excited to enjoy the cultural festival. With a damp sigh, she took off her loafers. As she sighed heavily and took off her loafers, she noticed a pair of well-worn sneakers next to her parents' shoes. This is, forgetting to line up her shoes, she dashed into the house. Chicka, welcome back. You see, earlier her mother appeared from the kitchen, but Chicka didn't spare her a glance and forcefully flung open the door to the guest room. Hey, good work today. Soma was sitting neatly on a cushion in the tatami room, still in his school uniform. Why are you here, Soma-san? Well, I had something I wanted to give to you, Chicka. As Chicka, panting slightly from the sudden exertion, asked the question, Soma rummaged through his school bag next to him. He then pulled out a small plastic bag containing baby castellas. I hadn't had you sample these yet. Did you come all the way here just for that? You're my exclusive taste tester, aren't you? I'd be in trouble if you didn't eat them. As she looked at him in astonishment, Soma frowned as if to say, why are you even asking? Exclusive. That word slowly sank into Chicka's heart, giving her a warm feeling. Here, try some. He half forced the bag of baby castella into her hands. There were only 4 inside, but they seemed to carry a significant weight. Encouraged, she took one out. As she gently bit into it, the soft sponge texture and sweet tart scent filled her mouth. It wasn't any of the 4 types of baby castella made at today's cultural festival. As Chicka was surprised with the baby castella still in her mouth, Soma gave a slightly proud smile. I tried making my own original. I put dried strawberry fruit inside. How is it? The baby castella ideas everyone came up with weren't bad, and I was really impressed. But as an aspiring patissier, I couldn't stand losing to amateurs in ideas. I made it during my free time. You brought it here for me? Yeah, well, that's one thing. And there's something else I want to say. Saying that, he looked straight at her. What could it be? Feeling a bit nervous, she looked back at him, and his cheeks tinted a light cherry color. You looked really good in your yukata at school. I thought you looked cute. Cute. A word Chicka had heard countless times from many people, a common word of compliment for her. But when Soma said it, the word began to sparkle like the brightest star. Something fizzy popped inside Chicka. Please wait a moment. She left him with those words and ran upstairs. Bursting into her room, she threw off her uniform with all her might. Soma had complimented her, and that made her unbearably happy. She quickly got ready and hurried back to Soma in a flurry. I'm back. Hey. Seeing Chicka return in her yukata, Soma's eyes went round with surprise, but without any concern for such matters. She approached him, flaunting her figure clad in a yukata. "You couldn't see me this up close at school, right? Please take a good look." She wanted to be seen, and she wanted to be told over and over how cute she was. Yet, the closer she got, the more Soma averted his face. "Is something wrong?" "I got dressed up, so please look properly." "No, it's just." Even as she shook his shoulders pleadingly, he only mumbled and wouldn't look at her. Instead, he hesitantly pointed towards her. "Your, collar is." Following his comment, she looked down at her chest. In her haste to change into the yukata, the dressing was loose. Her chest was nearly spilling out from the opening of the yukata. "Oh, you're right." Normally, she would be embarrassed and hastily fix her collar. That's what the usual Chicka would do. But right now, in front of her was Soma, his face turning red. "Soma-san, you're embarrassed because you can almost see my breasts." Watching his face grow redder, her desire to see his embarrassed expression grew stronger than her sense of shame. A tingling thrill ran through her body like an electric current. She wanted to be seen. She wanted to see. The two desires mixed in her heart, creating a tumultuous emotion. She couldn't stop the mischievous smile that spread across her face. "If you want to see, it's okay to look, you know," she whispered in his ear, and Soma's body shivered. She found it endearing. "Don't be ridiculous." "You know I can't do that." It didn't matter. If it was Soma, she didn't mind if he saw everything. "Or, would you rather fix my collar, Soma-san?" "Huh?" She gently took Soma's hands, which were taken aback, and guided them to her chest. "Why, you're joking, right?" As he let out a near scream, Soma's face turned even redder. It felt good. In front of Soma, she could be her unadorned self. Without reservation or consideration, she could show her true face, her selfishness, her childishness, her incomprehensible desires. She could lay it all bare. She wanted to be by his side forever. She didn't want anyone to take away this comfortable place. "Hey, are you okay?" Concerned as Chicka suddenly stopped moving, Soma peered into her face. She smiled back at him and asked, "Soma-san, am I a bother to you?" "Sometimes. Yeah. That's honest of you. Do you even realize what you're doing right now?" Frowning, he looked down at Chicka's hands that were holding his. "But I'm also grateful, and there are a lot of fun things when I'm with you." "Me too." "I'm grateful, and it's really fun being with you, Soma-san." "Is this feeling, this wish, fall short compared to what Yui's like? Is it inferior?" "No, that's not it. My feelings are not inferior to what Yui-san's." "Is something wrong?" He peered into her face with concern as if sensing something off despite her attempt to act normal. He's quite perceptive at times like these. "No, it's nothing." Chicka lied. "Soma-san, I just realized again how truly cute your embarrassed face is. You perverted sadist." If it's to see Soma-san's blushing face, I'll gladly take that slander. Don't be so brazen about it. She let go of Soma's hands, which were met with an exasperated laugh. "By the way, I haven't given you my feedback on those baby castellas earlier." "Oh right. I forgot about that. Let me hear it." When she changed the topic to sweets, Soma's expression became serious and focused. "Yeah, I don't dislike that face either." Thinking this, she voiced her critique. "The strawberry dried fruits have absorbed the moisture from the castella batter, making it soggy. Frankly, the texture is terrible. I'd give it a 25 out of 100. "That's a harsh score, but I see." I hadn't imagined at all what would happen to the dried fruits after mixing them into the batter. Soma was disheartened by the harsh criticism, but he didn't stay down for long. He quickly lifted his face, starting to think of improvements. "If it doesn't absorb too much moisture, would that be better? It's conventional, but maybe raisins or something." "That's true. Or using fresh fruits that don't release much moisture might be good too. It's also classic, but something like bananas." "Fresh fruits?" "That's another way to think about it." Watching Soma think seriously, she reaffirmed her desire to be the one to see his expressions up close. "How about we try making some now? We don't have a takoyaki plate, but we do have a regular hot plate, and if we think of it as pancakes instead of baby castella, we have the ingredients." "That's true. Today's baby castella was pretty much pancakes. When she suggested that she wanted to see Soma making sweets, he was immediately enthusiastic about it. Then, shall we get ready? Before that, fix that, will you? As she was about to head to the kitchen, Soma pointed at her chest, which was still half unbuttoned. Now, what shall we do? She smirked mischievously, and then he grimaced as if to say, give me a break. Chapter 5, Unveiling. The Monday following the cultural festival was a compensatory holiday, and school resumed on Tuesday. However, things couldn't immediately return to normal. There was still much cleaning up to do. For this reason, the first period was a homeroom dedicated to the post-festival cleanup. Students busily moved desks back into classrooms from empty classrooms and storage rooms, took down unnecessary decorations, and swept the floors with brooms. Restoring the classroom to its original state in just 1 hour was quite a laborious task, but somehow, they managed to complete the work just in time. Everyone, good work. Mickey naturally stepped up to the podium as the exhausted classmates took their seats early in the morning. With this, our cultural festival-related tasks are finished. I was worried about how things would turn out since we decided on our presentation so late, but I think it went quite well. By the way, although there were no official rankings, according to the collected surveys, our maturia was very well received. I think we were probably the top among the first years. At Mickey's words, a cheer and applause erupted from the class. Many wrote that they enjoyed the various types of baby castella, and the service in yukata was also popular. There were hardly any troubles, so I think it was a great success. Look forward to next year's cultural festival. With that conclusion, Mickey bowed politely. The cultural festival was completely over. In the brief moment as the classroom was enveloped in that atmosphere. Clunk. As if waiting for that moment, one student stood up. Chicka, what's wrong? Mickey blinked in surprise and asked, but Chicka, who had stood up, strode up to the podium as if she hadn't heard. She then bowed respectfully. For a moment, their eyes met. That girl, she couldn't possibly. Soma had not been informed of anything. However, seeing the determination in her eyes, he felt he understood what she intended to say. There's something I'd like to share with everyone. So please, give me a little bit of your time. Chicka began to speak with a slightly nervous expression. Or perhaps some of you have already noticed, but since the start of the second term, I have been spending a lot of time with Iekkino's Soma-san. Instantly, the gazes in the classroom shifted from Chicka to Soma. Soma, not one to seek the spotlight, was not used to being the center of attention. Overwhelmed by the stares of all his classmates, he involuntarily shrank back. Feeling both embarrassed and uneasy, he became uncomfortable. As he tried to maintain his composure by gripping the edge of his desk, Chicka took a breath and continued. Although I say we've been spending a lot of time together, it's not in a romantic sense. It's something very serious. We have made a promise to cooperate with each other. I taste test sweets for Soma-san, and Soma-san has taken on the role of watching over me. Chika's overly concise explanation caused a stir in the classroom. One of the girls raised her hand, looking puzzled as she asked a question. I understand about Iekkino's taste testing, but what does it mean to watch over you, Chicka? I didn't quite get that. It's just as I said. I have many things I want to do and challenges I want to take on. However, facing them alone is a bit scary. During such times, Soma-san watches over me and sometimes lends a hand. The girl let out a sound that was both understanding and not. Today, I spoke about this for two reasons. One is that until now, my challenges have only been outside of school, but I'm thinking of trying them here as well. It might seem like trivial child's play to everyone, but I am serious. So, I sincerely ask that you do not interfere or comment on it. Chicka bowed deeply and politely. And the other reason, prompted by the girl's question, Chicka raised her face, displaying a mischievous smile that was uncharacteristic of her, reminiscent of a thin blade. I am currently very happy and fulfilled. I wanted to declare that no matter what anyone says, I have no intention of letting go of the present. Chika's announcement was met with confusion. What did Satumi mean by that? When Satumi is doing something, does it mean Iekkino just stands behind her blankly? That's interesting, but I wonder if there's any meaning to it. It was no wonder the classmates were confused. While Chicka's side of the taste testing was understandable, Soma's role as an observer was too vague and hard to imagine. Thanks to this ambiguity, the commotion Soma had feared did not occur until lunch break. During the break, he received questions like "What have you been doing until now?" and envious remarks such as "I'm so jealous that you get to be with Satumi after school." But when he repeated Chika's explanation, they would respond with a non-committal "I see," and that was the end of it. I was scared that I'd be surrounded by my classmates every break, grilled with questions like a celebrity caught in a scandal, so I'm seriously relieved that didn't happen. Shohei, who had come with his lunchbox to have lunch together, laughed when Soma showed relief with a gesture of wiping his brow. "Well, with that explanation, no one knows what to make of it, so I guess they can't really ask anything?" It seemed that Chicka wasn't causing any major confusion either, and despite being asked what was that about earlier, she was treated as usual, being fed sweets and having her hair brushed. It was all my unnecessary worry. I worried for nothing. I wonder about that. As Shohei said this while taking out bread from his bag, he wore a knowing smile. "What do you mean?" Soma made a puzzled face, and his best friend began to unwrap his lunchbox, saying, "Everyone must have been confused by that explanation. But if they actually see what Soma and Satumi-san are doing, the story will change dramatically." "So you mean they'll feel sorry for me being bullied by Chicka?" "Are you talking in your sleep?" "I'm saying if they saw the sickly sweet stuff you two are up to, this classroom will turn into a scene of wailing and gnashing of teeth." Shohei shivered as if he had actually imagined that hellish scene. "We're not being sweet on purpose. At least, I only feel like I'm being teased with." "Are you serious? If so, I'll record you guys next time and show you." Shohei, looking exasperated, stabbed his chopsticks into a piece of fried chicken. Soma-san." Chicka, who had been fussed over by the girls, approached with a solemn expression. "I apologize for doing as I pleased without consulting you. I should have properly obtained your consent, but today's homeroom seemed like a good opportunity, so it ended up being after the fact." She bowed deeply in apology. "It's fine. I'm not bothered by it. Eventually, everyone would have found out anyway, and it's not like we're doing anything bad. I think it was good to get it out in the open sooner rather than later." Soma truly felt that way. Originally, he had thought it would be better not to hide their cooperative relationship, although he had hesitated to make it public due to Chika's position as a beloved mascot and the potential for resentment or jealousy. In the end, it didn't cause much of a stir, so it must have been the right decision. As Soma waved his hand dismissively, Chicka showed a relieved smile and presented him with a lunchbox she had been hiding behind her back. "So, you see, as a way of apologizing, though I'm not sure it's quite that, I made a bento. Would you mind tasting it? Is this part of the guardian job already? I've been thinking about it for a while. I really wanted to get your opinion." "All right then." He put the sandwich he was about to unwrap on the desk and took the lunchbox. He had taste tested her homemade lunch last month too. Back then, he had to sneakily accept the lunchbox and sneakily give his feedback, which frankly, was annoying. Thanks to making their cooperative relationship public, such troubles were avoided. It could be said that the benefits of opening up their cooperation were already apparent. "Ecchi knows, the Angel of Pieces homemade bento, huh? Isn't that a bit unfair?" The surrounding students started to make a fuss as they noticed Soma receiving the bento from Chicka. "She has been tasting sweets for me, so it's not strange for me to taste Chicka's cooking, right? That makes sense." "But I see. I guess that's what mutual cooperation is about, huh?" "Damn it, I'm jealous." To be honest, at that moment, Soma felt a bit of superiority. At school, Chicka was a beloved character by everyone, regardless of gender. Being the only one who could eat her homemade bento was special, and basking in that special feeling while receiving envious looks wasn't a bad sensation at all. Feeling good, he opened the bento to find it packed with dishes like chili shrimp, bang bang chicken, shredded pork with green peppers, and many spring rolls. "The bento is really something today. I tried going with a Chinese theme today. Remember, we talked about Chinese and Indian food the other day? I've wanted to make it since then." Chicka pulled up an empty chair and sat down next to Soma. "Wow, This is amazing. It looks quite authentic. The guy sitting next to him peered into the lunchbox and expressed his envy, triggering a ripple of murmurs from a few others. Soma frowned slightly at the increasingly noisy surroundings but quickly regained his composure and was about to eat Chicka's homemade bento when he realized he couldn't find any chopsticks. Huh? Where are the chopsticks? Right here. Saying that, Chicka cheerfully took out the chopsticks. Instead of handing them over, she began to hold them herself. I see what you're doing. That's the intention, though not entirely without resistance. If Chicka wanted to do it, well, it couldn't be helped. Soma-san, which would you like to eat first? Let's start with the spring roll. Okay, then please say R. She picked up a small spring roll with the chopsticks and brought it to Soma's mouth. Itadaki, wait a second. Just as Soma was about to take the spring roll in his mouth, one of the boys surrounding them shouted out loud to stop. Why are you guys casually doing something so outrageous? She's the one who wants to do it. While munching, Soma pointed at Chicka. Usually, she's the one being fed, right? So, she wanted to try being the one to feed. And now, I'm the one being fed. It's not like I asked her to do this, you know. I see. No, wait, what? The boy tried to convince himself but couldn't quite manage it and tilted his head in confusion. Don't worry about it. It doesn't mean anything deep. I've decided not to care about it anymore. Is that really the issue here? Having explained everything he could, he had no more energy to engage further and turned back to Chicka. The spring roll is good, though. Since it's a bento, the flavor could have been a bit stronger. I did taste it, but I didn't consider it as a bento side dish. That was a bit of a mistake. People have different tastes, so some might like this seasoning, so it's not that big of a deal. No, at least, this bento was made for you, Soma-san. Therefore, I think it should be seasoned to suit your taste. I'll make something even more delicious next time. All right. I'm looking forward to it. As Soma nodded, Chicka smiled happily. Which side dish would you like next? The chili shrimp sounds good. That's the main dish, right? Yes. I worked hard on it. Confident, she puffed out her chest slightly before picking up a curled shrimp with the chopsticks and bringing it to my mouth. The shrimp, coated in a shiny red sauce, looked plump and very appetizing, and the sweet and spicy aroma was stimulating my appetite. Chicka eagerly put the glossy shrimp in his mouth. And then, he let out a loud scream that drew the attention of the entire classroom. It's too spicy. It felt like his mouth was on fire. In a panic, he grabbed a bottle of tea and gulped it down. The shrimp disappeared from my mouth. But the burning sensation didn't subside. It was getting even more painful. What is this? It's ridiculously spicy. Are you trying to burn my throat? I didn't intend for that at all. But, well, I didn't taste this one. Taste it. Tasting is a basic part of cooking, but I'm not good with spicy food. That's right. This girl had such a hard time with spicy things that she secretly used sweet curry roux when making curry. Childish taste buds. That seems a bit harsh. Apparently offended at being called a child, she pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. I'm not that childish when it comes to taste buds. I can handle wasabi with sashimi and sushi just fine. Then try eating this yourself. He snatched the chopsticks, picked up a remaining red shrimp, and held it out to her, causing her face to contort. No, I'd rather not. A cook should take responsibility for what they make. That's what I think. He pushed the shrimp closer to her. You are. Chicka, who has a hard time with spicy food, hesitated for a while, but eventually made up her mind and took a bite of the shrimp! She then let out an inaudible scream while covering her mouth with both hands. See? You look even more overwhelmed by the spiciness than I was. Soma laughed mockingly, but Chicka, who had no time to pay him any attention, snatched the plastic bottle. What is this? It's so spicy. After gulping down all the tea, she shouted something that one wouldn't expect from the creator of the dish. You're the one who made it. That's strange. Maybe I added too much doubanjian? Chicka tilted her head, wondering what had gone wrong, and then her face fell with disappointment. Unfortunately, this seems inedible. No. It's a waste not to eat it, but it's extremely spicy, you know? I think I can handle it if I brace myself. Probably. Saying this, he took a deep breath and then devoured the remaining chili shrimp with all his might. A stabbing pain ran through his tongue, but he somehow managed to forcefully finish eating it. Thank you for the meal. Are you okay? He no longer felt anything in his mouth. Still, he put on a brave face, pretending it was nothing. Yeah, it was super spicy. I couldn't taste anything but the spiciness. I see. Chicka slumped down, disheartened by Soma's assessment. So, next time, pay attention to adjusting the spiciness and make sure to taste it. Are you going to eat it again next time? Of course. Otherwise, there's no point in having eaten this failure. Plus, I made you taste my failed baby castella last time, so it's only fair. Just make a tastier shrimp chili next time, and that'll be fine. Yes, next time, I'll make one that will earn a perfect score from Soma-san. All right. I'm looking forward to it. As Chicka regained her spirits with a smile, Soma thought about what to have her taste next, when he belatedly noticed that the surroundings had become unusually quiet. It was too silent for a lunch break. The noise from the next classroom could be heard through the walls. What's going on? I wonder. Chicka also noticed the strange atmosphere in the classroom and looked around restlessly. The moment the two exchanged glances, the silence was shattered, and the classroom atmosphere exploded. What was that just now? No, seriously, what was that? Ecchi knows and Satomi have done something outrageous. Does cooperation mean they're dating? Can you believe it? The entire classroom surrounded Soma and the others all at once. Have you guys always been doing this kind of thing? Since when? Since when have you been in that kind of relationship? How far has it gone? I never thought Chicka would beat me to it. I've been outdone by Ecchi knows. They were bombarded with questions and expressions of dismay. This must be what they mean by stirring up a hornet's nest. It was no longer a situation where one could calmly eat their lunch. Hey, we're just taste testing lunch. Don't make such a big deal out of it. That's right. Soma and Chicka tried to calm the excited classmates, insisting they hadn't done anything significant. But their excitement showed no signs of subsiding. It's not just on that level. You were feeding each other and you were casually drink the tea from the same bottle. In the end, the circle of people surrounding them didn't break up until lunch break was over. Everyone still doesn't get it. The true terror of these two isn't just this. The real hell is just starting. That's right. Kikuchi is spot on. Shihai continued to eat his lunch at his own pace on the opposite side, and Mickey nodded in agreement with her arms crossed. But no one, including Soma and Chicka, was listening. Section. The sixth period was physical education, and Soma was more tired than he had imagined. I underestimated the popularity and recognition of the Angel of Peace. While changing back into his uniform from his gym clothes in the locker room and on his way back to the classroom of 1-4, he grumbled wearily. I saw it coming. Shohei laughed as he walked beside him. He had been bombarded with questions during lunch break, and it was relentless during the fifth period as well. His smartphone, set to silent mode, vibrated incessantly with incoming messages. Annoyed by the constant notifications, he turned off his smartphone, just when he thought he could relax. Notes made from scraps of paper were relayed by students in an extremely analog manner, piling up on Soma's desk. Enduring the growing mountain of paper scraps for an hour, he thought that since the sixth period was physical education, he wouldn't have to deal with smartphones or letters, but this estimate was too optimistic. The rumors about Soma and Chicka had apparently spread to other classes, and he was questioned, nudged, bombarded with envious words, and even had pebbles thrown at him by the students of Class 3-3 during the combined lesson. I'm exhausted, and various parts of my body hurt. That's definitely bullying. I could sue and win for sure. Well, I wonder. It would be nice if someone would testify for Soma. On the other hand, there would be plenty of people willing to perjure themselves. He grumbled, but Shihai just shrugged it off with a smile. That's why wrongful convictions and unjust judgments happen in the world. I understand how the boys feel, though. There must have been quite a few aiming for the Angel of Peace. But Saito-san and the others kept blocking them perfectly, and not a single boy could get close to Satomi-san. Everyone could only watch the unattainable flower and console themselves, thinking it couldn't be helped since everyone was in the same situation. But lo and behold, they find out someone has managed to slip past the ironclad defense and get close, and of course, they feel outsmarted and angry. That's an unreasonable grudge. I don't think so. For the boys who were aiming for her, it must feel like a kite snatching away their fried tofu. Think of it as the price for getting close to Satumi-san. You'll just have to endure it. Are you saying you're not on my side? He glared at Shihai as they walked down the corridor, but Shihai just shrugged lightly. I don't intend to be your enemy. By being friends with you, Soma, it seems likely that through Satumi-san, I'll also get to connect more with Saito-san. So, make sure to let me and Saito-san know when you plan something else. You really think things through, don't you? Anyone would think of at least this much. Love is a strategic battle. Remember that. It's a promise. All right. I'll let you know if there's a chance. While brushing off Shohei's insistent reminder, he entered classroom 14R. Soma-san, welcome back. Then, for some reason, Chicka, who was sitting in Soma's seat, waved her hands energetically. What did you guys do in boys' physical education? We had volleyball in the gym for girls, but it hurts just to receive the ball at this time of year. It's annoying. Look, my wrists have turned all red. I wish they'd let us play table tennis instead. No, I'm not good at chasing the tiny ping-pong balls either. He stared blankly at the cheerful, brown-haired girl chatting away. Is something wrong? No, I was just thinking how you can talk to me so easily. Weren't you bombarded with questions about me during the 5th and 6th periods? I was asked a ton of questions. I thought so. Even now, he could tell that everyone in the classroom was eavesdropping on their conversation. It was really amazing. I was questioned even by people from class 3 who I've hardly ever spoken to. I've never been grilled with questions like that before, so it was a really fresh experience for me. It seems she had a similar experience to Soma, but for her, who is usually doted upon, even that seemed to be a fun experience. To be able to brush off that ordeal with just one word amazing. I'm a bit envious of your mental strength. It's nothing. I made up my mind for this. What are you talking about? No, just talking to myself. After Soma overheard the small muttering, Chicka hastily put on a forced smile and brushed it off, switching the topic somewhat forcefully. Anyway, what did you do in boys' physical education today? We were made to run long distances. Lately, physical education has been nothing but a rotation of soccer and long-distance running. He wished they would let them play other sports, but it seemed the PE teacher, as the cold late autumn to winter approached, was set on making them run more to increase their physical activity. Perhaps it was also in preparation for the marathon event in January, but for students who weren't particularly fond of exercise, they couldn't help but wish for more leisurely activities. We were made to run endlessly around the field, so I'm totally exhausted. So, you must have sweated a lot? As Soma showed his tired face, Chicka began to glow with excitement, contrasting with him. Then, like a cat-shaped robot, she pulled out several items from her uniform pocket. Sweat wipes, antiperspirant spray, and a comb. Don't tell me you want to try them on me. Correct. That was the last thing he wanted to hear. I've always wanted to try doing this for Soma-san at school. I'm always the one getting wiped down or sprayed by Miki-chan and the others after physical education, and I've never been on the giving end. She began shaking the spray can. He had often seen her getting her hair combed or her uniform fixed after physical education, but he had never seen her do it for someone else. It wasn't hard to understand why she might want to try. However, he really wasn't in the mood to agree. I get it, but can we do it some other time? He glanced around, noticing that classmates who had returned from the changing room were watching their interaction with bated breath. Since today's classes are over, these guys should just go home already, he thought to himself, but none of the classmates showed any sign of leaving. Right. Let's do it after we get home. That's better. Let's do that. Going home together might lead to who knows what being said, but it was far better than being watched by classmates in the classroom. However, Chicka stubbornly refused to nod. No. Post-physical education care is something you do in the classroom. It's meaningless to do it after going home. It's not meaningless. What's with that obsession? Come on, it's fine. Hey, just let me do it a little bit, please. She pleaded like a child begging a parent to go out, swaying her shoulders back and forth. All right. He had no choice but to give in. Really? Chicka's eyes sparkled as he reluctantly nodded. Chicka is stubborn. Even if he flatly refused now, she would persistently ask again after the next gym class, and the one after that. It might be quicker just to let her do it and get it over with, but just a little bit, okay? I know. Now, please take off your blazer. Sitting down on the chair offered by an excited Chicka, Soma took off his blazer and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. As he extended his arm, he felt like he was about to receive a dreaded injection. Then, let's begin. Contrary to Soma's feelings, Chicka, excited, started wiping his arm with a sweat wipe. Does it feel good? Well, kind of. Being gently wiped with a wet sheet on his sticky sweaty skin did feel quite refreshing. Though it felt good, he couldn't help but be bothered by the surrounding gazes. Despite sitting in his usual seat, it felt incredibly uncomfortable. The boys looked on with envy and jealousy while the girls whispered to each other with disdainful glances. He just wanted it to end quickly so he could go home. That was all Soma wished for at the moment. There we go. Chicka, oblivious to Soma's feelings, diligently continued to wipe his arm, leaving it feeling fresh from shoulder to fingertip. Thanks. That's enough. I don't need the comb and spray, he spoke quickly, trying to wrap things up so he could stand up. No, we're not done yet. However, she grabbed his shoulder, forcing him to sit back down. We've only wiped your arms. Your neck, back, and stomach still need to be done. Stomach. Watching Chicka wrap a wet wipe around his hand, Soma twitched with fear. The thought of being half naked in front of his classmates while a girl wiped his body was nothing short of a humiliation play. You're joking, right? You can't be serious about doing that in front of everyone. Hoping against hope that even Chicka wouldn't do something so absurd, he looked at her with pleading eyes, but his partner returned an innocent cheerful smile. No, Soma-san, come on. You should know by now whether I'm joking or not in these situations. Without waiting for a response, she lifted the hem of his shirt and began wiping his body with the wet sheet. The cool sensation of the wipe gliding over his skin was accompanied by the deep groans of the boys and the shrieks of the girls in the classroom. There was no way he couldn't feel embarrassed in such a situation. Not just your face, but your body is turning red too. I didn't notice during the pool time because I was too busy clinging to you. But I see now that when Soma-san gets embarrassed, not only his face but his whole body turns red. I've learned something new. I've gained something from wiping you down. Do you realize the chaos you're causing with Angel of Peace doing something so outrageous? It doesn't bother me. I'm just doing what I want to do. Besides, I'm not attached to the nickname Angel of Peace. When I called you a devil, you complained about tarnishing the Angel of Peace name. That's because calling me devil was too harsh. She continued wiping nonchalantly, which finally set him off. Then I'll rephrase it. Sadist villain, you take pleasure in tormenting people, you devil. As he hurled insults, Chicka's lips pursed in annoyance. I'm wiping you so gently, and you say such things. Really? Well, if that's how you feel, I might just wipe a bit harder. Wait, ouch. Don't scrub so hard. I'm not a statue. I can't hear you. I'm a villainous sadist, remember? As she scrubbed harder and he yelled out, Chicka started wiping him down with even more enthusiasm. By this point, the classroom had gone from rowdy to dead silent. Everyone was taken aback by the stark contrast between the usual Angel of Peace and Chicka, who was gleefully wiping down Soma. Amidst this, only Wakyui was shouting loudly. Hey, Saito, isn't that inappropriate behavior between the students? They're going way overboard. While her ears turned red, she complained to the vice president of the student council. It's not inappropriate behavior. After all, those two aren't dating. She's just wiping off sweat. Just wiping off sweat? That's almost like some shady play. No, it's not shady. If you call that shady, then most of the male-oriented romantic comedies in the world would have to be banned. What kind of logic is that? Although Soma was rooting for Wakyui in his heart, he knew Mickey wouldn't make a judgment that was inconvenient for Chicka. In the end, Soma was polished until he was red all over, like the white hair of Inaba. It's all because of Ecchi knows that Angel of Peace has fallen from grace. As he slumped over my desk gasping, someone made that remark. It's a complete slander. Ah, that was fun, Soma-san. Please let me wipe you down next time. We have physical education too. Chika's true nature was undoubtedly sadistic, and it wasn't because Soma had done anything to deserve it. Soma was merely a pitiful lamb, endlessly toyed with. After school, Chika went to the back gate alone. Until now, she had come here either to escape or because someone had called her out. But today was different. Chika had chosen this place and called someone out. Near the back gate at dusk, the sunlight was poor, and the passing breeze felt even colder. As she fought the urge to shiver, Wakyui arrived right on time. What did you want to talk about? She opened with those words, her eyes clearly showing hostility. Scary, unaccustomed to people's negative emotion, Chika felt like crying and her legs trembled. She wanted to run away, but she tensed her stomach and firmly planted her loafers on the ground. She had decided to do this herself. Therefore, she must accept all of Wakyui's feelings. Taking a deep breath so as not to be noticed, she opened her mouth. I apologize for calling you out like this. However, there was something I absolutely needed to talk with you directly. Talk? As if to say she had nothing to discuss, Wakyui retorted curtly, sharpening her gaze even more. Even such a trivial gesture could hurt, but Chika mustered up her courage and spun the words she had been contemplating. I've been thinking hard about this for a while. I understand how Wakyui-san feels. From your perspective, I must seem like a half-hearted child, an annoying pest buzzing around Soma-san. But knowing that, I've decided not to bend who I am. I will continue to be Soma-san's taste tester, and I will continue to ask Soma-san to be my guardian. I will not yield this position to anyone, no matter what they say. If you try to come between us, I will resist with all my might and fight. I said it. I said everything I needed to say. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. I could feel my blood heated with excitement, racing through my veins. Gripping the left side of my blazer tightly, I looked straight at Wakyui, who slightly raised the corners of her mouth with a hint of amusement. Is it a declaration of war? You may take it that way if you wish. This was the conclusion Chika had reached after much thought. Wakyui's feelings were wonderful, pure, and very strong. In contrast, Chika was only trying to involve Soma in her childish challenges. It wouldn't be surprising if she were dismissed as trivial, but even so, she wanted to be the one besides Soma. She didn't want to give that place to anyone else. Even if she was mocked, scorned, pointed at from behind, or criticized as being wrong, she wanted to continue spending time with Soma. I see. So that's how you've decided. Wakyui, who had been looking at me, let out a disinterested voice. Chika, if you say so, then there's nothing I can do. In that case, I'll just have to take Iekinos's side by force. I have no intention of giving up on Iekinos, not even a little bit. I thought so. That's why I wanted to make it clear. Oh, I see. You're strangely conscientious. All right. I got it. See you then. Wakyui's expression suddenly turned cold, as if she had lost interest, and she waved her hand dismissively. She then turned to leave, but after a few steps, she stopped abruptly. There's something I wanted to ask. That thing with Chika earlier, I was really surprised, but what was that about? Were you trying to keep me in check? Or is it that you're usually just pretending to be something you're not? It seemed she was referring to the incident where Soma was wiping down his body with a sweat wipe. No, both are genuinely me. Facing Wakyui's gaze, which seemed as if she was looking at something eerie, Chika denied it cheerfully. I've never once thought about disguising myself or deceiving others. Despite that, you seem too different. Soma-san is just too cute when he's embarrassed, so I couldn't help myself. Cute? Iekinos? I've thought he was cool before but never cute. What you're saying makes absolutely no sense to me. Wakyui frowned deeply, clearly unable to relate even a millimeter. It's unfortunate that you can't understand. Chicka had secretly hoped she would sympathize if she had any fondness for Soma, so she felt a slight disappointment. Sorry, but I don't even want to understand. The more you tease Soma-san, the cuter he gets. Are you serious? That's really creepy. As Chicka muttered softly, Wakyui shook her head vehemently, looking thoroughly disgusted, then laughed defiantly. But well, it was good to know that you're not just a stuffed animal being tossed around by everyone in class. Why is that? Because now I won't underestimate you as a goody two-shoes and let my guard down. With those parting words, she finally left. I'm completely hated now, aren't I? Watching the retreating figure of the girl with golden and black hair, she muttered sadly. How painful and sorrowful it is to be disliked by someone. From now on, it's unlikely that Wakyui will ever speak to her in a friendly manner or share her snacks with her. The thought made her heart ache, but at the same time, she felt a sense of happiness. She recognized Chicka as a rival to be defeated. In other words, she saw her as an equal. Other than Soma, she was the first to treat Chicka as an equal. So while she felt sad to be seen as a rival, there was also a part of her that was excited and thrilled. I'll do my best. She encouraged herself with those words. She had to continue being someone worthy of being Wakyui's rival. She wouldn't bend to criticism from others. No regrets, no hesitation. An eyesore, a villain, a nuisance. That's perfectly fine. This is the path she has chosen. Thus, she will walk it with pride. With her uniform skirt fluttering in the cold wind, Chicka started walking. Epilogue. Humans are creatures of habit, continuously expressing intense emotions like surprise, shock, anger, sadness, or joy would exhaust the mind and body and become unbearable. Therefore, we are not made to maintain these emotions for long periods. That's just how humans are. This applies to Soma, to Chicka, and to their classmates as well. Soma-san. I heard something really interesting. One day in December, as lunch break approached and Soma was fiddling with his smartphone at his desk, Chicka approached him with sparkling eyes. If this had been right after their relationship became public, such an interaction would have drawn the eyes of the entire class. But now, it had become such a familiar scene that only a few would glance over, and it no longer caused a commotion. Something interesting? What is it? He responded without looking up from his smartphone. I heard our school has 7 mysteries. Isn't that amazing? Let's go explore the school at night sometime. I refuse. Besides, that's impossible. How are we supposed to get permission to enter the school at night? Is it really impossible? Chicka looked dejected, like a puppy denied a walk by its owner, as Soma coolly rejected the idea. Of course, it is. Besides, why do we have to do a test of courage now when it's almost winter? It's completely out of season. I was wondering if I could see you get scared, Soma-san. So that's your main goal. He finally slid his gaze from his smartphone to Chicka. Her mischievous grin was irritating, coming up with such a silly idea, and I'm really annoyed that you've just assumed I'd get scared. So, you're not scared of tests of courage or haunted houses? Let's go to a haunted house at the amusement park on our next day off. We must go. I'm definitely not going. Despite all the commotion, their classmates only reacted with a sense of there they go again. It almost makes one want to say they've become too accustomed to it, but ultimately, making their relationship public was a good move. It made it easier to discuss where to go next in the classroom. I'd rather have sweet potato desserts than go to a haunted house. The season is almost over, isn't it? That's true. Let's see. Chicka started changing her search from the route to the amusement park to a shop that sells sweet potato sweets. Ah, how about this place? Their baked sweet potatoes are very famous, and there's a line of customers even before the shop opens. It's a bit far, but shall we go there? Baked sweet potatoes? I guess it's a sweet, but it's not at all the kind of sweet I had in mind. Soma shows reluctance as Chicka shows him the smartphone screen. He likes it as food, but as an aspiring patissier, he finds no appeal in such sweets. Despite his refusal, Chicka persisted in showing him the smartphone. But this shop also has lattes, ice cream, Mount Blanc, and sweet potato yokan. These seem to be popular too. Really? That changed things. I'd like to try the Mount Blanc. Seeing a photo of the Mount Blanc with its mound of purple paste, he couldn't help but express his interest. All right. Let's go there. Then, let's meet at 7 in the morning on our next day off. 7? Isn't that too early? Soma was taken aback by Chicka's casual remark. I mentioned earlier that it's a bit far. Plus, this shop is very popular and there's usually a line, so if we don't go early, what we want might be sold out. You wouldn't want to travel all that way and end up not being able to eat anything, right? That's true, but waking up early is tough. He was the type who preferred to sleep in on holidays. I seriously doubt I'll be able to wake up. What about an alarm clock? I'm confident I'll turn it off unconsciously, he stated firmly, and Chicka pondered for a moment. Well, how about staying over at my house the night before? I'll make sure to wake you up. Humans are creatures of habit. However, when a shock greater than any before strikes, the commotion can easily reignite. Did you just say staying over? They're already having sleepovers? The classroom erupted into chaos, and all eyes were focused on the two of them. The classmates, with eyes gleaming like wild beasts swarming over fresh meat, crowded around them. What does that mean? Ecchi knows. Is it normal for you to stay over at Satomi's house? You just said it so casually. Have you stayed over before? Chicka, inviting a boy to your house. You're so bold. They bombarded them with questions, one after the other, with the intensity of reporters on a tabloid show. No, it's not what you all are thinking, okay? Obviously, Chicka's parents are there too. Her dad is super sweet to her but really strict and scary with me. Ecchi knows. You know Chicka's parents? He had intended to calm things down, but his words only added fuel to the fire, and the commotion grew louder. Realizing he couldn't quiet the situation himself, he looked to Chicka for help with his eyes. Chicka, with a cheerful smile, said, just as Soma-san said, there's nothing odd going on. We are not in that kind of relationship. The reason I suggested he stay over is simply that it would be more convenient. Her perfectly reasonable explanation calmed the encircling classmates, who seemed to accept the explanation. However, that peace was short-lived. Oh, but I do want to take pictures of Soma-san's sleeping face. I took a lot the other time, and he was so cute. With a calm smile, Chicka made another shocking statement. You're taking pictures of him sleeping? Does that mean you've slept in the same room before? Wait, the other time. So sleepovers are a regular thing for you guys. It was not just adding fuel to the fire. It was as if explosives had been thrown into the classroom, causing an uproar. Why do you have to say unnecessary things like that? I thought I'd share with the world just how cute Soma-san's sleeping face is. Seriously, stop it. Hand over your smartphone. I'll delete the data. Please stop. That's a violation of privacy. Showing everyone a photo of my sleeping face that you took without permission is a far bigger violation of privacy. For the remainder of the lunch break, Soma found himself chasing Chicka around, trying to snatch her smartphone as she attempted to show off the photos. Therefore, even though Soma caught a glimpse of Wakui, slightly teary-eyed and trembling, being comforted and patted on the head by a group of girls, he had absolutely no capacity to wonder why that was happening. Section. The following Sunday, Soma pedaled his bicycle vigorously, breathing out white puffs of air as he hurried to the station. Soma-san, over here. After parking his bicycle at the bicycle parking area and heading to their usual meeting spot, Chicka was already there, hopping up and down and waving her hands. Come on. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the bus. It's fine if we miss one. No, it's not. We have to stick to the plan properly. No sooner had he arrived than Chicka was pulling him along by the arm. Still sleepy from waking up early, he was pushed onto the bus just before it departed. That was close. We made it. They settled into the back seats, and soon the bus started moving slowly. Hey, isn't this a bit too early? Aside from the two of them, there were no other passengers on the bus. It was the first time he had ever ridden on such an empty bus. Let's see. It's about an hour by bus, right? So we'll arrive around 8, but the store doesn't open until 9. In other words, they would have to wait for an hour even after they arrived. Standing in the cold for an hour in the morning during this time of the year when winter was setting in would be quite tough. The sweet potatoes we'll eat after waiting in the cold will surely taste amazing. I'm actually here for the sweet potato sweets, not the baked sweet potatoes. Just eat whatever you want. The popular items might sell out, so it's correct to go early and line up. Don't worry, I've got the hot tea all ready. With that, Chicka proudly tapped the bag resting on her lap. It seems that for this girl, lining up itself was part of the adventure. Well, since we've come this far, we might as well line up. It was Soma's role to go along with what Chicka wanted to do. He has no thoughts of getting off the bus midway. I'm going to sleep a bit since it's early. Wake me up when we get there, but we could talk since we're here. No, I refuse. I'm sleepy. And you? You're way too hyper for this early in the morning. I've been excited since last night and hardly slept. You're like a grade schooler before a field trip. Despite feeling exasperated at Chicka, who had sparkles in her eyes, he slowly closed his eyes. Huh. Are you really going to sleep? Chicka sounded disappointed, but too sleepy to engage further, ignored her and kept his eyes closed. The early morning bus continued on its way, not picking up any passengers at the stops, carrying just the two of them along the quiet roads. The rhythmic rocking of the bus quickly pulled Soma into the land of slumber. Thump. A few minutes after he had started to doze off, he felt a weight on his right shoulder. He pried his heavy eyelids open to see Chicka leaning against him, breathing softly and peacefully in her sleep. She had been lively and excited, but it seemed she was also sleepy. For a moment, his hand reached out to move her head away. Well, it's okay. But he quickly retracted his hand and closed his eyes again, letting Chicka lean on him. Softly, softly, their breathing intertwined, creating a gentle lullaby. Listening to the comfortable melody, he dreamily thought about the future. Next month would be December. Christmas was coming. It was the busiest time for a patissier and the time when Soma felt the most motivated. Using the experience and knowledge he had gained over the past few months, he would make the best Christmas cake ever. And he would have Chicka taste it. What kind of face would she make then? Would she show him a happy face? Or would she be surprised? Just imagining it made him excited. He was looking forward to that moment. He resolved to work hard. He would make an exceptional Christmas cake. Feeling Chicka's presence on his shoulder, Soma made a firm promise to himself. End of Volume 3.